may not feel like May yet, but we're almost there. Hello everybody and welcome to open testing for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, coming to you from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The first session is about to get underway, which is the veterans heading out there onto the circuit. We're hoping to have live timing available shortly, but for the meantime, the cars are going to venture out to the circuit and we'll cross over to the INDYCAR radio and we'll filter through some of the graphics until we have time and we get our timings back operational. Let's head downstairs, though, for all of the action.
And I think because it's giving the drivers an extra tool to play with in the race car, but a very important and very powerful one with a lot of customization available, and how each team and each driver kind of optimize and ultimately utilize this system, I think is going to be a big talking point, not just over the next 2 days, but over the next month as we head towards the 500.
So these 34 drivers now, they've buckled into the car, they've made an install lap, getting ready to go feel out an IndyCar here at the Speedway at speed for the first time. What's the thought process like? What's getting comfortable like?
Well, look, I think what's important here is every driver knows they have a lot of time. I mean, you've got a 2-day test. We have, 6 hours tomorrow. We have, depending on whether you're a rookie or a veteran, a lot of hours still today. Let's not even talk about the 40-something hours we get when we get to practice week. You don't have to rush. For a lot of these teams, a lot of these drivers, they're going to be bringing out their 500 car for the first time. The oval test back in October, they wouldn't have necessarily been using their race car for the 500, all their best equipment. Now it's going to be all the top stuff, making sure everything runs right, making sure everything feels good. So I think off the top, the important thing is just taking it slow, making sure that all these new components are doing what they're supposed to do.
They may take it a little slower than they were planning on initially. There's so many electronics involved in things. There's some connectivity issues going on between race control and some of the safety systems, which you got to have operating to turn cars loose at speed. So we're going to have a little pause before they wave the green flag and get the practice started at full speed. So being as we're streaming coverage, we're going to take a pause as well. When cars start to roll, we'll be here. Keep the channel open, keep monitoring, and we'll bring you open testing coverage from Indianapolis Motor Speedway shortly.
So the testing is going to begin shortly as well, and let's just quickly go through how the standings look. Alex Palou leads on 142 points. Carl Kirkwood with victory last time out at Long Beach now moves in on 108 in the schedule. Christian Longard has 96 with Felix Rosenquist on 88, Scott Dixon on 86, Pato O'Ward on 80. That puts then Colton Hurt on 73, Scott McLaughlin 69, Will Power on 63 as well. Move that down, we get Joseph Newgarden, who is on 58, and then again we'll just circle down as we go. I know we're on a different thing, but bear with. So Will Power has 63, Joseph Newgarden 58, the same as Alexander Rossi. Marcus Ericsson, he has 55 with Santino Fridge on 51, Marcus Armstrong 50, Kevin Simpson 48, Renus VK 46, Graham Rahal 45, Damo Malukas 42, and then we get Christian Ramsden on 40, Stingray Rob 39, 32 to Connor Daly, Robert Schwartzman on 30. Then we get Nolan Siegel on 26, Louis Foster 25, the same as Cam Ilott 24 to Devlin DiFrancesco, and Jacob Abel is on 17. Then we get the drivers coming in to the Indy 500 only. This is what you're going to see. They're going to have to participate in Bump Day. That's going to be Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, Helio Castroneves, Jack Harvey, who is racing this weekend, no longer part of the 500 team, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Kyle Larson, Takuma Sato. That's your 34 that is going to be on offer. The test day is going to start shortly. Fingers crossed we'll have an announcement time soon for that and get ready to go green. And we will be bringing you all of the action here on JB Motorsports. Let's go through as our timings have become available with the red red flag out as things stand with an hour 50 to go. Hey, at least we've got timings, people. That was almost a problem that we didn't have last time out. It means now we can get our own systems set up and sorted and ready to go. And yeah, we'd love to know what you're all thinking back at home. Who's your money on for this Indianapolis 500 of 2025, the 109th running of this amazing championship coming into office as well. So timings are available. They are on and ready to go. Hopefully not too bad of a system, and you're not all going to have a go at me now that the back open. The red flag's out there at the moment just for the overall track design. Let's just see if we've got our leaderboard. I don't think we have a leaderboard, which is upsetting, but at least we have some form of live timing for you available to us. And well, we have some form of timings. Excellent. So the hybrid tracking's available. Yellow flag and red flags are up. Whether or not that means I need to relaunch my app is a different question. So we'll try that to see if it works, eh? As we get ready for our day to begin. So, who here isn't normally here in the championship? Marco Andretti running in the 98 car. He's going to be entered into this one as well. We've got Graham Rahal back in, Jacob Abel as well. You can see down behind. Lucas and Vico apparently are out on the circuit, but we are under a red flag as the open test session 1 will just wait to get officially green light, and we will then progress to go forward. And yeah, apparently we don't have a leaderboard on the app or anything, even though it is online. So I assume the timings will become available when the green light goes on and the session will be underway. So as things stand, we will wait with officially the red flag out here. 1 hour 53:40 to go. That's when the red flag came out. They're just right now piling down the test barrier, and we have a leaderboard to come through, which is fantastic, which means we get our live timings with our driver tracker available to us back at home, and our information sheets have now come available also. So awesome is our word of the day, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're going to be having very shortly indeed. No idea where our radio coverage is. Let's see if we can access INDYCAR radio while we're under the red flag.
Track was just a
we can, here you go.
A little bit slippery. I think my car was pushing a little bit, but it just didn't have the horsepower from the first lap on.
You sure did on qualification day. Pancho Carter back in the garage area. Out.
That's an old broadcast they're showing, so they're not even showing the correct one. Yellow flag is underway out on the circuit right now, so we're almost going to get going. Cars will be venturing down pit road, and the first official day of testing for the Indianapolis 500 is about to begin. Strap yourselves in, folks. We're going to be in for a very interesting day. Red flag has come back out now as well, so we're still waiting, it seems, for the differentials to come out. It's just that waiting game we have to play now, isn't it, as well? The original test plan for this day, just to let you know, Ovals Veterans Practice from 10:05 AM Eastern to 12 PM Eastern. Then it's Rookie Orientation Practice and Refreshers. That's from 12 PM Eastern to 2 PM Eastern. And the full field practice is 2 till 6 Eastern PM here this evening. So far, 8 hours of coverage coming your way, but nobody venturing out onto the track, which is a disappointment, I'm not going to lie, but it could be worse. And I really mean it could be worse as well right now. We could literally have nothing at all being broadcasted to you out here on the circuit. I'm afraid it's just going to be one of those sessions where we wait and see what will happen next and what's going to come your way on this one. I don't think we've got much of telemetry out here on the board. Oh, we do. Excellent. So we will have some form of information to you come the qualifying laps and the races coming up. And hopefully you're all going to be enthralled. Right now we're just gearing up our own systems, making sure everything is shipshape and ready to go, whilst the red flag continues to be out. It has been out now for a while. Usually we'd get the green at some point. However, that has not appeared as this time goes on. Just hearing the field revving up in the background. It's unusually quiet at the moment. We're going to fill the silence now, just been told. Which is great. We're under a delay, basically. We don't know what the delay is for as things stand. But we're going to have some information from the grid network coming up shortly. Okay, let's have a word with the Grid Network then, and this is from their wrap-up show during the Grid Live wrap-up. Question was on the table: can Carl Kirkwood compete with Alex Palou for the INDYCAR title after that fantastic win that happened as well, with Kirkwood becoming the first one to do so and beat Palou in this title of the year? Joe Samiogo, Tanner Smith and Kobe Lambeth were reacting to that, and they were talking to us on the wall.
Wood is now second in the points after Long Beach. In your opinion, can he put together a championship run and not just have a season with 1 or 2 wins on street courses?
Never say never, but my inclination is to say no, because how do you beat Alex Palou? Even he didn't win today, but he still finished second. So we have a guy that went first, second in the first 3 events. He's come tantalizingly close to winning Indy 500s before, and just in general, the guy is competitive practically everywhere. So I really can't say that I expect anybody else to win this title at this point, other than Alex Palou, until I see the guy make consecutive mistakes. It would take something monumental to happen where he just has terrible luck, gets swept up in other people's messes because he got, sat in the pack at some point. And frankly, I just don't see that happening. Barry Wanzer keeps making extremely fast DHL Hondas for him. And as much as I'm high on Kirkwood, I really can't say that I think that anybody's going to have anything for Palou for this title this year. And I know that's insane to say at week 3, but you got to look at things realistically. The guy has only lost 1 race and he still finished second in it. So yeah, I think Kirkwood would have to get close to matching Palou's current output. And that would also require him to maybe having more speed at ovals where Palou isn't traditionally as strong. And frankly, I just don't really see that happening at this point, but don't rule it out. Anything's possible, but I think it would take a tremendous amount of happenstance for anyone to get into Palou's category at this point.
The ovals, we talked, that used to be a concern for Alex Palou. Can he win on the oval? Can he do good in the oval? He has proven he is so consistent everywhere. If for some reason he has an off race in the oval like he did in Iowa last year, he's still a championship contender. For Kyle Kirkwood, I think what he needs to prove is he could win on multiple race weekends, because we've seen this before where, okay, you get a win. And then it's like you don't show up the next weekend. And then a few races, you just are not there. And then all of a sudden you come to another street course and now you're contender for a win. You get the win. You're not going to win a championship that way. And TT IndyCar, goodness, as you said, Tanner, it's going to be really hard to beat Alex Palou. You're just going to have that consistency. You're going to have to be up there week after week contending for podiums. I don't know if Kyle Kirkwood and that team are fully there yet. They had a little bit of a bobble in one of their pit stops, but he still came out ahead. Rest of the race, they did good. But just look on some of their teammates, how they were up there too, and then just the way things did not work out for their favor, they ended up much lower. Kyle Kirkwood's team put together everything right today, and they beat Alex Palou. That's a big statement, but I think they have to do that every week to try to beat Alex Palou, and that's just going to be really hard because Barry Wanzer on that radio today, he just sounds so calm. Alex Palou was just cool, calm. How are you going to beat these two? I mean, I know Newgarden gave Bob Pocker some grief about his question after the first race, and it's just one race, Bob. But it's like, okay, well, we're now 3 races, and Palou has had his worst finish, 2nd place. It could be a long season. I mean, before you know, we're at the Indy 500 3 races from now.
Yeah, Joe, it's really crazy that we're already thinking about the month of May right now. I mean, we're almost halfway through the month of April in just a couple of days, and then the best month of the year is finally going to be here. And like you're saying, wondering how we're going to beat, Alex Palou and Barry Wanzer, kind of like many years ago, saying, how do we beat Jimmy Johnson and Chad Canals in the NASCAR Cup Series? This dynamic duo in IndyCar, even when they're, having a no, so I can't even talk. When they're having, not the best day, they always seem to pull something out of a hat and turn nothing into something. And today, Alex Palou, he just wasn't, the best car, but Kyle Kirkwood, he was the one who was certainly on top of his game from start to finish. And even coming into this week, the IndyCar series social media accounts, they called him the new street course king of IndyCar. In Formula One, when Sergio Perez was running full time, they called him the king of the streets. And I guess, that's what IndyCar is basically calling Kyle Kirkwood. Now, I think if he wants to put together a championship winning season, he just can't go out there and, just completely be a street course specialist and go out and compete for wins and podiums at those tracks only. We need to see him win on a road course. We need to see him win on an oval as well if we want to call Kyle Kirkwood a legitimate championship contender. But I certainly think he has that in him. And Adam Limmery says in the chat, for you, it's too early to pick a championship favorite. When it comes mid-season, then we should see some championship favorites. Totally agree with that, Adam. That's when we should see the cream rise to the top. And more on Alex Palou, he was a 2nd place finisher. His team just seems so unfazed by anything after another podium. It's crazy to think that this is his worst finish out of the first 3 races. However, there's only been 1 full course caution in all 3 races, and that was lap 1 at St. Pete. So 3 races and relatively clean racing with so few mistakes. Joe, do you believe the races have been planned out in his favor, considering no caution and purely a strategy-based approach?
I think so, because with Barry and Alex, they're so cool, calm, collective. I feel like they almost are thinking such a big picture. Like, once they knew, okay, we're behind Kyle Kirkwood after the first round of pit stops. Everyone ahead of us needs to pit to get off the soft tires. Really, you're just in the cautions, crashes, things out of their control that could ruin the race. St. Petersburg, that was the only time we had a caution. That was the only time we saw people's strategies went up in the air. Same time, though, we saw how Will made that first pit stop, and guess what? It worked out for him. So I feel like it has, in a way, played in his favor, because I think if you have a race where there's caution after caution, you have, particularly in the ovals where you have the cars just so close and you're so on the edge of control, and more mistakes occur because you're on those sweeping corners, especially Iowa where Palou made that mistake. I think that's more opportunity for the competition, but I feel like still Palou and Barry Wanzer, or as Tanner hinted, the Wizard, seems to just have everyone's number.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. With Pelot, I feel like for sure the way these races have been playing out certainly plays into their approach. They are very clinical, very methodical, and I think that when everything kind of has to play into a strategy game and knowing when to pit, when to pull the undercut, when to pull the overcut, I think when those questions are a little bit more frequent, that's when you see Alex Pelot at his best. And I think that is in part due to Barry Wanzer being on top as part of his team. But at the same time, I just feel like these races are just getting so spread out because you can't really pass. And when you're at a street circuit like Long Beach, I know that it has, a lot of passing zones on it in some cases. With this hybrid technology that has been, pretty shrewdly implemented into the series halfway through last year, and you put on top of that the ability to still do push to pass, I just think that creates too many factors that put the car behind at a massive disadvantage. I don't feel like the toe that you're getting off of the car ahead is anywhere near as, strong as you would like it to be in order to help you set up and complete a pass. And at a street circuit like Long Beach, where, obviously we do have the long winding straight at start finish from the hairpin, that's really the only place on the track that has a straight long enough that you can really let the car run out and really put the power down and get by somebody with the way that the car currently is. So I think the lack of mobility in the pack, especially if you get stuck in the 6th to 13th range, you're not going to get out of there because the way these cars are currently constructed, they're just not really set up to pass. And it's really unfortunate, but Alex Pelot and Barry Wanzer, they're taking full advantage of it. And when you don't have cars running close together, they're not going to crash as often. So yeah, it's unfortunate for the state of IndyCar that the lack of, a great racing product is kind of hampering everything. But like I said, seems like Alex Pelot and Barry.
Let's switch over to United States, Indy next. Unfortunate news that came out since the last time we were on the air involving Sophia Flores. Unfortunately, she is out of her ride. It appears sponsorship issues have allowed the deal to fall apart after just one race. We know Sophia brings a lot of media attention, her racing experience in Europe, and her brand, the Sophia name we've seen on the race cars, including sports cars. So this really came to a shock to me, Emily. Do you anticipate that a concern where the disappointment to see such an international driver with a big following lose the ride due to sponsorship issues?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a shock that I think nobody saw coming. We so excited to have Sophia Flores part of this series. Again, to your point, Joe, because of the knowledge and expertise that she brings from her previous work in open wheel racing. So she was certainly a really exciting addition to the series. Again, I am a IndyCar advocate. So the business side of things, I just pulled up her numbers. She has close to 900,000 followers on Instagram. So she is a impactful driver that would have brought a lot of viewers to this series. And she did excellent out of her first race. She finished in P12, which is an admirable finish. I don't remember the differentials between her and the cars ahead, but she was within a second or so, I believe. One of our viewers can fact check me if I'm wrong, where she ultimately finished. So she had, for the first race out, like she was trying to keep up with the leaders ahead of her. So to go back to your original question, it's incredibly disappointing that this fell through because of lack of sponsorship. I tried to do a deep dive on the Reddit forums, and it's very unclear, you know, if this was due to you know, lack of funding from that team, lack of funding that she was able to bring. It's very unclear and muddled. So I don't know. She is, we've talked about it, a very vocal driver. She's spoken out about how she really doesn't agree with having these female only racing series and other you know, matters in our you know, community. So I have a feeling we might get a full story from her later down the road. Also just did a quick check, no news on what's next for her. She might be going back to prototypes. Unclear on what's next for Sophia Flores, but obviously hopeful that this isn't the last we see of her, because she really is a great talent. And man, such a bummer, because she would have brought so much exciting to the Indy Next series. And you know, in addition to that, she was a female driver that we could, you know, support and discuss on this program. So we'll be watching wherever she ends up. A super huge loss to the Indy Next series.
Yeah, as you said, sponsorships in feeder series like these are so important because these drivers aren't being paid. They're not full pay drivers until they make it to Formula One or INDYCAR. It's really sad to see someone like Sophia Flores not being able to race in Indy Next due to funding issues. I mean, that's the name of these feeder series. Yeah, Stark? What do you think? These I'm so sorry. These feeder series, they need funding. They need funding from sponsors to even race in these to show off what they can do. Following is one thing, but in motorsports, money is a bigger thing. Money will prevent you from being able to race. Followers, they might help you get into a seat. They might help you with sponsorships and stuff, but actually having that money, having that sponsorship is the name of the game for all of these feeder series.
You bring up a really great point, Isha, about you got to bring the sponsorship money, the funding, even if you have the name of Sophia Flores. Another big name, of course, Haley Deegan in Indy Next. She brings a lot of sponsorship, including Monster Energy, which has a huge presence in motorsports up to the F1 level. But we also know globally, a lot of uncertainty going around with the global markets. Not a good week for the stock markets here in the United States, globally. And it's these companies that do fund motorsports, whether it's not just the driver, but also you look at F1, race title sponsorship, premium partners, NASCAR sponsorship level, INDYCAR. So I'll start with you on this, Isha, since you were talking about that. Could sponsorship funds be a concern for drivers during this uncertain time we're going through?
Yes, definitely. Like I said, money is the name of the game in motorsport. There's definitely drivers who do not come from affluent families that need these sponsorships to even race and to even have a chance to work up to each feeder series. So it's going to be an unfortunate situation where people who don't have the funding originally, like we've seen in Formula One, like Lewis Hamilton, and Esteban Ocon, the need of sponsorships is very important to bring up these drivers who have great talent, but just unfortunately do not have the money already to support themselves in the feeder series. Like I said, it's a very uncertain time. I know I'm scared of the market right now, but because it's uncertain, we just have to wait and see how everyone in each individual sponsor handles this situation.
Yeah, I am completely aligned with you, Isha. I think we're all very scared, not even apprehensive at this point of what is coming, the unknown of it all. And I think you bring up a great point, Joe. How is this going to feed into motorsports? At the end of the day, that is a business, and the priority of these sponsors. I'm just using Monster Energy because we're talking about Haley Deegan, but Monster Energy priority, a feeder series driver, the priority is going to shift. So I think ultimately, to Isha's point, some of these main attraction racing series like the Formula Ones, like the NASCARs, they will be, I, I'm not an expert in sponsorship dealings, but I would assume they would be fine. These smaller, come upping racing series with these, smaller names, not the Haley Deegans of the world that have already an established following, they are potentially going to be more impacted by whatever market changes are coming. More, they're going to be the ones that, unless they are, really creating impactful moments that are drawing viewers in, those are the drivers that are going to have to be more concerned with their livelihood in these series. So that's all I really want to say, because I think we'll all go down a deep dark spiral thinking about what we're going to be talking about on this program next week.
Yes.
Well, for it to be the
But
first race.
it's the word uncertain times.
Very uncertain times. I think there's a lot of good points you all mentioned, and especially my thought, especially thinking of F1 Academy, where not only do we have the F1 teams, but you also have American Express, Tommy Hilfiger. These sponsors, I feel, will be in it, and if you're in that seat, you should be in a good spot for the year. I don't see one of those sponsors pulling out early because of the uncertainty, and of course, on such a global stage, compared to Indy Next, where Indy Next, yes, this is one step below INDYCAR. We know INDYCAR has a bit of a smaller platform compared to F1 Academy. So it'll be really interesting to see how sponsors will adapt with all the changes. And we'll be following the news. And of course, for all motorsports news, Grid Tonight every Wednesday right here on the Grid Network.
Well, for it to be the first race, I don't really have too many major criticisms. Obviously, Joe, you just mentioned, some of the things didn't go right graphics wise, and I'm sure that they already know that by now. So they're going to be working on that. By the time we get to Thermal Club, we'll probably see some improvements there. And I'm just gonna go down the line of names that you mentioned. Will Buxton, for first time being play-by-play for IndyCar. Yeah, I honestly didn't think he did as bad of a job as some of my co-hosts Matt White and Joshua Birch expected that he would do. Yeah, and it was, like I say, it was the first race for Will. I'm sure he's going to continue to get more comfortable in the role and improve over time. But I honestly thought Will Buxton did a great job. Although I got kind of nervous there towards the end with 2 laps to go, I thought he was about to have a Marty Reed moment and called him to the line 1 lap early, because he was talking about the final lap with 2 laps to go. And that, I'm not sure if you guys heard that, but I honestly got a little concerned there for Will Buxton. Even if he thought it was the final lap, I hope someone whispered into his ear, be like, no, we got 2 laps to go, and played it all. But I honestly thought it was about to call the race 1 lap early, and I was getting a little concerned, but hopefully that wasn't the case. And then Jack Harvey, new pit road reporter, he admitted on social media that this is a challenge for him, something new that he's going to work hard to improve throughout the year. I think for his first time being a pit road reporter, especially with no practice, he admitted that, that his first time practicing for this, was when he went out, to do this, during first practice and all of that. So Jack's going to grow in the role. And Jamie Little, I think she was a good replacement for Georgia Hannaberry, until she's coming back, because Jamie, she has IndyCar experience. I remember growing up watching IndyCar on ABC. She was in the pit lanes there, so she knows IndyCar well. And then the other things is also important for the fans to have those familiar voices, and Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, and Kevin Lee working on pit road as well. And I really like the starting lineup, how they went all the way. They went from the top of the grid to the very back of the grid with the drivers saying their name and where they're from. It kind of gave me that Sunday Night Football feel when they were doing that. And you can tell Fox is really putting a lot of effort into IndyCar on Fox. And I think it showed. Was the broadcast perfect by any means? No, it wasn't. And there's no perfect broadcast out there, but I could tell that Fox is serious about IndyCar and promoting the sport and helping it grow. So I'm still optimistic that this is going to end up being a good deal for IndyCar at the end of the race. I know IndyCar.com had some issues with this timing and score and the website in general at the start of the race, and we can only hope that's because of all of the promotions that Fox has been doing and increase of marketing IndyCar in general. Hopefully the website crashed because there's an increased interest of IndyCar, which will be a fantastic thing for the sport. But good thing they eventually got it back up, because I think IndyCar has a lot of potential. I think Joseph Newgarden said, I can't remember if it was during practice, qualifying, or race today, but he said that IndyCar has a really great story. You just need someone to really go out there and just tell it, and hopefully Fox will do a great job at telling it.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny, Kobe, because you were touching on your final point, what I was going to bring up first. And that's, if the racing is great, then the production of the racing is kind of secondary to that. So as long as the drivers and teams, show up and put on a good race, then, IndyCar on a major network is going to bloom and thrive, I think. But I did have a few nitpicks with the broadcast. They acted like push to pass was like the boogeyman. They would not talk about it for most of the event. It was kind of odd that they wouldn't talk about that in a hybrid component at all.
Willpower can help.
And I am a little concerned as to why they didn't. Like I had to go to the IndyCar app, which if you don't have it and you do watch IndyCar, definitely recommend downloading it because it has a bunch of great timing and scoring stuff. Unfortunately, if you were trying to access their website today, you may have had a little bit of trouble to start the event. But at the end of the day, like, I had a couple of problems with Will Buxton. I definitely was getting he was definitely hammering the nail in the final coffin there one lap a little too early, unfortunately. But thankfully, it seems like maybe Townsend or Hinch probably elbowed him. It was like two laps to go. So we were able to get back on course. I definitely felt like the ticker was taking up way too much space on the screen in a lot of cases. So maybe they can fiddle with that a little bit. Like, I understand that, some of the names are quite long. Like you have like Newgarden out there. It's a lot of letters, and McLaughlin, and, you have to fit them all on the screen. But man, I felt like the font was really, really large in a lot of cases. So maybe shrink the font size down a little bit and make room for like tire compounds, and are they using their hybrid, or how many push to pass seconds do they have left? They've got to get a little bit better at those like smaller things, I think, as far as the presentation and just the commentary are concerned. But overall, it was a pretty clean broadcast. I think Jamie Little did a great job in her spot gig. She is a phenomenal pit reporter. I hear a lot of people say a lot, like, why is she in the NASCAR Truck Series booth when she's such a great pit reporter? And I kind of agree with that. But her interview in Victory Lane with Alex Palou was fantastic and helped really keep his energy up throughout it. And I think that in order to help sell IndyCar a little bit more to the more casual race fan, you're going to have to, endear them to these drivers' personalities. And Jamie Little did a really good job in Victory Lane of helping bring Palou's personality out. Overall, I think Fox did a 7.5 out of 10 job today. And honestly, for a first crack at it, that's pretty solid. And I would just like Will Buxton just speed up how he talks just a little bit, because it honestly felt like he was thinking before saying every single word today.
I do know, Tanner, that he himself has said that he's a chronically quick talker. So I don't know if he's just very conscious of that. I don't know. I will say before, I agree with both you and Kobe. Matt and Joshua, if you're watching, since Kobe name dropped you on the air, this is your chance to say if you agree with where you previously stood about your predictions of Buxton's performance. But I agree with everything that's been said. Obviously, as someone who loves this series, was really curious, slightly concerned what was going to happen moving from NBC to Fox. I think
listen, something needed to happen, right? Like there is clearly a viewership problem with getting butts into seats at these races. So something needs to take place to kind of spark change. And initially those marketing promotions coming from Fox, that is setting the tone that you are in for a rebranding. This is edgy. This is fun. This is rock and roll. The intro to today's race, having Motley Crue kick us off, like that is just the perfect tone. Again, I have some nitpicks here and there with the rebranding. It seems like Fox is really trying to get these new viewers to tune in and to kind of set up, the new audiences joining us. Please, Fox, thermal or some point this season, please bring back the timers for pit stops and explain the importance of
trailers being packed up
when
once
you
again
have a slow stop. We the regular watchers can tell when something is slow, or like how devastating not getting Colton Herta's like rear tire on is going to end his race, but the casual watcher may not pick up on that. So again, very nitpicky. I think Buxton was fine. I think the trio is going to figure out their cadence. It kind of felt like some of the bantering from Townsend and Inch wasn't as prominent as it normally would have been on NBC. But maybe that's not a bad thing. I don't know. I missed it, but I'm excited. It's a new era. I really want this to work on Fox because ultimately I want everyone to fall in love with the series that we all love so dearly.
It was a lot of fun. Great to see Fox, and overall seems to be positive. We'll be interested to see how the race will turn out later this week. In the chat room, Adam, get rid of the cartoons. I feel the cartoons, like I heard the story of the purpose behind them. That just something though. They weren't prominently featured like compared to NASCAR and the NFL, but they did show up here and there. And it's like, well, okay, it is Fox, but overall, everything that was said, from the music, the presentation, tweaks here and there that could be worked out. Looking forward to what they bring at Barber Motorsports Park.
What's not? Yeah. Should we get onto this then with IndyCar?
Yeah, I watched it back Monday. It didn't take me long. I had 15 minutes of winding in the middle.
What a joke.
I mean, out of control, I guess. If something goes bang on site, there isn't much they could do. But
yeah, we've had it.
Yeah, it's happened everywhere, hasn't it, from time to time? But yeah, what I will say is, as disappointing as all that was, when they came back to them and they didn't realise that they were actually on the air, although it was quite entertaining, they probably should have just been told to carry on.
Yeah, because it's still international.
Just carry on, guys, because we could put the full race replay up on YouTube and it would sound like nothing's happened.
Yeah, they should have. That's what we do, because if there's a problem here, we know there's still recording, so we just keep going.
We're off the air, but keep going.
Yeah,
all the producer needed to say to the, Will, James, and Hinch, but that message obviously didn't come through.
That could have got so wrong as well, because imagine they thought they were not live when they were live and they were swearing.
Yeah,
could have gone very
come back
bad.
into them. That's why Fox on NASCAR on Fox, don't do commentary in the breaks for the international feed, because they've got tripped up by that in the past. Which is why when they go to break, they're on a break and they come
Everything
back
goes dead.
back, and we just get the onboard sounds or whatever. To Adam's comment there, take off the words on Fox Sports. IndyCar race, awful, absolutely shocking. What a terrible race that was. Unless you're Alex Palou, who again is just a marvel. But
this doesn't work. This track does not work.
What is that?
It's only really here. That's your only overtaking spot.
Yeah, the end of the back straight. Yeah, that's right, where the pass for the lead happened. The lead change at the end, wasn't it, from Alex on Pato? Matthew Owens chimed in with not Thermal Club. Doesn't feel like a good course to showcase IndyCar. Doesn't have any atmosphere, no character, no feel. You're right. There was no... I mean, there was more fans there than there was last year, and I guess our friend Jackson could attest to that because he was there. Just rubbish. The track's got no flow. It's too narrow.
Get rid.
Hashtag track limits. I just wasn't very good. But if we're gonna see a big calendar shuffle next year, which we expect to see once Fox get their fingers right in, and we've got Arlington coming on that weekend for next year, the first Arlington race. That might be the last time we go to thermal, and I, for one, am quite happy about it.
Interesting. Kobe said that. INDYCAR said if they return to thermal, the layout will probably change. There is the layouts. Where? What? Cut out? Where is it down here? So go straight from turn 1 to 6, miss out the infield section, and what? Cut back up here somewhere?
Or
And
go
miss out
reverse.
the S's section? Not like that.
Upside down, inside out. Or, yeah, all of those potentials. Well, yeah, indeed.
Go. So we still don't have a official start time to this session. They seem to be moving things around a lot as things come into it. So far, we've had no official red or green, just a load of these have come through, and we have not actually had a chance to had any confirmation. So what we're going to do is our own Jackson Lambros was trackside for Dive Bomb down at Long Beach as well. We're going to put the subscriptions into the chat, and we're going to have a word with them. Let's start off by listening to what the drivers had to say as well going into it. Let's start with the interviews at Long Beach.
It's been easy, man. It's a small organization, so there's not a lot of people to learn, which makes it easy. Quite a few people I worked with at Andretti, so it didn't feel unfamiliar at all. And the off season in IndyCar is long enough that you can get to know everyone pretty well. So it's gone well, and we're excited with what we've accomplished so far, and feel like we can do a lot of great things this year.
New kind of veteran role, right, alongside Christian Rasmussen, although he's spent more time with the team. Talk to me about what that kind of dynamic between you two have been like so far.
I think people put a little bit more emphasis on that than is real. I mean, yes, he's only in his second year, but you get to this level by being a professional race car driver, so he doesn't need anything from me. I think the big thing is, just learning how to get the most out of each other, which we're continually evolving and pushing each other, but he knows what he's doing. He doesn't need my help.
You won here in 2018. You've always been fast here. What do you think you've been able to bring to ECR for this weekend to get them fast on the streets?
Well, I don't know yet. Hopefully something. I think that, our off-season development is focused a lot on Long Beach in particular. This has been a struggle for the team historically, kind of ever since they won here in 2014. So it's been a big focus on just, ride control over the bumps and the curbs, and being able to give the driver confidence to push on the entry. So I think we have a lot of good things, but we won't know until we get on the track here in a couple hours.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Obviously, love coming here. Nobody doesn't like to come to SoCal, to be honest with you. So it's just one of those things that this is also a big car community place. So, you get to see all the drift cars, all the other race cars. I love having IMSA here. Love watching those guys. It's just a fun event all around. Also, the fans. I mean, there's a few, I wouldn't say there's at least 100,000 plus people here. And it's one of our biggest races outside of Indy.
Really big talking point for AJ Foyt. Had their first road course win with Takuma Sato in 2013. Is that something that's come up in conversation with you guys? And has there been any desire to maybe give another win to AJ here?
Always, man. I mean, we're trying our best right now. Obviously, me and David are still learning a couple of new systems this year. It's one of those things to where it's a work in progress. I think once we both find our feeding, we'll be rather competitive. Right now, we're just trying to get all the systems things going and just get some continuity with the race results and what we're doing with strategy. There's a lot of moving parts, but this would be one of those races where it'd be really sweet to win.
Want to add on to that, because talk to me about what it's been like working with David Malukas. New guy coming in, has kind of been a journeyman a little bit like yourself. So what's it been like working with him?
No, it's pretty awesome. I mean, he's super easy. He's very outgoing. Just debriefing with him has been a lot of fun. So racing with him's also been really fair and very clean. So I've been around him so far, both of these races. Obviously, it's a nail biter for a team boss, but we've kept it clean and kept it reasonable. So, and that's been a pleasure.
You finished the first 2 rounds in 14th while driving the 14. How are our odds looking? How's our confidence looking in getting that maybe a little bit lower this weekend?
To be honest with you, we're really bummed with those results, and we didn't start last season actually any better than we did, just the way that things are shaking out. So we're already a couple steps ahead. It's just about finding that footing with us, and just with engineering and the new team being based in Indy. Once we hit our stride, it'll be really, really solid.
Goals for the weekend, things where, if we're having this conversation again Sunday, you can say, hey, I'm really proud of what I did and how this team performed.
Yeah, it's just minimizing those mistakes. As far as nailing race strategy would be a huge thing. Just getting comfortable with the car setup, just moving some small things around here and there. One of these big things on the street courses is staying clean. It's a very technical track, but as we've seen the last 2 events, it's been green flag for almost all the race. So that's why it's been so competitive. No one's making mistakes. So we're going to put a big emphasis on qualifying and seeing what we can do from there.
I think Long Beach is probably our biggest race outside the 500, so it's a big race. It's exciting. First time being a Honda / I guess Acura driver at the Acura Grand Prix in Long Beach, so it's exciting. I think so far we've done a lot of stuff with Honda, and I think it's going to be a very good weekend, especially making the Honda engineers a little bit better at this place. It has been in the past, so I'm excited to see how it feels.
Obviously, you've had a taste of both, but now I'm curious as to what, in your opinion, maybe the Honda's got in comparison to the Chevy to make it faster here, if there's anything you can share with me.
From what I've heard before driving, what I felt when I did drive on the street course, it's just easier to get to throttle. It's just a bit, the compliance is a bit more smooth. So it feels like that. It just takes some of that sharp edge off it. So it's a bit more controlled, and control is fast. So, yeah.
We talked yesterday at the luncheon about how the experience for you has been able to kind of help Dale Coyne, and obviously not having that rotating door of 9 drivers helps. But what's next for improvement? What's the biggest hole that needs to be covered up here in improving your guys' performance week to week?
I think just our knowledge of how to get into a race weekend. So far, the weekends we've done, we were pretty far off practice 1. Made great changes to practice 2 real quick, but it's just kind of wasted. So if we can get out, roll off the truck quick, I think that'll help the whole overall weekend. So I think that's going to be our main goal.
It's my 4th time here, so getting on a bit. We're going to start where we always start and discover, and then move forward from there. I think we had a good time in thermal, finding information and gaining ground. St. Pete was tough and a good starting point for us, but yeah, I imagine we'll be improving from there.
It's a big boulder for you guys to push here, getting a brand new team in Prema, off and rolling, but you guys have done a really good job. Talk to me about what it's been like kind of building this program from the ground up.
Very tough, a lot of work, a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that we're kind of playing catch-up on, but they've done an amazing job to get to where we are, and the improvements that we made behind the scenes don't really do it justice in the results. I know, having done it with another team for a couple of years and building up in the same way, it's not an easy process, and we definitely came in at the, should we say, further end of the car, now with the hybrid as well, so it's even more complicated, but we're doing the best job we can, and I think every weekend is better and better.
Obviously, you have that veteran experience with a handful of seasons under your belt. Do you feel like you've been able to kind of apply that veteran-esque experience here to this program?
Yeah, I think it's difficult when the starting point's unknown, and that's how it is into every weekend. But you obviously offered your direction pre and post event and during. I think, as a driver, my style is best from once we start the weekend and trying to get the most out of it from where we start. And pre, I do try my best to lead the best starting point possible, but it's so hard when you don't know what you're going to have.
Any objectives here for the weekend? Things where, if we're talking Sunday night, you can say, hey, I'm proud of what I did on track and I'm proud of how my team executed.
I think qualifying's been a really weak point for us so far. I've really not felt in the best place with the car yet. So that is the goal, to get as close to the Fast 12 as possible. And then, build off of that into the race and just execute from there. But qualifying's the main place I want to target right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've been coming here a long time. I guess I'm tied for, or I'm second for most career starts in Long Beach or something, which is insane to me. But I've always enjoyed coming here. I love this track. I really enjoy the atmosphere. Great weather, great fans. So it's definitely a cool spot. I think it's a track that I've enjoyed coming to as a kid and watching my dad and cheering people on, see it through its evolution of design and things to where it is today, and certainly excited to be here once again.
Big musical chairs from your guys' organization in the past couple of weeks. Your thoughts for Jay coming on board as president?
Well, yeah, I'm really excited for Jay, and he and I have been close for many years, so it's cool to close that loop and have him with us. There's no doubt about that, but yeah, I mean, I think it's tremendous, and I think it's really good for our program as we go forward.
Trailers being packed up once again as we are starting to wind down here in day 2 of Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, the 50th edition. Jackson Lambros, happy to be with you for this Dive Bomb race day recap. And a lot of guys we haven't really seen that fast ending up in the Fast 6. A great example right behind me, Meyer Shank Racing, Felix Rosenquist and Marcus Armstrong showing a lot of pace here in qualifying. We know Fro's quick. He started on pole last year. But, we've still been seeing those growing pains for Marcus Armstrong with Meyer Shank Racing. And here we are, a top 6 start for him. Will be interesting to see what he can do from there. A lot of teams that we haven't necessarily expected to do wrong have started to kind of show cracks. Team Penske back in a little bit of a foxhole with Newgarden and Power. We'll get to that in a little bit, though. The big surprise for me, though, your defending race winner, Scott Dixon, and Kiff Simpson is... Scott Dixon, Kiff Simpson. Man, that's kind of a tongue twister. Kiff and Simpson. And the other was Connor Daly for Juncos Hollinger Racing. Let's hear from both of them in some pretty janky trackside iPhone quality. I was doing what I was able to, okay? I'm doing my best here. Let's hear from those two really quickly.
Really unfortunate, but it is what it is. Just got unlucky with track position there. We really had the pace in the car to easily be top 6 there, but it is what it is, and we'll just try to do our best in the race tomorrow to move forward.
I mean, honestly, we're just bad in one corner. So, like, everywhere else we're fine, but the hairpin, we cannot get the car to rotate around there at all. So it's very, I've never felt anything like that before. But we both cars, we got to figure some things out. But yeah, we lost the ability to transfer essentially in one corner. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we're that as far off as it looks. And obviously, to still watching the Penske's struggle like they do too. This place is really tough. So we got some work to do, but we know where it is. Like, that's literally it.
So a lot of coulda, shoulda, wouldas for Chip Ganassi Racing. I think the biggest one, though, for sure is Arrow McLaren SP, and especially of everybody, Christian Lundgaard. Dan had such great pace in the opening handful of sessions, was put back in the order with some really, really good laps in the Fast 12, and ended up just doing a lazy slide into the turn 9 wall. That put him from 3rd provisionally. Penalty for that is you go to your 3rd fastest lap, so he will be starting 12th tomorrow. And as you can see, team is busy at work to get that race ready for tomorrow. Another kind of victim of that, David Malukas, who was showing so much pace, was faster than Ferrucci in his sister AJ Foyt car. Red flag meant that killed his lap, wasn't able to advance as well. So 2 guys with some strong pace. Lundgaard obviously might not be the exact same car technically, but both the 7 and the 4, absolutely cars you should be looking out for tomorrow. I need a camera right now because we've got Roger Penske on a pit bike zooming by as we shall hail his worthiness. What's going on, Roger? I'll use this absolutely. I know you're not rolling right now. Are you rolling right now? Yeah, I'm rolling. We can absolutely go into this because there were some problems for Porsche Penske. Or not Porsche Penske, he was wearing the Porsche vest and that weirded me out, and I was like, oh, we're still in IMSA mode. No, we do have a Penske in the Fast 6. It's Scott McLaughlin, but you look a little bit further out in the grid. Joseph Newgarden and Will Power, who, mind you, started on the front row last year, neither of those guys made it into the Fast 6 or the Fast 12. So do we think maybe that's a little bit of a repeat of the anomalies we saw at Thermal? Time will tell. They've got a long way to work forward, but maybe some qualifying woes for Penske that we didn't initially know and that we didn't see until after St. Pete. We'll have to see. Palou wins St. Petersburg, wins Thermal, and to start the Long Beach Grand Prix will be third. And that is because your pole sitter is that man right here, Kyle Kirkwood, defending race winner from a few years back in the glorious AutoNation pink that I miss so much. But we know the Andretti's have been fast here, and he's proven it once again. He'll be starting alongside Colton Herta for a front row lockout for Andretti. All three Andretti's, by the way, in the top 6. So incredibly strong running from this team. We know they've been fast on the street circuits, and they are flexing that muscle early on. So let's see how they feel about bringing the fight to Alex Palou. Your front row, Kyle Kirkwood, Colton Herta.
I mean, exactly. No shocker, right? Andretti's been really good here in recent years, and even more so this year. We rolled off the end of the season last year really, really strong at street courses. Toronto was our last street course, right?
Yep.
Last year? Yeah. And
well, St. Pete, but yeah.
Sorry? Well, I guess St. Pete. But that one's a little bit more like a road course than it's a street course to me. So it's yeah, we've been really strong on especially these more bumpy, less grip street courses, and proved it here once again here today.
Begs the question: how does the car look tomorrow?
That's a big question, isn't it? I don't think anyone really knows, because yesterday track was green, a little bit warm, sun was out, and then this morning it's just been super cool, overcast, marine fog, and completely flip-flop from yesterday, and it'll probably flip-flop again tomorrow. So yeah, and we probably won't learn anything in the morning if I'm being honest. So it's going to be guessing, and couldn't ask for a better team to guess with.
Yeah, it's great. You know, I think at Andretti, this is one that I personally mark my calendars for, and we mark our calendars for, that we tend to come here with good race cars. I'm glad to see that hasn't changed. Now onto the race, and try to learn, like Kyle said, try to learn as much as we can tomorrow, and see what we can do on both sets of compounds. It's really good. You know, it hasn't always been this way at Andretti, so you know, there's really no selfishness or no egos in the building, and that usually comes from drivers, and so luckily we don't have that amongst ourselves, and so they're easy to work with. They provide really good feedback, and most importantly, what you want in a teammate, selfishly, is you want them to be extremely fast, because you want to be able to look at what they're doing and make yourself better, and I think I've got two of those with me.
Yeah, I mean, similar comments, right? We got three guys that can get things done, proven track record, multiple wins under our belts, and we have different views on things, but at the same time, we kind of all reconvene in a way. So it's kind of nice having different outlooks, different driving styles, but at the same time, we're all really quick, and we can all trust each other that we can reference each other, which is not always the case. Sometimes you have really fast drivers, but you can't reference them. That's not the case with us. We have a good camaraderie amongst us, driving style and friendship.
And that'll do it. We run this for real tomorrow on Fox, just after noon Pacific Standard Time. One of the biggest races of the year, as all of these drivers have mentioned. Biggest road race of the year. Second, I think, overall to the Indy 500. And if you look at the crowd here, I think they would absolutely agree as well. The vibe is immaculate. It has been the entire time we've been here. And I cannot encourage anybody watching at home enough, if they have not been able to come out here and experience this race for themselves, get that fixed as quick as possible. I guarantee you the 51st, the 52nd edition will be just as good. You'll get access to some really cool stuff while you're here as well, like all of this behind me, Aquarium of the Pacific, the great tourist attractions out here, Queen Mary. I mean, you need to go have King Taco while you're here. I think, especially because we have such a huge European viewer base here with Dive Bomb, I think your brain would like implode if you had a King Taco California burrito, which is like, I think 50% of my daily intake this weekend. There's no shame in saying that, but if you haven't been here, absolutely go and fix that. For all things motorsports, Formula One, Formula E, NASCAR Cup Series, and more, stick with Dive Bomb. 50th anniversary of the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach is in the books, and this is one we're going to be talking about for a very, very long time. Palou, someone who is absolutely coming into this weekend as a dynamic force, and no one could stop him but the defending race winner from 2022, Kyle Kirkwood. An absolutely incredible race. We're going to break it all down and show you some driver reactions. Again, Jackson Lambros, glad you've been sticking with me till the end here on these race day recaps. Man, I don't even know where to start here. Like, Colton Herta, who was so promising this weekend, has just had incident after incident, whether it was brushing the wall in qualifying, getting into it with another car during warm-up this morning. God, so many incidents there. So some big dropping back from Herta at the start of the race, but taking his place, another guy who crashed during qualifying, Christian Lundgaard for Arrow McLaren. Two kind of main different groups here during this race, guys who started on the primaries and guys who started on the alternates, and guys who kind of made that move immediately from the primes over to the alts, or yeah, guys who made the move from the primes over to the alts genuinely were the ones that had this plan work out really, really well. Lundgaard started 12th, ended up at 3rd, and it ended up really being a big breakaway between Alex Palou, Kyle Kirkwood. Those were your two really, really big guys. Felix Rosenqvist, so close again to standing on the podium here at Long Beach. I just think we really need to have a conversation on what that guy can do to convert results on Saturday into silverware on Sunday. We're gonna have to see if there's anything that he can do for the remainder of the season. But again, all about Christian Lundgaard and really all about Kyle Kirkwood, able to snap that streak for Alex Palou. Your podium from the media center, but do not go anywhere because I got so much more for you. Let's roll it.
I think I was very vocal in the offseason that I wanted to get off to a strong start with Arrow McLaren, and I think we've clearly done that. I've never been higher in the championship than where I am now, so we've done a good job. We started sort of conservative in St. Petersburg, and I think today we showed where we really can be and where we're supposed to be, fighting, and 2 back-to-back podiums, unlike this guy who just decides to either win or finish second in every race. But we'll beat him someday, I hope.
I think it's been a great weekend, but we didn't really have that ultimate speed that the 27 car had, and Kyle, they did an awesome job throughout the weekend, qualifying and the race. He was managing, and every time I was having like a small chance, he just had a little bit more pace. So yeah, shame that we couldn't really make it more interesting for the fans, but I'm super happy to be here, and yeah, it was a great day. Yeah, it's really good, right? Like, to win here at the 50th with this team, with this group, with Honda at an Acura sponsored event is absolutely massive. This was a flawless weekend for myself, for the team, for the crew, for everyone involved. And when you have flawless weekends like this, you tend to win. So this is a big step in the right direction. I know coming into this event, this was our time to turn things around. And fortunately, we were able to get it done. This is probably one of our top 3 circuits, I think, on the schedule. And it's important that we win those to have any chance of winning a championship. So this is a start, and hopefully this is a continuation of great things.
You could be owed up to £5,000.
But the minute you look outside of the top 3, oh my God, we've got storylines. Team Penske, which I told you was scared they got to figure stuff out for qualifying, ended up being great, except for Joseph Newgarden, who had another terrible, horrible, no good, very bad Long Beach Grand Prix. If I had a nickel for every time a Penske had seatbelt issues in a really big race, I would have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's weird that that's happened twice now. Scott McLaughlin, a great recovery drive from him in the Thirsty Threes, working themselves nearly into the podium spot, was looking racy all day long. Same for Will Power, which was really, really a big recovery drive. He was aggressive from the start, and it paid off massively. The big story right behind me, Junko Sollinger Racing. Welcome to the top 10. Stingray robbed one of his best performances of his entire IndyCar career, playing the strategy game, doing the Dale Coyne method of doing weird things in the box. And it worked.
Some of the guys at Prema tried it as well. I want to say it was Robbie Schwartzman, was just way further back. I don't quite remember if it was poor execution on that end. But gosh, so many other guys. Kiffin Simpson, who we talked to after qualifying, got himself into the top 10. A lot of movement around a very, very frustrated Alexander Rossi and David Malukas. I think it's really just because this race was green the entire time, which nobody expected, and that just had it all leaned on green flag strategy. Everybody had so many plans, so many backup plans, I should say, and they were running with the OG one, and that's kind of how things ended up being the way that they were. But your boy Jackson just did probably 3 laps up and down the pit lane after checker to get as many qualifying reactions, or as many post-race reactions, excuse me, from your drivers. I think we're in the double digits, but I don't know. There's gonna for sure be some names that you recognize. So buckle up, because we're gonna go driver to driver here for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, definitely a good day, top 5. No yellows again, so we really had to do a lot of passing on track and be quick and make good decisions and good strategies. So yeah, good day.
Yeah, just unfortunate. I think we had really good pace, and then on that the stop where we kind of needed it the most, we had a bit of a fumble. I think we lost a wheel nut actually, and that cost us about 3 seconds, which made us fall behind that pack. I think otherwise we should have been 3rd or 4th, right around there, right where Lundgaard was. So lost kind of a lot of points. So a bit of a frustrating weekend. Car had great speed all weekend. Made the mistake in qualifying where I bent the toe link, and that put us back in 14th. And then obviously in the race we just didn't get everything that we needed.
Well, first off, all the glory goes to God. It's been a long 3 years, and sorry, my faith is it's been challenged, but coming back to a team that I know, I've won a championship with these guys. Ricardo Juncos is a great leader. Dave O'Neill, my engineer Townsend, they put a great race car together today, and I knew that we had the pace after qualifying. We could have been in the fast 12, and I just didn't put the lap together, but baby steps, man. This series is so tough. Everyone's so good. They're here for a reason, and I think the strategy call today is what did it for us. They did all the hard work ahead of time. So huge shout out, Good Heart Animal Health Center. You guys have been with us for 6 years now, and the work is finally paying off a little bit. More to come, I hope. Freedom Service Dogs, welcome aboard. This is going to be a fun journey this year. I know we're going to keep getting better, keep developing. And Team Chevy, great work, great horsepower. We didn't have a fuel save at all that race, not too bad at least. And it was a blast. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a really solid race. We went for something very different on strategy, and most people didn't. I think we were the 3rd person starting on the primaries in the order, so it was good. It was good for us to be doing something different, especially because we knew we had the pace, and we just needed to get some clean air to really drive forward. So I think that's what we did today, and we did a good job at it.
How much does it mean? Long day. Obviously, not a great qualifying, start last, but strategy was phenomenal. Our engineers did a great job. Our over-the-wall pit crew did a hands-off job as well. I mean, that's honestly what propels a result like this. All I got to do is drive the car hard for 90 laps and have fun.
It's a bad day for us on the 28 car. We just was off sequence. It felt like we were always sort of going backwards in the pit sequence and stuck behind slower cars all day. And just a very frustrating day. We had speed in the car, but you couldn't really show it at any point. Felt like.
Pretty boring race, man. All you're doing is managing fuel and tires these days. I think it's a very good show.
Do you feel like the race distance affected that at all?
No.
Yeah, I think really good race. It was our first proper stab at a race, I think, after our issues in round 1 and round 2. But yeah, I think all in all good. We messed up qualifying, which meant we started obviously further back. And I think had we started further up, we'd have been able to hold position quite well. We were quite a lot faster than some of the cars around us. So yeah, I think take P16. I'm happy with that. Some good points on the board. And then we can go and attack Barber.
So unfortunately, we weren't on the correct strategy. We went on the safer bet on there being a yellow early on, because statistically in the past 6 years, there's been high probability of yellows, and of course for today there wasn't any. So those 5 people that went primaries to start, they filtered forward, so they ended up getting the advantage. And other than that, we were losing a little bit of pace in pit lane. So, I mean, if you were to filter everybody out on the same strategy, we would have finished P11 instead of P17, but we just weren't on the right strategy. So the day looks pretty rough from what it was. Obviously, we're missing a little bit of time in pit lane, but other than that, I mean, we pretty much followed everything by the book. It just wasn't our day on strategy. So overall, though, if you look at it from a weekend, you know, we're chipping away at the car on what I like. So we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, pretty surprised it's been green the whole way through. I think it's the first time in a long time, and 2 races in a row that it's been green. But yeah, it was pretty slow progress for us. We had a lot of things to work through during the race and in and outside of the track. But yeah, it's okay. We just have to keep pushing and improving and see what we can get out of it.
We talked, I think, 3 years ago now, and you said you've never had In-N-Out, and I need you to
I've
please.
had In-N-Out.
I need your thoughts.
It's great. It's solid.
Thank you.
Bit greasy,
Thank
but
you.
it's good. It's good.
Thank you.
And that's all she wrote. Finally, we've got a new winner here in 2025 in the NTT IndyCar Series. Takes a 1-weekend break, then we're back in Sweet Home, Alabama for the Barber Grand Prix, which I'm so excited for. I unfortunately will not be there, but of course, for all things IndyCar, Formula E, Formula One, and motorsports, you can stick with Dive Bomb for podcasts, news articles, videos, and more. For Outlet Media, I'm Jackson Lambros. We love this scuff here. We'll see you next time.
Well, my thanks to our colleagues at Dive Bomb, who are also IndyCar accredited media as well. Jackson Lambros are part of our commentary team. We are still, yes, still under a red flag here, and if you are just joining us, this is the reason as to why we have a red flag. There is currently no internet at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway connection between the team's race control and the track. Race control, veteran session on hold to correct connectivity issues. As soon as we get the start time, both the veterans and the rookies orientation practice and refreshers will both last 2 hours long. All this is going to do is affect the open running that was scheduled between 2 and 6 Eastern. JT is just alongside me quickly here in the side of the commentary box. We'll stay on this battle screen for a time until I get my camera set up. Hello, mate. And, well, the only day we get good running here, and this happens. We're now on battle screen. Hello.
Hello.
What a mess. What a very big mess.
I knew we were meant to be green. I kept checking the stream. They did the installation laps, didn't they?
They did, and then they red flagged it immediately.
Yeah. So I didn't know the reason why they red flagged it, but, well, it's basically Joshua Birch's worst nightmare.
Yeah,
no
we've run out of filler.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no Wi-Fi, and we've literally run out of filler content. We have nothing left. We have used up the entire hour and 20 minutes.
You're forgetting something.
I'm not actually, because I'm desperately trying to see if they're available now, because all I've got is the driver interviews and Rossi interview and that lot. I haven't actually got the other filler ready yet. In terms of audio.
No, as in other stuff. I've
BMG?
just opened up the skin editor and I'm about to do your skin.
Oh, I see. That sounded weird to everybody who doesn't know what we're on about. Which I
Probably
clarify.
did, yeah. BMG car skin livery.
I'm about 2 minutes away from going upstairs, getting my PlayStation, which is currently streaming the TV pictures that we have up here, plugging it in and doing laps of the circuit just to get going, because this is ridiculous.
I've got Indianapolis on BMG.
Well, you might want to give us a lap guide if we need it at this time.
I don't know what car to do it in, but I've got it.
Yeah, we've literally got perfect weather, by the way, for this test. It's quite strange. If I just quickly let JT off the screen and put the main camera up, this is currently the information we've got from race control. Test session will begin shortly at the Indy 500 Open test. It's bright blue sunshine, absolutely nothing wrong with the circuit, bar the fact that there's no connectivity issues. That's a live image down there at IMS. We'll bring JT back up because we can flick between those pictures. Hello.
You should be able to hear me better now. I knocked the fader down accidentally.
We can hear you better, yeah. It's just, it's not fair, is it? Last year we got delayed because of rain. This year, bright sunshine all ready to go. Yeah, Kyle Larson's even here doing the orientation practice.
Oh, is he?
As far as I know, he was.
Well, since you've never ever played BeamNG before, and if people who watch stock car racing know stuff, I'm putting you as a white grade because you've never played before.
No, I haven't, and I will be getting that. So you can play it on MacBook, can't you?
I believe so, yeah.
Perfect. We can get it sorted.
I think. Hold on. It's on Steam.
Well, that should be. You should get some on Mac as well. Just a quick information. Sounds like a radio communication issue between race control and teams and drivers. Once they get rolling, veterans will get the full 2 hours, and then the rookie orientation practice will be a full 2 hour session. Today's schedule will get pushed back a bit. That means that there will be changes. The way this is going to work is that we're going to be dual casting between the INDYCAR radio network. Well, actually, it's Indianapolis Motor Speedway's coverage. Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe, along with Georgia, down in the pits, and then we'll be up here in the booth calling some of the action as well for the 109th running in the Indy 500. This is, of course, open days of testing. Didn't actually expect you to be in the box at the moment, JT, which was quite handy.
Did you not?
No, because we're literally just trying to find some filler content.
Well, I'm just trying to work stuff out because this car is already very yellow and blue, so I'm wondering what yellow and what blue to do the nameplate, so it's not the same. No one has no idea what I'm talking about, by the way.
No, we're all wondering what you're on about.
Shall I share my screen, or will that break stuff?
You can share your screen easily.
Oh, my dog's here.
What I'm trying to do is find a race highlights from St. Petersburg that we can shove on, which I have in audio in the background, and just sort of take us through those 3 races throughout the week, so that we actually get some decent stuff. Right, what are you showing us, JT? We're watching your screen now.
This is what I've been working on.
Is that yours or mine?
This is mine, which I'm editing for yours.
Ah, because I've gone for blue and yellow, which is the JBM colours.
Yeah, so this was my livery, as you can see, because it's got Josh Turner on it, but I need to put your stuff on it. Basically, I'm using mine as a template. I'm glad we're not on USRN right now. That would be quite embarrassing. That would be quite funny, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just having absolutely nothing to do for hours on end. They're still under
their daily timer would go down well.
Yeah, and that we will be live with DualShock 4 wireless controller disconnected. Yeah, we're on PS5. I'm just using a DualShock 4 controller. So, while JT continues to paint...
21?
99 or 21, either's my racing number. Mainly my 20.
What one do you want?
21's mainly my number.
219?
You can go 219, that sounds a good number. Yeah, I'll take 3 numbers. So, while JT does that, let's step back to the season opener for the INDYCAR Championship. And as you can see, the red flag is still out, just getting on the back screen. Let's step back in time to the original championship opener, and that being as well for the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg.
The 27 cars of the 2025 NTT IndyCar Series and on the streets of St. Petersburg, we are racing. Scott McLaughlin with a peerless performance from pole keeps that lead with absolutely no problems at all down into turn 1 with Colton Herter following through in 2nd place.
2 Meyer-Shank teammates there, Rosenquist and Armstrong and the blue and white cars behind. They were side by side for a while, but it's single file as Colton Herta tries to catch back up after
and that's a big one. That's Nolan Siegel at the back.
Massive contact for the number 6 full course caution. You see the 12 of Will Power, a championship contender.
Awesome. Now we're on board with Will Power. Nolan Siegel in the blue and orange to his left.
So side by side through 1. Up on the curb for him there. You see Foster to the inside. He's got to go wide in 2.
Oh, it was Power.
Yeah, Nolan just had to check up a little bit.
Green is the call as they come down the start-finish stretch once again. Rosenquist all over the back of McLaughlin, makes a move to the inside to have a look at turn 1, but McLaughlin has it covered.
He's got to be so late on the brakes, but you see 5th in line there. Alex Rossi closing the gap there, side by side. Colton Herta already trying to make some moves up from 10th, essentially leading on that alternate strategy.
McLaughlin looking a little squirrely there as he tries to find temperature again in his tires. And that's Santino Ferrucci locking up, almost getting into his teammate, David Malukas. teammates Dixon and Palou come in. Jamie.
Scott Dixon makes the drive down pit road. The 44-year-old 6-time champion. He's had a good race car, started 6th. He pulls in. They'll take off those primary tires. They'll put another set of those hard primary tires on. They hold them, get it full. Good stop for the 9.
Nice stop for the 10 as well. Gets that 100% renewable Shell fuel on board, gets going again. And Newgarden in between the two. So Dixon ahead of Newgarden and Palou behind him. So Dixon takes the advantage in that battle of the champions right in the middle there.
And they talked him through it. He was able to hold on. They pull those green sidewall tires off. They put the primaries on. Another turn of the front wing. Got it done, guys.
Rosenqvist then taking the opposite of the strategy that he did earlier. He was the first guy in from the original group. Now he'll be the last. Lundgaard and Rossi don't need to stop.
As we see the 7 now dive into the pits, that is the leader, and he is going to roll the dice in a big way, going to these soft tires and try to make them last for a full 30 laps.
Welcome back to the streets of St. Petersburg, where the stops are coming thick and fast. Your leader, Scott Dixon, still out on track, but Joseph Newgarden and Alex Palou both pitted while we were in break, guys, and it got pretty close between Newgarden and Lundgaard. Here it is.
This was Joseph Newgarden's final stop of the day. Fuel goes in, 4 tires. He blends out just ahead of Lundgaard and Rossi, who are on the softer tire, but we think they have to make one more stop or hang on to slower pace.
Rossi's already actually come in, got off of those softs. He's back on the hards, but Lundgaard, we heard that radio transmission from Brian Barnhart. He's going to try to make these things last to the end. Jamie.
Scott Dixon's led 5 laps today. He pits from the lead. I just asked Chip Ganassi, team owner, any changes? He said no. Dixon's happy. 4 tires, primaries go back on, guys.
And who moves into the lead? Scott McLaughlin once again. Let's look at the blend. There goes Palou. Scott Dixon out between him and Joseph Newgarden.
Huge. Palou got ahead of his teammate by making the undercut. That could be the race-winning move for Alex Palou.
Scott McLaughlin, they made a couple changes in the 2 pit stops prior. No changes here. A little slow on the left front for the 3.
Guys, Joseph Newgarden just got by Scott Dixon in turn 1. They were side by side, almost banging wheels. Newgarden pounced as Dixon was trying to find tire temperature. Here it is, Joseph Newgarden up the inside of the 6-time champion, Scott Dixon. Newgarden throwing muscle and a little shade to Dixon. There was almost contact. It's Penske versus Ganassi once again to start the season right here. The 2 best teams in the sport, undeniably, as Alex Palou looks for some slipstream, looks for the perfect run to try to get by Stingray Robb. He might just send it and go for it right here.
He does, makes the move up onto the inside. Alex Palou gets past Stingray Robb. Finally, now Newgarden has to follow suit if he wants to have any chance of contesting for this win.
And it'll be interesting to see if manufacturer politics come into play here.
Oh, it does.
It does.
Gets out the way.
Robb powered by Chevy, as is Newgarden, a Honda in the Ganassi cars of Palou and Dixon. That was some blatant interference.
Well, I don't know. He's let Dixon go through as well.
Only a handful of corners to go, only 1 real passing opportunity. Newgarden nowhere close enough to make it happen, but Dixon, he is trying to line something up here. This isn't over for second. So close.
Here he comes, up and on the inside of Joseph Newgarden. That's P2 for the 6-time champion. A great move from Scott Dixon to take 2nd place. But Alex Palou, your reigning champion, the man they all need to beat, lays down a marker on the streets of St. Pete. Alex Palou wins the opening round of the 2025 INDYCAR season as Newgarden seemingly coasting to the line and apparently out of fuel.
But it didn't really matter. Dixon, he was just good in what he was supposed to do. He
Yeah, what an amazing job by everyone at Chip Ganassi Racing, HRC, DHL, and everybody at the 10 car. They gave me everything I needed this weekend to win. I told you yesterday that we had a really fast car, so was looking forward to the race. Our strategy changed a lot during that first yellow, but so glad that we got that number 10 Victor Lane. It's been 138 days since Nashville, and been dreaming about this every single night.
Up next, it's the Thermal Club INDYCAR Grand Prix, Sunday, March 23rd at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
Well, we are still under a delay here, JT, and this is getting rather silly, isn't it, really? There's no information from the track about when we're going to go green. I have noticed that you just sent a message, however, to the mayor of Indianapolis, which is our own oracle of Matthew Owens. If you're just joining us, we are delayed due to a communications issue here at the Speedway, and I can see the light panel, which is just above the starter stand here, which has been added this year. It's an electronic panel, like you see in Formula 1, which will show green, checkered information to the team as a secondary for the drivers. It is flashing all sorts of colours, so the issue is still not fixed, which means we are still going to have to fill time. JT, my worry is, if we can't get this fixed today, we've lost a perfect day of running when it's vital for the teams, because we saw last year in the month of May, rain does come in an awful lot, so getting a good day like we have here is important to get these cars honed in.
Yeah, absolutely, and as you say, we are losing a perfect day where the cars are all here, everyone is set up, but they can't do anything. Oh, how Elon Musk is going straight to Indianapolis with Starlink right this second.
Well, Donald Trump will be appearing here at the Indianapolis 500. He'll then be flying over to Charlotte for the Coca-Cola 600 as well. So he will be attending both events, which means security is going to be absolutely nightmare on both. So if you are planning to attend...
Is he on the same jet as Carl Larson?
He is not, no, because he'll be... well, think about it. Trump will be flying Air Force One. Then again...
Would be funny though, wouldn't it?
It would be funny as well, yeah. Kyle Larson is here, by the way. So he will be taking part in the rookie orientation program and the refreshers. He will still have to participate in refreshers.
I'm trying to get the Skegness Raceway logo because I think the Skegness Raceway logo will look better on your car because it's closer to you.
You could always...
Then again,
yeah.
Go on.
I mean, you could always go back and... you can always go back in time and grab hold of the old Cleethorpes one. Cleethorpes Raceway used to have one back in the day. So where's next on our information? Here we go. Thermal Club is up next, is what we're going to have hold of. Still delayed. Cars, drivers are sat in their cars and have been. I wonder if any of them has fallen asleep like we have. Just sort of waiting around. Welcome everybody if you're listening in, paying attention to us. Okay, while JT finds some more info, let's go back in time and the second round of the NTT IndyCar season at Thermal Club.
Pato O'Ward will punch the throttle and get things underway, and here at Thermal we are about to go racing through the final corner. McLaren side by side, and now they go, and now we are racing. O'Ward to the lead. Palou up the inside, takes a little look at Christian Lundgaard, late on the brakes for your reigning champion Alex Palou. It's all very clean through the entire field, a little bunching at the rear, but Pato O'Ward has done everything he needed to do.
It's the battle for second right now. Palou on the outside, Lundgaard on the inside. He's going to take that spot now. Colton Herta trying to line up as we see. That's Marcus Ericsson in the Bryan machine for Andretti going wide. Tons of places lost.
see how slow Ericsson had to go offline as McLaren stays 1-2. Christian Lundgaard just holding off Alex Palou there out of turn 1. Single file for the first 7, starting to go too wide as Ferrucci working the high side, coming out of turn 6 to that long back straightaway. There's damage to one of the Prema cars.
So riding on board with Will Power, that's Pilot ahead of us in the Prema.
22nd position on the start. Oh, just drove right into the back. That wasn't his teammate, was it?
It was his teammate.
Scott McLaughlin and Devlin DiFrancesco. Looks like Devlin heavy into the side of McLaughlin, and then McLaughlin spinning. That's well before the the start flag.
Well before the start flag. Let's see, you're going to see the 30 of Devlin DiFrancesco up the inside, just sort of understeers into McLaughlin. They both get offline onto that dusty part. They both spin.
And there's dust on the track, guys.
Yeah, someone's gone off down there at, is it 9? I think that's turn 9, and that is Marcus Ericsson.
Let's see what happened. Just gets wide of the line, off into that light blue. You see all the dirt and marbles, and now he's just praying he doesn't hit a fence. Take a look at the move. Nolan Siegel getting passed by Will Power on the back straight, and Power had to go to the dirty side.
I like that. Nolan getting his elbows out a little bit, making it a little bit tougher on the 2-time champion Will Power. Here he is on the board. You see him hit the button on his steering wheel. The push-to-pass activated. Hybrid being deployed. Chevy versus Chevy down into the brake zone. Clean, executed, good hard racing. You love to see that.
There goes Louis Foster on Siegel and overcooks it. So potentially Louis Foster locking up a little bit as we were just talking about it. And they're side by side once again.
And Christian Rasmussen trying to get in on the action as well. Has a look up the inside of Foster, has to duck out of it. The Englishman, Louis Foster, was on the push to pass, trying to make that move. Feels perhaps Nolan Siegel now under a bit of pressure, perhaps. And now he goes. Rasmussen up the inside of Louis Foster. That's a lovely move and gets it done.
You saw the left front lockup from Christian Rasmussen, and then that can allow us to get back to that Dallara cutaway car as Rasmussen defends. They might have touched there, wheel to wheel. This is a fierce battle.
Look at this battle here. Nolan Siegel once again getting the elbows out against a 6-time champion.
He did it with Will Power, a 2-time champion earlier, but the 6-timer getting it done, flexing some muscle there.
This is going to be the most important stop of the day for the 10. He's going to have a huge push to the end. He's got about 11 seconds to try and catch up to Pato O'Ward. Let's see if he can do it.
All right, so as Alex Palou goes out, remember, just a few laps ago, he was battling with Christian Lundgaard. The question is, how fast has Lundgaard been since the last stop? There you see Lundgaard. Remember, Palou will have more speed. Lundgaard gets ahead.
He has to make it work. He has to make it work now. He's exactly where he didn't want to be, which is stuck behind Lundgaard again.
Pato O'Ward had a perfect pit stop from his McLaren team. Looking very chill in the cockpit. He knows he has a comfortable gap, and there you see it. Second place, Lundgaard, not even close. Alex Palou, though, very close.
There he goes, up the
inside.
Alex Palou with the move on Christian Lundgaard finally, but Lundgaard gets it back alongside him, will edge him over the curbs. Side by side now on the run down, out of 1 and into 2. It's a right-hander. Palou will have the line and takes the position, but no! Lundgaard back again and up on the inside of him. Wonderful driving from these two as Palou tries now around the outside, and this will all lead them on through the switchbacks and onto the back section. Palou going one way and the other, and now up on the inside. Palou against Lundgaard. Has he? I think he has.
A quadruple cross-up. I've never seen that in IndyCar. 4 corners in a row.
It's not done yet. Both drivers on push to pass. Both drivers with dirty tires. Lundgaard now tries to do it. Palou with the block on the inside. Can he hold him? Yes, he can. It'll be hard for Christian to come back now, especially with those harder tires. And now it's all about head down, eyes forward, trying to close the 9-second gap, 9.5 to Pato O'Ward running in the lead.
Palou is coming for Pato O'Ward down the back stretch now, tucked up underneath him. Award goes to defend. Palou has such speed and he's late on the brakes, up on the inside, and that will be the lead of the race for Alex Palou, who started 3rd this afternoon. It's power on Rossi. He's got through the bit very much between his teeth. Will Power is on an absolute charge. This then a replay of Will Power's move on Alexander Rossi. Not an easy one. He's going to go around the outside of him, is he? He is. That's a tough place to pass. It has been 5 years since a driver has won back-to-back races at the start of the season, but Alex Palou will do precisely that. He won in St. Pete. He wins at Thermal. Alex Palou makes it back-to-back victories to start the 2025 season.
Yes! Woo-hoo! Let's go, boys! Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. You guys are the best.
Up next, it's the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, Sunday, April 13th at 4:30 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
You back with us? Nothing's changed in 7 minutes. That was not really surprising, was it, really? So, time and time again, JT. This is, it's embarrassing now, isn't it? The amount that we're having issues with this place. Internet connectivity is the issue, communication is the issue, but the problem is, why haven't they found a fix in what has nearly been 2 hours? What is the connection issue? If it's a router or a server that's failed, I can see why, but we've had no information from the stewards, bar it's a communication issue, and the sessions are going to run as planned. So we know at least 4 hours of the day are going to be as scheduled, but the actual practice session could massively change.
Yeah, just ignore what just happened on my screen. Just pressing the wrong button. Yeah.
How far were you? Go.
Why? Like, okay, this is, we're getting into a territory where JB would, if this happened to him, he would no longer be part of broadcasting.
No, I'd be swearing so much.
Right, we've got a bit of a problem here.
Is this on your design? Let me open up your screen.
Yes.
Right, what have you got for us?
So, Formula E Zone.
Yeah, FEZ.
Yeah. It's blue.
We've got an official word now from Race Control. The test session is delayed. The whole day is now delayed. That's official. They're delaying the whole procedure. Go on.
So, it doesn't work here because it's white.
And it don't work
and
on
it
the
doesn't
blue.
work here, so it's blue. So
Pop it on a yellow.
I think where it needs to go is it can go above the wheel arch. Oh.
Yes. I know where you're putting it. Yes, that'll do. That looks lovely.
Oh, I talked to Sanson earlier, right? This
Yes.
is behind the scenes. You'll never guess what car he wanted.
What does he want?
If I say number 53, does that mean anything?
He's got Herbie, isn't he? He's gone for Herbie.
He wants me to recreate Herbie on a saloon stock car.
Do it.
I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to try.
Official from Race Control, the Indy 500 Open Test is still on hold due to technical issues. The first Oval Veteran Session and Rookie Orientation Program and Refresher Program will run as intended in length. So that's 1 hour 55 plus 1 hour 55 confirmed.
Okay, so basically what we're saying is that we're going into the night with this one. Let's go.
We've got the track until 6, which is 11 p.m. our time. However, the last hour will be taken through INDYCAR Radio because I'm on Grid Network at the same time hosting. Unless I can think of something very clever where I could get the Grid Network show on and we can continue doing the broadcast side by side.
Okay.
I mean, I'm giving
think
JT
that works.
enough time to sort of... I could possibly do it. Probably do it. But yeah.
That, I think, works.
That works. That looks great.
Shall I export it into the game?
You can export that into the game. That looks amazing.
I will stop sharing.
Hang on, let me go back to you. we go.
Alright.
Yes, it was moving up and down. Go getting into.
Well, I'm going to remove the stream, so if it messes up
No,
anything...
it's all on one screen. You're on two cam.
There we go.
Right, so this...
Oh, beautiful.
Yes, this is the information we've got right now from Race Control. This is official. Test session delayed. So the Indianapolis 500 open test session delayed. So the whole day is now basically on hold. And that means, JT, we've got some interviews lined up. So that's not too bad on everything. Including we've got the next 20 minutes of the Long Beach highlight coming up as well.
Ah, do we? 20 minutes? How long it was?
19 minutes and 37 seconds is the highlights from Long Beach.
For Long Beach?
I don't think anything happened in those 19 minutes though. What was...
Nothing happened!
It's just 19 minutes and 37 seconds, that's what I've got hold of here.
Right, right, so I have to save it as a .kra, then I have to save it as a PSD.
Right. Oh, hello.
So,
oh, sorry, the audio changed, go on.
Right, so the people who use Photoshop are able to use it as well. Then I have to save it as a PNG, and then I have to convert that PNG into a .dds.
The yellow has come out. I'm not holding too much because usually that is immediately followed by a red flag. However, I am remaining hopeful that this is a good sign that we might be able to go green soon.
But until I started doing these skin files yesterday, I had no idea that .dds was a file type.
Yeah. We've even used DSF at some point.
Have we?
At some point in our time. I can't remember when, but yes, I think we have. I think on R Factor back in the day.
Before my time, when I was here.
It's a shame we can't run R Factor at the same time doing the stream. I've yet to set that up. By the way, after some issues, I will be still attending this weekend's touring car season. And a bit of a nightmare with hotel plans. I'm now staying with Tom.
Ah.
Yes. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. And JT, we've got a plan how to do the whole day.
Okay. What, it's planned or we need to do it?
I've got a plan of of just streaming the whole day and where we'd interject.
Okay. So, me sitting here for 8 hours for 2 days producing. Got it.
Kinda, yeah. But the beauty is that you can leave it. You will be able to leave.
Why is it always me that gets the long production broadcasts? Why is it always me?
Right, you asked, can I? And we said yes. Yeah. Do you know what good news is? That we've been green now for 2 minutes. So we've been yellow now for 2 minutes. We haven't yet had a red flag. So I'm remaining optimistic. We might have a start time soon.
Have you made a public comment on about a public statement on what happened to your Discord server on Monday?
The fact that you invaded it and changed it, no.
Yeah, yes, okay.
That was for my birthday. Red flag's out again. Okay.
Oh, what a shame.
I was hopeful there for a second.
We have decided to keep the manager's chat what it is, because it's funny.
Yes, yes. Right.
What I also thought was quite funny was you speaking into a microphone with yourself on it.
I like that. I haven't yet listened to what Omi did, which was a song, if I'm not very much mistaken.
Wait, Omi did a song?
Yeah, there's some sort of thing that he's edited together.
Where?
I don't know. It looked quite interesting.
I've not seen this. I've not heard of it.
It was somewhere, yeah. Okay, instead...
Over the rainbow?
Yeah. I tell you what, instead of 90 minutes of a Long Beach that nothing ever happened with, shall we have Java with James, the podcast server that's coming through, and talk a cup of coffee over a little bit of an interview. Colton Herter. We sat down with James Hinchcliffe a few days ago at the Honda Racing tent in the private test. I thought we were going to get some information there from Race Control, and nothing's come up. Let's have a word though. James Hinchcliffe caught up with Colton Herter. That hurt me.
It's been my understanding all these years that coffee's supposed to be hot. Unless you're Colton Herta. Now it's cold. What is this?
This is a Colton Herta coffee.
God, it's so beautiful. I knew it was right there the whole time, and I didn't even... What is it? Is it just...
I think this is just a nice latte, yeah.
A nice latte?
Mm-hmm.
Is this what you... Is this like a normal one for you?
Yeah, especially spring and summertime. You know, in the winter when
Seasonal.
it's cold, I won't drink a cold drink.
Okay, no like pumpkin spice on your...
Yeah.
Yeah?
Tell me, I know how much you love coffee, so tell me
It's
how
just so good.
I feel like it's a little bit more mellow than hot coffee, too.
I fundamentally don't agree with that. At
Well.
least when it's hot, it's burning my taste
No,
buds, so
there
it
you
numbs
go.
it a little bit. That just... Because, like, man, coffee is supposed to be hot, right? Like, like it was invented hot.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they didn't know how to make ice then, too, so...
How to make ice? They didn't know how to make
they
ice?
Didn't, I guess they didn't have the equipment to make
You
ice.
know, ice can happen naturally,
Well,
right?
yeah,
You don't have to make... Anyway. Yeah, I guess that's probably true. So I feel like the taste is tailored to a warm temperature.
Yeah.
You know, like if you drink a pop or like a beer or something, they're supposed to be... They don't taste good when they're warm. They're designed to be cold.
Yeah, I mean, tell Commonwealth that. I mean, you're Canadian. A lot of people still go by the British way of not putting ice in drinks.
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, that's a good point. But it doesn't taste as good anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
This is gross, is what I'm trying to get
Yeah,
at.
okay. Well,
It's
fair
like
enough.
it's even worse cold.
Teach their own.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
It's even worse. You've been drinking a lot of coffee this week?
No.
A lot of early mornings?
I have had some early mornings, but...
Getting ready for the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach?
They've been very... Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I love being able to come down here early and talk about this place and
When'd you get
see
here?
the family. So I came here Monday.
Okay, so not like crazy early.
No, I was here last week also for some media stuff.
All right.
So I have been here, for the past 2 weeks quite a bit.
Okay. Going back and forth, or did you just stay out here?
Going back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's back and forth to Vegas.
Yes.
Which I think by my calculation is like the 15th city that you've lived in the last 2 years.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you just not like being in one place, or
I don't know what's wrong with me, to be honest.
you just like
I'm
collecting
just soul
homes,
searching
or-
every time.
Like, isn't like moving's most people's least favorite thing? To
Oh,
do?
it is my least favorite thing too. Yeah.
You do a lot of the thing you like the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have such a long off season that like I feel at that
Gotta-
time. I'm like,
There's not
won't
enough
move.
frustration
Yeah.
and anger in the off season. I need to figure out how to bring that into my life. Honey, we're moving again.
Yeah.
How's this move gone? Are you settling in?
Just like the last few times, this is the place, man. We'll see. I love it out there. It's so entertaining on so many different levels. Just even like you can just walk down the strip and look at people and be entertained.
Yes, that's fair.
But you have everything there. It's like world-class dining. They have shows, great golf, great hiking, mountain biking, backpacking. The lakes are close. You get Lake Havasu right there. Lake Mead, I believe it's called, is like right outside the city. So you really do have everything there without like a huge like big city feel.
Right. Yeah, because I mean nobody lives really near the Strip, right?
No.
And everyone I know that lives in Vegas,
Unless you have a problem.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And in which case, you're not going to live there very long, so you won't be able to afford it. But most people I know that live in Vegas, they don't actually frequent the Strip. Do you
No.
go down there more? Because it's kind of like still new and...
No, I've lived there probably about 5 months, and I've maybe gone down there like 4 times.
Okay, so yeah. Once
but
a month
like
for a nice dinner or a
for-
show.
Yeah,
or-
nice restaurant
Yeah, yeah.
shows. Not particularly going down there to gamble, but we'll hit it while we're down
I
there.
mean, you're not going to not, unless you're walking by the roulette table and it's 4 blacks in a row. You're going to put it all on red.
That's right.
And see what hits.
Well, yeah.
How's your luck been at the...
Doesn't work. That strategy doesn't work.
Yeah. So it's good you only go down there once a month.
Yeah. I think they've got a switch or something underneath those tables that are like, boom.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. It's not just the like blatant, obvious statistics of all gambling games that are not in your favor.
I could beat them if they weren't rigged.
Yeah, heard that before. You golf more than you gamble.
Yeah.
This is a new pastime?
Yeah, I mean, I've always made fun of people that golf, so it's kind of like ironic.
Just kind of.
I was like, oh man, you have like 4.5 hours just to go golf. You're a loser. Now that's like me.
Do you golf like 3 times a week?
Yeah. Not now, but in the off season, probably more than 3 times a week, to be honest. Yeah.
You loser.
Yeah, I know.
It's terrible.
I feel like it too every time I get done. I'm like, well. It was useless. I just shot like 120 and wasted 4.5 hours.
So, are you getting any better?
No.
No.
I refuse to make changes, take lessons, do anything that would make you better. Like, I don't even, when I go to the range, I don't practice putting or chipping. I just hit balls. Most of the time, I'm just hitting the driver and then just going to the first tee.
Okay.
I bet I could be a lot better at this point, but I'm okay with being mediocre at best.
That's weird to me, because I feel like that's not a very driver mindset for anything. And especially something like, most people I know that don't golf because they're so bad at it, and it's not fun when you're bad at it. You've made sucking fun.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know, it's like a love-hate relationship, because it's not fun when you're on the course. And then you get done, you're like, oh, well, I'll do it again tomorrow.
I got some sun and fresh air.
And it's not fun when you go against another IndyCar driver in particular.
Because it's just too competitive?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not good enough, so then it really ticks you off.
You could play me and
I could play Alex too.
Yeah, he's
Alex is about the same level of commitment as me to golf.
No, dude, he goes to lessons. He's a
maybe
member of
more.
a club now.
And
he's
just
way
as
more
bad.
committed. Yeah. So you're naturally more talented than he is. Because he's he's pretty bad.
Oh yeah, definitely naturally more of an athlete than him.
Just in
There's
general.
no doubt. Yeah,
Just
anything
in all aspects.
and everything. Yeah,
I love that. So back and forth the last couple weeks because of all the prep for Long Beach. Do you like the pressure of home races?
I don't really feel pressure of home races. And I've done pretty well at what I consider my 2 home races. Laguna being a little bit further.
Yeah.
And then Long Beach. I don't consider Thermal a home race.
That's fair.
So, for many reasons. But, no, I think it's just more excitement, and I love this race. It's already amazing to have a home race. Like, a lot of people don't get that. And then to have it be like the Long Beach Grand Prix is spectacular. Because this is the race outside the Indy 500 that everybody wants to win.
Yeah.
And to have it be a home race is even more special.
Yeah, like Connor gets the 500, cool. But like everyone else, this is the next, like I say, this is the next best one.
100%.
This would be the one you grew up coming to. And
yeah, 2 weeks old. That was the first time I came to this race. I was 2 weeks old.
Borderline irresponsible from your dad.
I never left the bus, so I was never out in the scenes. But I been coming here. Let's see, I'm 25 years old. I'd probably come to 20.
25?
Around 20.
Grow up.
Long Beach Grand Prix.
Oh, because you
Grand Prix of Long Beaches.
Because you were in Europe for some of them?
Yeah, I would have been in Europe for some of them. I don't remember coming to all of them because there was a time when my dad didn't have a team and didn't race.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have come for those years. But it's less than 5 that I probably missed.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
You're 25. And you've been in this series for what, like 17 years now?
Yeah, this is my 7th season.
That's nuts. Do you ever
Oh, don't you love adverts? Right in the middle. That's what you get when we're on doing yellows.
Especially at the start of the season, when everything's kind of like ramping up, and whether it's first race or whatever, kind of sit there and think you're like, I'm starting my 7th season of I've been doing this for like a quarter of my life.
Yeah. It's weird to think about. It's extremely weird to think about. Because it doesn't feel that long. It still feels like 3rd season or something like that. Like, it doesn't feel crazy like that. But, yeah. I mean, I try to appreciate it a little bit more now, especially this year once I noticed that it was like the 7th season, because it's like, man, you're a vet if you get to like 10 seasons. Like that's an impressive.
Pretty soon.
Yeah, that's an impressive career if you just retire after 10 seasons.
The average IndyCar career is in double digits.
Right.
Right. So you make it to 10. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it is pretty awesome to be able to say that and be able to get into the series so young. So yeah, I mean, hopefully it just keeps on going.
Do you think about like, you know, Scott Dixon at the 500 this year is going to break the all-time start record? Wow. Yeah. He also got into the sport very young. Not as young as you.
Right.
Do you ever like sit there and think I could do this as long as Dixon's done it?
I hope I can.
But so you want it like that's.
I mean, I want to right now.
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things that happen in life that I haven't experienced yet. Like, for me, a big part of my dad not wanting to drive anymore was he liked going to the go-kart track with me.
Right.
You know, and I don't know, maybe I feel that way when I have kids, and so it's like it's a hard thing to do. Right now, 100%. Right. I want to. I don't know if I'll have the drive or the passion for it still. I can't see myself burning out of this, but you never know.
Life happens.
Yeah.
Things change.
Yeah. It is impressive, you know, for like 7 seasons, it feels short, but like there's so much work involved, and then you see Scott, which is like, was it like 23 or something like that? Like, holy crap, it's impressive.
It's insane. It's insane. So we've gone back and forth about this like 5 times because I'm not very good at this. You were out here doing a lot of this promo stuff. I noticed we have something on the table here.
Yes.
What are we working with?
So it's something that you'll get use out of.
I love this already.
I mean, I guess not just for you, but they're made for dogs.
Oh. You neglected to mention that.
Yes. But you have dogs.
I have a couple.
So this is kind of a cool thing that we're doing to try to help the Pasadena Humane Center. It's a dog shelter that at one point had up to 950 dogs. They usually have around 200. So during the fires,
wow.
Yeah, during the fires, they had 950 dogs. So we're trying to raise money for them to help them because they've been heavily affected by the fires that area of Pasadena, as well as many other areas of Los Angeles. It's something that is near and dear to my heart. I've been evacuated many times when I was growing up living out here in Santa Clarita.
Yeah.
It's not a fun thing. It's scary, and it's sad to see what's happened. So this is a way that I feel like we can get back to the community a little bit.
And you're a dog rescuer yourself.
I am. I'm a big adopt
rescues.
guy. Yeah. And what they do there is incredible. It's not just dogs. They had a bobcat a few weeks ago. They have squirrels, possums. They do a catch and release program. So it's not just dogs and cats. You can't go and get the bobcat and bring it home, unfortunately. They release it into the wild, but they're doing really good things. It's a huge organization there. There's a few different ways. These are pretty much almost sold out.
I was just going to say, where can people get these then?
This will be at AndrettiShop.com.
AndrettiShop.com?
Yes.
Okay.
Or ShopAndretti.com. It's one of the two. You'll figure it out.
or ShopAndretti.com?
Shop.
That's what I thought.
Shop Andretti.
I haven't been here for a while, and even I know it's ShopAndretti.com.
Well, you drove for him, so you know.
He still doesn't get it.
But yes, you can also go to my bio. There's links in my bio to go donate directly to them. We're trying to raise $5,000. That's the goal.
Very cool.
And then everything that you pay off of this is going directly to them. So
awesome.
Thank you to Gamebridge for taking a little bit of a hit on that, and we appreciate it.
And you got, speaking of the fires, I know one of the things you got to do was go visit some of the firefighters that were fighting the Eden fire.
Yes.
What was it like kind of meeting some of those people?
Incredible. A lot of respect for those guys. I mean, everybody loves firefighters. They do pretty selfless work to keep everybody safe, especially out here.
Yeah.
Where it seems like a common thing to have a pretty big wildfire every 3-4 years. So I met a few of them. One guy was fighting the Palisades fire for 7 days straight. So incredibly difficult. Got to go there and say thank you to them for the most part, and then check out what their day-to-day kind of looks like, and check out the fire station. Got to ride in the fire truck. It was
Did you get to drive
really
it?
fun. No, I did ask, and they said, no, we can't do that.
Yeah.
I got to sit in the driver's seat.
Okay.
But it was a really cool experience.
What I heard I heard you got to do the fire pole.
I did.
And that
This was no ordinary fire pole.
Tell me about this extraordinary fire pole.
I was scared out of my mind. It was a 3-story fire pole.
Okay.
It doesn't look that impressive, but when you're standing up top, like
and looking down.
Yes. Yeah, and there's no padding or anything. It's not like a gymnast where like if you miss the landing zone, like you land on the pads. It's just concrete.
It's not like you really practice that.
No.
Right? Like when was the last time you slid down a pole?
Maybe like
well, you
9 years old.
But, oh yeah, no, right. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so you're just kind of like, yeah, I know how to do this in theory.
Yes.
And you just grab on and hope that the 3 stories below you.
Super gracious. I think I had the wrong pants. I had on like slacks, like fancy pants.
Yeah.
And so like at first I started going down and I was like, whoo! Like
just so
I was
fast.
like, oh god. And then I had to grab with my hands more, which then like just
Rip the skin off your hands.
Yeah, it just didn't sound gracious at all. You just hear like as I'm going down, and then the guy goes down behind me. It's just like, whoop, and he's like, all right.
It just makes you feel bad.
That's it.
Did they give you any tips on technique before they threw you off the pole?
No, we were already getting in trouble because we had to get to the next thing, and we were already like 10, 15 minutes over time of what we were allotted to be there. And so I got up there, and they're just like, go, go, go. And yeah, I don't know. It was one of the most frightening things I've done. And then you get down there, and it's like, oh, well, that's like not that impressive at all. Like I thought it was gonna be hard, and then like you're scared for nothing. But it was a cool thing. I got a lot of respect for what those guys do, and an appreciation for them.
And then just finally, back to racing. We talked a little bit about this at an event earlier this week, but you had such a great year in 2024. Really came on strong in that second half. For you, I mean, is anything less than improving on your position last year a disappointment in 2025?
I would say so.
Yep, advert within adverts. Let's just hold it through. Still no change here. We'll go back to the podcast very quickly.
You know, our goal is to always win the championship, but you never want to go backwards. So we don't really have much margin to go backwards, fortunately, unfortunately. Yeah. But, you know, I think we're extremely capable of it. For right now, it's at the early half of the season, we have a few good tracks. You know, St. Pete's really good for us. This is another one, Long Beach, that in the past we've had really strong race cars. You know that. And Andretti, you've won here, right?
I wasn't with Andretti. I should have won here and then with Andretti in 2014.
That's
but
okay.
We're not going to talk about what Ryan Hunter-Reay did.
Here come the top three. Hunter-Reay, Hinchcliffe, Joseph Newgarden comes out in front.
Wow.
How about that? But can he maintain it? Now they're going to be all over him. This is going to be the lap of Joseph Newgarden's life.
You got the first 3 guys on the harder black tires. Willpower on warm soft reds. Hunter-Reay to the inside.
Oh! 3 of them get taken out. Oh! Can you believe what you've just seen?
Castro Neves contact. Newgarden, Hinch. There goes Sato. They're plowing in. The track is blocked.
This is a nightmare.
Sorry, Joseph. On behalf of Ryan. But, you know, this is one that Andretti has had a tight grip on for a long time. So we're always excited to come here. This is a good one for us to kind of, at this point, hunt down Below, who's stretched himself out a little bit.
Yeah. Does this year feel like it's got a little bit more pressure because of that? Because you don't want to go backwards, and again, you've got a lot more backwards to go than forwards.
I mean, yes and no. I'd never come that close to a championship. So when you look at what we did wrong, we're like, oh my God, it's like that. It's that simple. We just need to fix that.
There.
Like you fix one of these problems at any of these 2 or 3 events that we had a DNF at or a bad pit stop, and we're like, we win the championship. So it's like you can have these. In our mind, what are like poor races, but it's still like top 10s, P8, P9 finishes, and win the championship. You know, you just need to have, you know, a few wins, and you need to be on the podium when you can be, and really just extract the most out of it. So for us to understand that in the off season, be like,
It's not rocket science. We were so close. We don't need to change much. We just need to capitalize on a few things.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
it's easier to look at it that way.
Yeah, it's part of it almost trying to not do too much. Because
Exactly.
so much was obviously already good.
Right.
And you could get yourself into trouble by
You don't want to
over-engineering the problem.
overcompensate. Yeah,
and
exactly.
overcomplicate it. Yeah. Very cool. All right, well, best of luck this weekend at one of the home races.
Yes.
And for the remainder of the season. You can see it's cold because you can see our breath, which makes it completely even less appropriate that this is cold. So you have terrible taste, but cheers. Cheers. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Oh, well, that nice to hear from the podcasters out there. Right, we have still got nothing. It's lunchtime as well here. So they've all gone for lunch. Now, a few moments ago, the graphics did reset themselves. So that's they turned on and off. So that's a positive sign that we might be going green at some point.
Do you know what also happened a couple of moments ago?
What?
Your livery.
Yes, I saw it. Yes, I was watching. I was watching. I have no idea what we've got left, by the way. It is embarrassing that we've been 2 hours.
I know what we've got.
What?
Dog.
Ah, we have
dog.
We have Melbourne. Dog.
We have dog.
Dog's here.
Hi.
It's getting to the point where I literally think this day might get called off just because.
Yeah.
I can't see them fixing this issue quicker.
Please don't eat my mic.
He's trying to eat the lip mic. Yeah. Remind me never to put your headset on. So, we are literally waiting to see what we've got and we can have for interviews.
Well, bye then.
To be fair, we've got 45 minutes of Zach Brown and Tom Gaymore that we could shove on if we need it.
45?
45-minute podcast, yeah. I just don't... We've got no information about when this session... That'll take us to 6 o'clock UK time, 1 o'clock over there.
I'm just about to do a first proper race test of your livery.
If you give me a minute, I can try and get you on a full camera. We'll go battle screen.
I mean, if Omi was around, I would set the server up and me and Omi would just mess around, but Omi is not here.
Where is he?
He's not around. He's busy today, apparently.
Yeah.
Just,
Gone yellow again. That could mean anything. That could mean that we're going green in a minute, or that could mean that it's just a yellow flag out again. I wonder if we will actually get a session in today.
My dog is now talking.
What's he saying? So, your dog is now talking to you?
Yes.
At what point do we call somebody? Right. JT, it's botched. It's not great, but we have you in full screen. So where's your... If you want to do a lap of something in Indy, you can do soon. Meantime, I've found the 6-minute version.
Nice. I'm just loading up BeamNG. Also check Twitter DMs when you can.
I will do. And I have found
in our Oracle group chat.
What's he saying?
No, it's what I've said.
Stevie Wonder. Yeah. Okay, well, while JT loads up as well, and we still have no official start time, let's turn it back to race 3 of the season and the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach.
We are now racing. Kyle Kirkwood leading his teammate down the straight and down towards turn 1. High speed and heavy braking as they open up and try to make that move immediately.
Kyle Kirkwood with the advantage, but further back they are 3 wide. Looked like like Marcus Ericsson jamming his way in there. Alexander Rossi with a really nice move in that light blue and yellow Splenda card.
That's a huge jump from Rossi driving for ECR. You see a pair of McLarens, a trio of McLarens all lined up there. Single file, a little bit of a defensive move there, but so far no incident.
Kyle Kirkwood doing exactly what he needed to do off the line there. No incidents between himself and his teammate, he said, as Newgarden has a look up the inside of Dixon, gets that done with a lovely instinctive move on the opening lap.
Scott Dixon was looking pretty defensive on that straightaway. Now he gets challenged again, or is challenging again to the outside as
Rasmussen made a move on the inside of Kiffin Simpson. Big dive as we see now Newgarden trying to defend against Dixon. He's on those harder tires, not able to mount the attack.
A lot of desperation early on if you're 10th or farther back, especially for drivers like Dixon and Newgarden, used to the sharp end of this grid. They know they have to make positions early. Newgarden said that was the goal. Make passes, be aggressive. There's only one option.
Power down out of turn 11, down the long stretch into turn 1. Can he make the move? Can he do what his teammate Scott McLaughlin did just a few corners ago, as now everyone barreling out of pit lane? And these guys with their tires up to temperature, right into the middle of it.
McLaughlin's going to get massively held up here by Ericsson as he gets little touch there. Newgarden into the back of Herta. Now McLaughlin down the inside. Teammates side by side into 5. This is not a good passing spot.
Oh, Ericsson locks up again. Newgarden now almost spins out, trying to get to the throttle early.
This the difference between tires that are cold, tires that are up to temperature, as Newgarden knows he has to find his way through and does it perfectly, instinctively, and straight away.
Tires are done, fuel is done, Christian Newgarden is out. How does he compare to Dixon? A little longer than they probably wanted there on the left rear.
Just a small hesitation, but that can mean everything. You're crawling at 45 miles an hour. It's so difficult as a driver to not lose your cool. Off the button now. There goes Palou, so that's an effective 3rd in the race.
Wow.
He's got Rosenquist coming, I think, hard behind him. He's going to have to fight to keep the Meyer-Shank racing machine of Rosenquist behind. He's already now on his gearbox. This is going to be the battle for effectively 3rd.
Rosenquist with tires up to temperature. Will he have a look up the inside like McLaughlin did? Oh, he's close. He's really, really close on this short little run down to the left-hander. Rosenquist chucks it up the inside, says thank you very much, and will disappear off into the distance.
Yeah, he's literally just about to hit his marks. The most important 2 laps of the entire weekend now for Kyle Kirkwood and the Andretti team are literally happening. That in-lap, this out-lap, slight hiccup there, I would say, but pretty smooth. He's going to hustle as hard as he can down to turn 1 and hopefully get out ahead of the Palou.
Slight delay getting away for Kyle Kirkwood. The gap was half a second that Kirkwood led Palou when Palou came into the pits. Keep your eyes on your race leader exiting pit lane. Keep your eye on that number 10 on the track map, and you'll see the yellow and red DHL car in vision any moment. Running down into turn 1. Who will have the lead of this race? Kirkwood exits. There's Palou.
But we've seen how long it takes these hard tires to come up to temperature. Palou now through turn 1. He's got the bit between his teeth.
Jack talked about the overcut is usually the play here because of this, because it's so narrow. Even if Palou gets to Kirkwood right here, there's really nowhere to get by. Kirkwood has to make sure he doesn't make a mistake right here. Exiting turn 5, it looked good.
It's the highest pressure situation for a driver. You're leading the race. You've got almost no grip on those cold tires, but you have to push because there's a 3-time champion breathing down your neck. Kirkwood being flawless so far. Can he hold it down into turn 9?
Brilliant job through 5 corners with Kyle Kirkwood, not making a single mistake.
For the final spot on the podium.
Oh boy.
Lundgaard love to make it back-to-back podium.
Lundgaard looked really, really good coming out of turn 11, but he just doesn't have much push to pass left. Neither does Rosenquist as it goes to 0. So nothing left to defend with. Here comes Lundgaard.
Shaping him up, goes to the inside.
Out of line. Inside.
Had to do it there, had to get it done, and he executed. Rosie tried to fight it, but just gave him enough room. Heads-up driving as both drivers exhausted their push to pass on that final attempt there.
Kirkwood told me in the lead up to this season how much he had worked on himself, on his body, on his mind over the winter. He was so unhappy not taking home a victory in 2024. He said that was the first thing that he wanted to correct this season. The second was consistency. He has had that for the opening 3 weekends, and here in Long Beach he has been dominant and crushingly perfect. From pole position to the checkered flag, Kyle Kirkwood wins in Long Beach.
Oh my gosh! Great job.
Red flag is still out, and you're right, JT. Absolutely nothing happened back then. Very low broadcast that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, thank you for leaving me with that. But then again, you had Bristol, so nothing.
I think we were level there,
lows.
and I was longer as well at Bristol. Remember? Oh dear. So nothing is happening. We've got some cars returning to pit road, which is a good sign, isn't it? But so far, I can't see any information about it.
Well, you've got the inside line into turns 3 and 4.
Now, INDYCAR is targeting 12:45 to start the veteran session here, which is 20 minutes time. So we have 20 minutes, JT.
Is my stream working?
Yes.
Alright.
We have it. So this is you racing. Is this in our cars?
Our cars, but AI racing.
Have I just been hit?
Oh, okay. Yes, you have by me.
VK's entered the pit lane. So this is what it's come to. We're doing AI racing, is it?
Yes, it has, but with cool new liveries.
Fair dues. This is something to keep me entertained.
Okay, JP?
Yeah, I see. I'm being hit. Oh, who's hitting you? Is that Sanson?
No, that's just a plain coloured car, which I haven't modelled yet.
Seems like the driving of you in both real life and in being controlled by AI is still about the same.
Thanks for that.
Hitting everybody, locking up.
I mean, that is stock car racing.
In a gist, yeah, really.
Look, I won't look up here. See?
No, he's just going to run me out of road. Oh, well, that's new. This is handy because we need to find some interviews quickly.
Yes, well, I just... Hold on. Should I run JB into a wall?
Oh, thanks.
Or should I run the plain coloured car, which will be Omi's car, into the wall?
Omi's.
Okay.
Always throw Omi off. And shove him
There
into
you
a
go.
wall. There we go. It's kind of like number one thing to do. Well, at least we're going to be having some sort of session soon.
Have they fixed the internet then?
They're aiming for about 20 minutes time. So that's something.
Oh, I don't have brakes. I will warn you, JB.
What?
And I don't know if Omi's watching, but if Omi is behind you, he is not afraid to put the bumper in.
So he is going to...
At all.
Yeah.
Same with me, by the way. But I do it in a more classic stock car way of just nudging. And like, not the full-blown absolute obliteration.
So be warned, or...
Be warned about Omi, I will just tap you if I want to. Something tells me I should make a Brisker F1 JB Motorsports skin. That could be cool.
Let's have a look to see what this is before we play it.
Oh, someone's at my door. Hold on.
Okay, should we go back? We've got some time. We've got a 10-minute VT coming up if you want it, guys. How long's left in the race, JT, for yours?
I'm just gonna. This is just me doing laps.
Okay, well, while we've got this, then let's cross back over and join Connor Daly. I've got to stop watching that, otherwise the sound comes in. Let's join Connor Daly as he was talking with Kyle Kirkwood after winning on the streets of Long Beach.
Kyle Kirkwood, Long Beach winner again, a multiple-time Long Beach winner. And you had a new sponsor on the side pod. Andretti does a great job in bringing in new sponsors, and they all of a sudden win the first race that they're on the side of the car. So congrats to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a good weekend. Yeah, we had that new sponsor this weekend. It was Prefab, and they're part of Yazaki. Yazaki's been with us now, I think, since the 500 last year. That is also one of their companies, and it's a part of a local group that's in the Newport Beach area. So it was kind of a home race for them, home race for Honda. Kind of feels like a home race for Andretti with the success that they've had there. So it's a really good weekend, to say the least.
I would also like to point out that I believe producer Bobby can confirm this, but I did pick you and Colton in my top 3 picks for the weekend, going into the weekend. So I'd like to maybe pat myself on the back for recognizing what was going on here. So congrats. But you guys, honestly, you guys had dominance right out the gate. I mean, the pole lap you put together as well you made everyone look silly. Massive gap from the P1 lap to P2. Just explain what gives you so much confidence in these Andretti cars at specifically street courses, but more importantly, Long Beach.
Yeah, I mean, street courses in general, everybody knows that Andretti's been really, really good at in recent years, or longer for that matter, right? If you look back to early 2000s, I mean, they were amazing at street courses. So that's been very historic of Andretti to be very fast around street courses, and it's due to the development that they do, right? As everyone knows, the name of the game in IndyCar is damper development, and if you can make grip places, especially the places that is bumpy and the tire likes to jump off the ground, you're going to go faster. So that's something that they thrive in. It's something that they've worked very hard on, and they continue to work hard on, right? I feel like every time we come back, everyone's bettering themselves. But Andretti always kind of just stays a little bit ahead when it comes to the street courses. And yeah, I mean, Long Beach is a special one to the team, and I couldn't really tell you why we're so good there. I actually would rate Long Beach as potentially the 3rd best track that we go to. I think Toronto and Detroit are actually 2 of our better circuits. It's just Long Beach is a much more straightforward race, and it typically produces less tire deg than the other street courses, right? And I would say for us, tire deg is probably not our strong suit. So maybe that's why it looks a little bit better when it comes to race time. But yeah, Andretti in general, just really good at street courses. It gives you confidence when you have a lot of grip, and it makes for a much easier weekend when you roll out of the truck, just knowing that you got a little bit extra.
Yeah, and I mean, it's cool that you recognize, the team's job, and like you said it in your qualifying interview. You're like, hey, I just feel lucky to drive this Andretti car here at a street course, because I think we watched you had the driver's eye camera. You're looking at your steering.
I look back at my Foyt days, right? And I remember there's times on street courses that I'm like scratching the top 20s, right? And you end up just over pushing, and it spirals.
You didn't forget how to drive back then.
No, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what it is, right? You feel like you forget how to drive. Yeah. That's for sure, because you're pushing so hard that you're going over the limit. And when you have something that's just fast, you tend to go probably under the limit, and it's just really, really fast. And that's kind of what it feels like in an Andretti car at street courses in specific, where when you know that you have the car and kind of everything, of course, there's anomalies where it's like you still need to work on the car. You still need to get things better. But most often than not, you roll off the truck really, really fast, and you kind of just push to what the car allows you to do. And it kind of guarantees you a very, very fast lap or a very, very fast race car. Where for other cars, it might not, you can't really say the same. And that's for us too. Some places we go, right? Like some road courses, some ovals, you push the living hell out of the car and you're like P18 and you're like, I forgot how to drive. I don't know what I'm doing here. Like I suck. But no, street courses, you tend to not feel that way when you're in an Andretti car.
Well, it's obviously nice to get the year kicked off so early with a win. But now we're going back to a tough road course at Barber. We've got another tough road course, Indy GP. You don't have a street course until after the 500. But this obviously sets you up probably, you guys have had a great start to the season. Two decent races, as you mentioned, good, solid finishes. Now we got a win, so you're in the points fight. But you still, have to tackle Palou. I mean, he's got first, second, which again, they did a great job. You guys were just a little bit better. And he tried. I just finished watching the race. I watched it back. That last stop when you came out on cold tires in front of him, I was like, oh man, I didn't know it was this close. I obviously had no idea what was going on. But man, you were good on cold tires and kept him behind. And that for me is the moment of the race. I think Fox used it as their moment of the race as well. Very impressive work there for sure. I mean, that's what you have to do to be successful at these races.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't anticipating him being that close either, right? So kind of the whole what transpired there in that portion of the race was or at least I'll just kind of give you the rundown. Every stop that we did, we were a lap ahead of Palou, right? The first stop we saved our soft tires up a little bit extra, leading the race, right? You tend to save tires a little bit more. And we were going to stop on the same lap as Palou, but I was like, hey, listen, like we can go another lap. And I know how powerful that overcut is at pretty much every street course that we go to, right? Like Long Beach is one of them. St. Pete's definitely one of them. And I knew that we needed to capitalize a little bit on that. So we went that extra lap from the beginning. And then that's kind of, we always did that. We actually had maybe another lap available to us in the next two stops. But the problem is we've run into the back of traffic that we're on, that we're on out laps, right? So what actually happened, I think on that stop was Palou caught up to me and I'm not sure who else was right in front of us.
It was a train of cars because like I saw it as well. You guys had to kind of avoid that train of cars.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so I sorry, this was the last stop. The last stop we actually caught up to, I think it was like Santino and Marcus Erickson, and I kind of caught them right before we pitted. It didn't really cost me any time, but we kind of had a bit of a slow pit stop, and it for some reason fuel took a lot longer than expected. For no apparent reason to us at this time. But and next thing you know, I'm coming out and you can kind of watch, right? When you're leaving pit lane, you look in your mirror and you like know exactly who you're racing. In the previous two stops, Palou wasn't in my mirror, right? But he still caught up to me. And then it's the last stop and I see him coming into the brake zone of turn one as I'm like turning out of the pit exit right there. And I'm like, this is gonna be a battle, right? I knew I was gonna have to like back him up and get runs down the straight so he couldn't pass me. And you're full of fuel, you're bottoming, you're going slower on the straights because of that stuff. And it was definitely a send, in simple words, because him on cold tires is good, but him with an extra lap than you, with some heat. That makes things extra tough. And I mean, I was fortunate to hold him off because it was very, very close. And if he would have gotten in front of me, that it would have been race over. It would have been the same exact thing that he had happened, right? It was a track position race. Whoever was leading, whoever kind of controlled the strategy there was going to win because we were running pretty much identical lap times to each other. And you just can't pass when it's like that unless there's a mistake or traffic holds you up or whatnot. So it really just came down to the pit stops. And what worked and making sure you actually had good and clean and fast pit stops.
No matter what kind of work you're...
Just waiting then on the restart. We will go in around about 5 minutes time. Just double checking whether or not it was the end of the podcast. It should have been the end of that podcast. It was the end of that bit. JT, almost set then for a green flag.
Took their time. Just a little bit took their time.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's the way it goes, really, isn't it? That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Right, JB, got a very important question for you.
What?
Left blue or right blue? I'm personally going with right.
I'm going with right. It pops a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're getting ready for the restart, or the actual start to this session. Well, I'm trying to find a good HDMI splitter cable that is...
Has yours broken?
No, I'm just trying to find a 2-in-1.
Oh, like what I have?
Yeah, you know, like I've got that splitter.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a 2-in-1 that's massive.
Big. Yeah. Just so you can have more screens. Got it.
Yeah, because then me and Tom can use the two different mics at the broadcast. So I think I found one.
Oh, you're talking about for trackside?
Yeah. You know that when
I
we
thought
do,
you meant you were talking for...
You know that when we're doing the commentary.
Yeah.
There, and also me and Megan could do with one up here. So we're almost set then for the green flag. Me and JT will be. I know I'm with you for the first 2 hours. I don't know where JT's going to end up being.
I'm here for the whole session.
Excellent.
I'm just in and out with doing liveries and video editing.
So I'll be here for the first. We'll be here for the first of the rookie. Well, this is the veteran session. Then we'll hand over to Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe for the rookies orientation practice and refreshers, and then we'll be back for half of the session coming through of the open practice, and then the last hour will be with James and Alan as well up in the booth. We're all set then for a restart, and as we get ready for the green flag to go out, we are going to say a welcome back to our Indianapolis Motor Speedway colleagues of Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe, with Georgia down in the pit lane for the open test of the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. We've had to wait for it, but finally it looks like we're going to have the go time on the board. £13.88, JT. That's how much it's going to cost for one of these cables. It's quite mad, isn't it?
I mean, depends how big it is.
3 meters.
And is it just literally a 2-in-1?
2-in-1, yeah.
An XLR?
XLR 2-in-1, yeah. Although it's all in Spanish, so I can't find one. I just need a long 2-in-1 cable.
I've just realised how plain Omi's livery is. He's not really like you've got Grid Network and Formula E Zone and USRN. Me and Omi have just got USRN.
Okay, so we are underway. The session is going to restart. Let's hand you back to our team just for the quick introductions.
With James Hinchcliffe, _perfect weather for this.
And it's so rare during the April Open test. We have this kind of weather. All the teams, all the drivers so excited to get out there. Usually it's gloomy, it's chilly, it's often raining during these 2 days, but right now we've got some conditions that are fairly representative of what they're going to see when we come back here for practice week at the beginning of May. So this is a prime opportunity for everybody to really start dialing in their programs for the 500.
The weather is so perfect. They opened the Brickyard Crossing Golf Course opening day. It's all green. It's looking beautiful. Of course, 4 holes within the infield of the Speedway. So what does a driver do when his testing is delayed by a couple of hours? Well, one driver took advantage of opening day.
You could go to your engineers, do a little more briefing or debriefing, but no. Friends of ours invited Colton Herta out onto the golf course. Let's see what he's got lined up here. Good form. I'm not a big golfer.
That's just a practice swing. Here's the money shot right here.
That proves that I don't know what I'm talking about. It looked like it went a bit left, or a bit right.
Well, if he's on the oval at the Speedway, he should be going a bit left versus a bit right.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, you know. But yeah, very nice. Nicely done. And a beautiful day for it. But now Colton's got to get down to business.
I think he's probably happy that the golfing's done for the day, and he can now strap into his Andretti Global Honda.
Yeah.
And go get some laps here at Speed.
So the green flag is getting ready to be waved as we put our eyes on the flag stand. And
green flag, we are underway for the first official testing of the Indianapolis 500 in 2025, and it's going to be Marcus Armstrong and Helio Castroneves out there, down to pit road.
Yeah, a lot of new colors, a lot of cars sporting their 500 liveries, a number of teams announcing them this week and showing them off for the first time here. And then there are a number of teams that say, well, we're going to keep a little mystery about it. And they're in colors more familiar to you from the first 3 races of the NTT IndyCar season. But working it out today and getting a chance to figure it out on the oval for the first time just now. There's a new set of colors to a very familiar driver, Helio Castroneves.
Is he familiar around here? Has he been okay around this place?
He's been pretty okay for a pretty long time here.
Yeah, this first session, kind of as originally scheduled, is going to be for the veterans, 12:45 to 2 p.m. That'll be for the vets. And then at 2 to 4, we're going to switch over to the rookie orientation and the refresher course practice. That's for drivers who are only doing the month of May, only doing the 500, or those who are doing it for the first time. And then we'll have...
Yep, and... JT, this is going to be the good sign, actually, as we finally get going for this session. Cars venturing out here onto the circuit, and it's go time.
And it's the first time we see Fox Graphics in Indy 500 form.
Yeah,
as well, with the hour and 13 countdown. Well, they've got that correct.
They can't really get many things mistaken, can they, really, though? I suppose that's sort of the...
We're zooming.
Yeah, sorry, it's me setting things up. So, we are go. The session is underway. We are now effectively just going to be running down the clock for the next few hours. And I can still navigate things, which is great news. So, fingers crossed it's going to be good, as I'm moving everything around and making a mess of everything. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. But JT... Graham Rahal circulating. How much does he want to bet a year compared to what we had last?
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't really the best Indy 500 last year, was it? Probably a month of May to forget.
Several times he tried, several times it just did not go his way at all. Ryan Hunter-Ray for the J&R Reinbold Racing now watching on as well. He's coming round turn 3 and 4. He's going to be picking up that pace. Many people standing up on the red Firestones though, JT, so a small differential, but Rahal's top on a 220.222 coming out of turn 4. So already the speed's coming through.
Yeah, JB, I think you're still in your time vein. There's no time around here. It's speed, because speed is power, and power is speed. That sounded like a Minecraft movie quote.
Yeah, speed is
but
our
it wasn't.
friend. Speed is our friend. Speed is our power. As it comes into it. Oh, that's what was wrong. Someone's knocked my game control on my MacBook. Yeah. Over the line then. More times getting completed than under green flag conditions. And it's still Rahal, Castroneves, Palou, Hunter-Ray, and Nolan Siegel in 5th. Kevin Simpson moved up. Scott McLaughlin does a 200... What was it? 200... I can't see the time. Or speed delta either. Here we go. 222.065 for Rahal is our fastest speed at the moment. Got to go to best speed and speed, which is really annoying on our Delta monitors up here in the booth. We are trying to get that operational to you as things stand, but the usual qualifying and practice stuff has actually gone a bit wrong. So while we get that sorted, figure out what's going to be what. Where? There we go. Yes, speed, not time. That's what you've got to find out first of all on this run around. JT, what are you expecting in terms of overall this time round? Are we expecting the usual chaos, or just going to have a nice little 500 this year? Will there be a big differential?
Apologies, but I completely just lost the will to live and didn't take in anything that you were saying because a friend that I'm making a delivery for, he's just asked for a little type saloon stock car.
A little type of saloon car? Do we even want to know?
Do you not the little type red and yellow car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Okay, I'm with you now.
Okay, good.
I'm not with him. I'm just saying that so he knows. I'm very confused, to be fair, about what he's asking.
How do you not know what a little type car is?
A little what? Tiger?
I'm sending you a photo.
Unless it's Noddy, I think we're all a bit out of tune. I mean, JT, you can do that, but it's still not going to help me have any idea what you're on about.
Right, look at your DM.
I will do shortly, as we just adjust some things up here in the booth, so that I am sat down for this one. So there we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome. As the situation will improve.
It's a stream cam now as well.
Yes. There we go. Hello, everybody. That's better.
The behind-the-scenes cam that the commentators see all the time.
Now they get to see as well, yes. That's what I was just doing. And making sure that true tone's been turned off as well. Car's still circulating, pit stops coming in. Hopefully you're seeing the deltas in terms of speed as well, and the tyres that the guys are on. Pato O'Ward top, 222.775 mile an hour. Don't forget, this session is for the veterans, so anybody who's raced here before gets a shot out on the circuit and gets their time to shine. And what do you reckon then, as the situation progresses? Are we going to see McLaren get a race victory? Is that an option this year for them? They've been denied so many times, so many opportunities coming in. Could they actually go and clinch an Indy 500 victory?
It's time for them to win an Indy 500, but they have to get past all of the other big teams like Team Penske and everyone else. But it is definitely possible. Yes, it's just... I don't want to say it, but
go on. I'm really intrigued now.
There is kind of some truth about what I'm about to say. Because it is the Indy 500, there has to be a little bit of luck involved in it, though.
Oh yeah, to win at Indy, it's luck goes hand in hand with this place. So you really just sort of have to go above and beyond the normal parameter. As we see Christian Rasmussen, Fred Carpenter Racing coming out now.
Is it a submarine? No, it isn't. It's Christian Rasmussen.
There was a comment earlier on, actually, from Nathan. He said, "Miss the NBC coverage of these days and their streaming. Fox is stuck in 2003." I think that's a fair assumption because the graphics here do feel very 2003 future generistic. They're not exactly. They're too big on the screen, aren't they? We can't really have the small neatness. It's sort of massive and right in your face.
JB, really I can't comment. I was -5 in 2003.
All right, what do you think of the graphics, though? Jack Harvey has swapped the microphone for the pit box, and he's done a new time as well as he gets on the board.
Yeah, of course, Jack Harvey. Well, I'll be surprised if he'll be in the pit, being a pit reporter in the month of May, going 230 mile per hour around Indy and being a pit reporter. Well, yeah, back in a car. Good to see for Jack Harvey. And, well, as we look at Joseph Newgarden goes across the yard of bricks now.
Yep, Newgarden still coming through and having those assumptions for his run. Just trying to have a look and see where we are on the monitor situation. It's still O'Ward with that 222.775. Rahal a fraction off. Slowest on the board is Santino Ferrucci at the moment on 154.012 mile an hour as we ride out of the last few corners. We're watching now the two-time winner, back-to-back, Joseph Newgarden. Won it on the last lap here last year. Back-to-back champions at the Brickyard. Newgarden, 2023-24. Cashton Evers, 01 and 02. Al Unser, 1970, 1971. As well, Vulvich as well, did it? Bill Vulvich down back in the early 60s. Or it might have been 50s actually looking at that board. His graphic went away on the last sector. But could he become a triple? Or is Helio Cashnevers going to come out and be surprised and do a 5? Newgarden got it on the last lap last year after an insane push. As we've got yellow. Yellow flag is out here at the Brickyard. I really hope no one's hit the wall or had a problem, but we have got a yellow flag. I'm not seeing any, but the 24 on the back stretch is coming to a stop, and we have it now. Which is going to be a problem for Jack Harvey.
They removed the graphics just as they realised that their graphics did not change from green to yellow.
Yeah. So Jack Harvey has come to a stop for Jaya and Reinbold Racing. And that's our boy.
Weren't we just talking about him?
Yes, we were. And that's our colleague from Fox Sports, of course, as well, who in his first run of the season has now come to a stop on the backstretch before turn number 3, as you can see on our driver tracker up here, and has brought out the yellow flag, which will inevitably lead to the red flags coming out to stop the session here on test day.
Moment of truth, I'm loading Omi's skin into BeamNG for the first time.
Okay, well, while we're on to the yellow, we will hand downstairs over to the boys at IMS Speedway and get all their latest runnings and shenanigans going on while the session currently is under the suspension.
NTT IndyCar Series season, working alongside you on the Fox broadcast crew down on the pit lane. Different world for him, talking to him about it, but having a lot of fun with it, and really thrilled to be back behind the wheel here for another go with the 500.
Yeah, great transition for Jack. He's doing a phenomenal job on the television side, but you know, even from when that deal was announced, his eyes were still always on the beginning of May and getting back into an IndyCar back here at the Speedway. He's raced here 7 times in the past. It'll be his 8th attempt to start the greatest spectacle in racing. Best finish in 9th back in 2020. That was with Meyer Shank Racing.
And a little conversation going on before they're able to get the tow underway on that car. So I don't know if they're having trouble finding
neutral.
Yeah,
maybe?
Finding neutral or something gone wrong there.
Yeah,
but
you see them kind of kicking the tire, trying to rock the car back and forth. Of course, these new hybrid systems do allow the drivers the functionality to restart their own cars. So clearly a bigger issue than just that, as it looks like the wheel might be coming off. They might be pulling Jack out of that car and having to flatten or pick it up.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking one of the machines that wraps out to put under the car to keep it from dropping any other liquid on the track. So we'll follow there as Jack Harvey begins to extricate himself from the car, and we're under the red flag on just the early moments of our Indianapolis 500 open test.
This is the Indy 500. It's passion, drama, Graham Rahal is out, history, Denny Sullivan spins, tradition, legendary.
This is the Indianapolis 500. It's the best race in the world.
This is nothing short of epic. You just won the Indy 500, baby! This is May.
Glad to have you with us today, live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the first of 2 days of open testing for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. This first session is for the veterans, those who have competed here at the 500 repeatedly. Then we're going to switch in a little while to the refresher session, those who haven't competed in an NTT IndyCar Series race or oval race since last season, last year's 500, and also the rookie drivers, of which there are a few. And we'll have the rookie orientation as well. That comes up later on, followed by another session for all of the eligible teams. But right now, watching Jack Harvey's car being brought back from where it lies out on the back straightaway. There's Devlin DiFrancesco, one of those back at the Speedway this year. He'll be going out for a refresher in a little while.
Yeah, Dev out of the series last year, made a return with Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing in 2025. Excited to be back here at the Speedway. We'll have to go through that refresher course. So for veterans returning, it's a 2-phase refresher program that they have to do. 15 laps between 210 and 215 miles an hour, and then another 15 laps between, or 215 and above. The rookies have to do a third one that starts down at 205 to 210 for 10 laps. That's the run through of what we'll see starting at 2 o'clock.
So the rookie orientation program will involve Louis Foster. Let's see, who's the other? Jacob Abel and Robert Schwartzman. I knew I'd come up with it if I thought about it for long enough. And then the refresher program will be Marco Andretti, Kyle Larson will have to go through a refresher. You'll have Callum Ilott, Devlin DiFrancesco, and Takuma Sato will have to do a refresher as well. Hearing from race control that the Harvey car is indeed stuck in gear, which is why it's taken a little bit of time to get it moving. There's a look at the rookie orientation and the 3 phases to go through.
And it looks fairly straightforward, and in principle it is fairly straightforward, but anybody that's done it can tell you that Indy cars are not built to go 205 to 210 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how sketchy it feels at that speed. These things are designed to go 220, 230, 240. And so cruising around at 210 can actually feel a little more on edge and a little less comfortable than 10 or 15 miles an hour faster than that. So it's a bit of an experience, bit of an eye-opener for the rookies, thinking, you're driving around at 210, it doesn't feel awesome, and you think, I need to be going like 20 miles an hour faster than this when we get to qualifying day?
To get everything to work like I really feel like it should feel like. And by the way, the specific language that's involved in the rookie orientation is those 3 phases, the 40 laps, quote, demonstrating car control, placement, and interaction with other cars on the track to the satisfaction of INDYCAR. So that's kind of what's involved here, just making sure you get the feel of it and are ready to go with everybody else in the broader, busier practice session that will happen later on. So early moments of today's Indianapolis 500 testing. Again, Pato O'Ward has set the best time so far of those that have been out onto the racetrack. I'm telling you, they were just giving me some of the folks that have been out at the track staff telling me that the viewing mounds inside turn number 2, those people came in this morning. They haven't moved. They're waiting to see these race cars go. You just saw some of the fans sitting up in the grandstands. You open the gates here, people want to come.
People will show.
Yes,
Open
sir.
the gates and they will show here in Indianapolis.
There they are.
This race is, wave to the camera, guys. Thanks for being out here on a beautiful day. They come out, rain or shine, gloomy weather, cold weather. The fans here in Indy are the best, and they love coming out here to see Indy cars on track.
First chance to get a look for this year with the month of May quickly approaching. We're inside of 3 minutes till the green flag and the resumption of practice, so less than 3 minutes to go before we see everybody get back out again. Got the new boards up on the front of the pagoda, all reinstalled, and that'll be a nice re-addition as we get through into the month of May and people begin to follow their favorites around the track.
That's what's so cool about this kind of new era of ownership for the speedways. Every year we come back here and there's something that's just been made a little bit better.
Yep.
You've got a racetrack, you've got a facility here that many will tell you is the best in the world, and yet every single year, everyone at Penske Entertainment finds a way to make this place just a little bit nicer, a little bit of upgrades here and there, making the fan experience better every time as well.
So much fun. Speaking of new, have you been to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum?
I have not had the pleasure yet. I have seen many videos and pictures, and I cannot wait. Just an incredible improvement, the renovation that they've done over the last year and a half. Truly remarkable. Everyone that I've spoken to that's been there has been blown away.
Yeah, I was talking to Elio Castroneves yesterday, and he had just come from the museum. And, Elio, he He's usually really energetic, and he was so overwhelmed by it. He was actually a little subdued when he said, "You just have to go. You wouldn't believe the job they've done." He said it was just amazing, and that's pretty high recommendation from a guy who's got more than a few artifacts on display over there. Elio, one of 8 former winners of the Indianapolis 500 in the group of 34 who will look to qualify for this coming year's race. Did I put one extra in there? Did I count one?
I count 7 on the graphic. Maybe there's one missing. I'm not sure.
Let's see here. I got Newgarden. I got Erickson. Power, Hunter Ray.
Power's not on the list. That's who's missing.
there
You're right.
We go. I knew it was 8. Sorry, Will.
But
we'll get that fixed.
8 of 33 going for another.
Yeah.
The rest going for their first. I guess I should say 34.
Yes.
And it's tough. I mean, look, bump day is one of the traditions of this race. It's part of what makes this race so special, having to get your way into that fastest 33. But I got to say, when it's 34 cars as the green flag waves, that's almost the worst number, because sending only one driver, only one team home, there's no one to even share in your misery if it was more, as painful as that day is. And I know it from experience. To be the only one denied the opportunity, the privilege of getting to race here on Memorial Day weekend is just got to be so heartbreaking.
So we're back to green flag winning then. Cars slowly will come back out onto the circuit with 54 minutes to go of this run around. And JT, one thing we haven't talked about just yet, we mentioned it a lot last season, but it's sort of become bye-bye on normal day-to-day races. But coming into the month of May, we have to talk about, this is the first 500 with hybrid power. So we've got the battery deployment, we've got the energy recharge. It's going to be key to see exactly how these guys and girls are going to progress going out on the circuit using different battery power on the backstretch.
Haha, what could go wrong? Definitely nothing at all. It's not like we had a nearly championship deciding moment with the hybrid system. It's not like we've had people miss the start of races because of the hybrid system, and we've definitely not had anyone crash out because of the hybrid system failing.
Well, let's have a look then quickly at the fastest time so far. Pato O'Ward is on top. That's then coming in from Graham Rahal. He's in there. Joseph Newgarden, Scott McLaughlin, Connor Daly, Helio Cashinebe, Stingray Rob, Carl Kirkwood, Christian Rasmussen, Ryan Hunter-Ray is in there. Alex Plow and Nolan Siegel. That's your fastest this session so far for the IMS Open test as well, I think, JT, and it's going quite well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no one's properly binned it yet. We've only had one stoppage. Now as we look through, probably going to bin it, as I believe this is Colton Herter. So sorry, Colton, if you bin it.
If he does, he will be looking for you after this race. It's not been a very nice situation to come through. Herter has been here several times before, though, in vital sessions. The final Fast Friday a couple of years ago, he flipped the car over coming next to turn 2, had to start in the backup car, and he's one of his worst 500 appearances to date. But he is fighting back, and he is hopefully, JT, a guy who's going to be in contention to maybe win the 500 this year. But he doesn't have luck around this place. Is he a contender, or is he just going to be an outsider with not really much progressive chance?
I can think of a couple of people who always has bad luck around this place. I can think of a couple of people who always has good luck around this place. And I can think of a couple of people who have absolutely no good or bad luck around this circuit at all. But if we go back to drivers having bad luck every single time they actually turn a wheel on this 230 mile per hour racetrack at times, it's Colton Herter. I've lost count at how many times he's spun and crashed and flipped out or had engine problems.
It's been a lot.
It's not a good track for him, is it?
No, it's almost, he says it's a curse. He says it's a curse, but it mainly is a curse. So Scott Dixon goes top on a 2 Oh, I need to be careful with this now. 2:23.007 across the board as well as the 34 drivers have their contention out. Let us know, by the way, can you read these graphics okay, or do we need to have some sort of filler content coming in with the 34 so far on our new timing tower pagoda? I think I will just add quickly some sharpness to it, because even I'm struggling to read it at this percentage in time, as I can't see where... Oh, hello, I've done something really wrong now. Oh, that's what happens when your screen's up there and you can't see what's going on to come into it. There we go. Still, you got it on top, as you can see on the Delta Times. It's a nice circuit, though. It's a good flow, JT, around this place. The drivers like it, we like it, and we just don't want it to be boring, which 9 times out of 10 here it sometimes is, if you have long processional races. I mean, the last 2-3 years have been classics, absolute classics, but I can think of 5 off the top of my head of the years you've come here and gone, was that it? Was that 500 miles? Do you want we want to have a good race, not a wasted month.
An oval that's boring.
Oh,
what's that?
We get a couple.
I've never heard of it.
Come on, we've had
Then again, I go to ovals where putting bumpers in and pushing people into walls is the name of the game.
Phoenix, just saying. that used to be a bit of an interesting one coming through, didn't it?
Bowman Grey.
Bowman Grey. I liked Bowman Grey.
Have you seen some of the videos that's been coming out recently from Bowman Grey?
No, what's happened?
Oh, there's been a couple of big fights between drivers, which has got law enforcement involved and everything. It is comedy.
It doesn't really surprise me, though, does it, really?
No. I have just loaded Omi's livery into the game, and it looks a bit basic.
Basic?
And why do I say that? Because Omi's not affiliated with anything. So, me and Omi might need to talk about stuff to put on the car, but I have put it in the managers chat.
Fair it is.
And your DMs.
I'll keep an eye on it. Scott Dixon's coming to the pit lane. So we're with you for the next 48 minutes before we hand down to the IMS team for their stint of the day. We've done enough filling already, as we see previous winners across the line. There is Scott Dixon, won here in 2008, if I'm not very much mistaken, and he won here again a couple of years before that. He's a great guy, isn't he, Scott Dixon? Can he become another champion? Go on, JT, what have you got?
Hello.
You said also, and then I interrupted you.
Did you? Yeah. Also, why did INDYCAR have to... There it is. Scott Dixon, 2008 Indianapolis 500 champion. They read your mind. Why couldn't INDYCAR just stay yellow for another minute so I could actually finish my tuna and sweet corn pasta? Why INDYCAR?
If it helps, I've got a spaghetti bolognese that has been done as well, and I'm waiting to eat that. And also prepping all our stuff for the touring cars this weekend, yeah, so charging and setting things up.
I think we need a new slogan for next year.
Well, we've already got, what was it, closer to the action. What on earth could you have?
JBMotorsports. Commentators starve to give you action.
Brings a whole new meaning to the words "buy me a coffee," doesn't it? We need to sit here and junk get it. Well, I had fish and chips, didn't I? On air, because you can't reheat fish. Alexander Rossi now coming through. Have you noticed how Fox's graphics have now failed, by the way? And I know everyone's saying, "Oh, but it's not Fox producing this; it's IMS." IMS are productions with Fox. Their graphics have failed. So it's the same production team, just it's not on Fox Sports, on YouTube, but it's the same team producing it. And Alan Bestwick's just come in alongside that of James Hinchcliffe. It's still what NBC basically did before. Ed Carpenter Racing then, and Alexander Rossi, our 2016 Indianapolis 500 champion, back again. Rookie who won the 500. Here it is, back in 2016. That fantastic fuel run where he was coasting to the line and crossed it. A rookie winning the 100th running of the Indy 500 was certainly an entertaining day. And I remember that was my first Indy 500 commentary, actually. I started with the 100th, and what a race it was. We might even see if we can get some classic Indy races going during the month of May. Go on.
Was that a Napa INDYCAR?
It was indeed, yeah.
I need to see a photo of that. Again.
Back in 2016. Also,
yeah.
I have a pint of Vimto. Cheers.
Yeah, you could have gone somewhere else with that, but I'm glad you did. By the way, Alan Bestwick, as you said, with us for the 2 days of testing, only ever turns up for the big events.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's hope he's on some NASCAR coverage this year as well.
Hopefully.
I mean, he's doing the Brickyard 400. Yellow's gone out again. And track inspection. So Aaron has spotted something. Our controller up there. And he's put the yellow flag out. So this yellow flag is now for track inspection. So all cars will return to the pit lane. Scott Dixon's currently fastest, 223.007 mile an hour. Is his fastest time from Felix Rosenquist to 22.923, fastest speed coming through as well. So they'll all dive back into the pit lane. Yellows are out then as things stand. Let's head it back to Alan and to James.
Got taken out on a late restart a few years back. You know, that's all just the last 5 years for this team. Will it be that way this year? Time will tell, but a very intriguing group to watch.
We're getting word that the yellow is for a piece of carbon that came off the brake duct of the number 27 machine. That's Kyle Kirkwood for Andretti Global. As we see team owner and driver Ed Carpenter back into his pit box. Great new look on this team after some great new sponsorship and investment, ownership in the team.
Yep, brought in a new partner in the ownership, and that partner brought his companies in as well with their support and backing. And Heartland Food Products Group involved in all 3 machines in their effort here at the Indianapolis 500. So while we're under the yellow flag for the track inspection, Georgia Henneberry, it's kind of quiet down there, so you get a chance to talk to some folks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. We're down here in our green room setup where we'll be doing a little lengthier interviews with some drivers. And our first on the docket today, that's Callum Ilott. We were just talking a little bit. Now, Callum, can you explain a little bit about why you are running the refresher course?
So from what I understand, even though I raced this last year, because I didn't race in another oval race last year, I've been brought back to do the refreshers. I mean, it's good for me. We get an extra set or 2 of tyres, so I'm not complaining, and it's a good way to get everything going with the new team.
Let's talk about this new team, this new opportunity, and you rejoining INDYCAR once again. What's that been like?
It's been tough. We've been working super hard. It's not easy at all to start from scratch. So I think Prema have done an amazing job to get to where we are. And yeah, we have to see for the 500 how it all goes. But we're prepared really well for this. But it's a bit of a catch-up game. Once you get in the season, it's so repetitive that you don't have time to really reflect and improve. You just have to keep working forward. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, but we've done a good job so far, and it's such an ultra-competitive championship. And yeah, we need to work our way forwards, of course, but it was always going to be getting these first races out of the way.
As a driver with a new team, do you feel like you almost get to have more input because everyone is learning so much at such a rapid rate?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of direction needed in a lot of different areas, and especially for this event, you've got to have what you need as a driver, and obviously Robert hasn't experienced that yet. So I think me, Ryan Briscoe, and the engineers that have worked within INDYCAR before, yeah, we direct what we need, and that's the kind of the baseline, and yeah, from there we'll move forward.
Have you been able to give Robert any sort of advice?
Yeah, he's pretty easygoing with this sort of stuff. He just gets in and goes. I've been at every oval test he's done with him as well. But I think he's just excited to experience the speed. I was saying, look, it's easy on your own. You get a good feeling for it. But as soon as you go out there, when everyone's out there, it's weird having 33 other cars on track with you.
Yeah, definitely. So are you guys gelling well? Is the team dynamic going well?
Yeah, no, it's good. I've known him for years since karting, and then at Ferrari when we were in the Drive Academy, we spent 4 years together. I never actually worked directly with him, but always around, and yeah, it's been super easy so far, and just pushing the team forward and working together.
Well, let's get back to the month of May is just on the horizon. How excited are you again to try for another Indy 500?
Yeah, 4th one this year, so they go by quite quickly. It's been up and down every year I've done it. It's never simple, and never is. And of course, with a new team, it's probably not going to be simple either. But it's exciting. I think it's a lot of work that goes into this, a lot of new stuff, which can be good and bad, and we have to just work through it, keep it calm, and never go above the limit.
Well, we will see you out there for your refresher session. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Callum, thanks. Georgia, thanks. Work through it, keep it calm, and never go above the limit. That's a quotable quote. And we'll see Callum out when we get to the rookie orientation and refreshers coming up in a little while. So we're less than 3 minutes away till the green flag. You see the finishing up of the track inspection here down the main straightaway. And then we'll get back under the green flag again for a little while, make it about 2 minutes from now. Well, we're going to have about 40 minutes left of track time for the veterans, and then we'll get that next session underway. Just joining us, delayed a little bit today by some connectivity problems with some of the various systems that are all involved in operating races these days. But we're underway, and we have beautiful weather, and we're looking forward, particularly for me, because it's never happened before, but turning up the boost to qualifying mode tomorrow and simulating Fast Friday, something the manufacturers wanted to be part of this open test session. I'm going to be fascinated to see that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's funny. I was having this debate with a couple of guys as we take a look at this schedule for the rest of today and for tomorrow. That high boost simulation from 9:30 to 12. I've got mixed feelings on it, if I'm honest. I think from a team standpoint, or if I was in the race this year, I would like it. More opportunity to tune the car in that so important, ever important qualifying setup. It's not something you want to do a lot of running at, during Fast Friday and the build up to the weekend in case something does go wrong. So I get it from the manufacturers, teams, and driver side. From your side, from my side, sitting out here, from the fans out on the hill there in turn 2, here's what I don't like about it. We normally don't know what the real competitive order is for qualifying until Fast Friday. You can try and extrapolate things from practice week, but ultimately everything's a little bit different. When the boost levels go up, the speeds go up, cars that looked really fast, really strong in race pace or during group running don't always necessarily rise to the top. You get a good sense of that, though, when the boost goes up on Fast Friday. Now, I think tomorrow morning we're going to get a little bit of a feeling of which teams really have the cars dialed in, which manufacturer really has the special sauce on the high boost settings for qualifying on the engine side. So it's taken a little bit of the mystique out of it for me, but we could still get to Fast Friday, and it's all completely different from what we saw here tomorrow.
So the green light has gone back on. We're underway once again. And we're going to now go until 7 p.m. Eastern. New timetable has been announced, which is 12:45. 12:45 till 2. That's going to be over veterans. 2 till 4 Eastern. Rookie orientation, practice, and refreshers. And then 4 till 7 is going to be all cars out there on the circuit. So an hour later, which means from 5:30 till 6:30 Eastern, coverage will come from trackside, and me and JT get to cover the last half hour, which kind of works okay, unless I can figure out a way to get the commentary for the Grid Tonight show included in our broadcast as well.
I am so happy that we get to go in an hour.
Yeah, not the greatest thing on the planet, is it? It's just something to be told. By the way, guys, you're doing the whole other hour. And you sort of go there going, what? But
also,
open test.
I was told that we only had the track today until 6 p.m, Joshua Birch.
That was the case. They've obviously negotiated that. We've got it back. Gun goes off at 6. That's even in practice, that's the same time. I presume with all the issues, they've decided to go one further. However, I want to point out my tea has arrived, my lovely spaghetti bolognese.
I thought you said my tears have arrived.
As well as a very large slice of my birthday cake, which was chocolate. Homemade
Is that
chocolate
mini
cake.
egg on top?
No, it is a. It was a chocolate ball. Okay. It was a full-on piece of. Let me just open it and show you the camera. There you go, full-on slice of chocolate cake. It's a bourbon cream with jam and chocolate cake. It smells delicious. That is my birthday cake. That's my second slice. After my first one.
Did you look at my DMs about the little Tykes car? Oh, yellow.
Okay, what's going on now? We've got a car smoking. I believe it's number 14. It is number 14. That is smoking on the back straightaway. So already of Santino Ferrucci, he's come to a stop, and we're going to go to yellow again, JT.
Can we just get one single lap in?
His engine has blown up, and we were just talking about these hybrids, JT, and how would they feel at the 500, and even in open test, that's two cars that have now failed at the same thing.
It's a test session, not a race. You don't need to cook your cars.
So Harvey's failed for the same reason. Now Ferrucci's has, and the yellow flag comes back out. Okay, well, we'll hand back over then to IndyCar, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe, as we wait to see what's going to happen with Santino Ferrucci's car. He's checking the back of it, but looks like he's over.
Phenomenal record here in the 500 in his time in the NTT IndyCar Series. Finished in the top 10 in his first 6 500 starts. Finished every possible lap. First driver ever to do that. And his test session has come to a halt there on the inside of the exit of turn number 2.
Yeah, absolutely incredible record here to have 6 starts, never be outside the top 10. He's completed every lap that he has competed in those 6 races, and has done it with some style and some flair. We've seen some pretty impressive overtakes from Santino over the years, especially on restarts. The first guy to go up into the high line, usually not afraid to take a risk, but definitely not the start to this test that he was hoping for.
Well, we'll wait to hear what the word is from Santino when he comes back into the pit lane and back through into the garages. But for now, yellow flag out again here as we work with 33 minutes or so to go scheduled in this session. So Scott Dixon still has posted the fast lap of our opening test session. Felix Rosenquist is in the second spot on the scoring pylon, and you've got Joseph Newgarden, a 2-time winner, Pato O'Ward, Graham Rahal, Scott McLaughlin have the fast 6 laps. As you look at Scott Dixon sitting with his crew ready to fire up that machine and get him out onto the racetrack when the course is back under green.
We've got 25 cars that have been on the track so far and set, at least gone around the racetrack. Competitive times from 23 of them. Jack Harvey hadn't completed a proper lap when he had his issues, which we're hearing reports may be hybrid related.
Yeah, one of the new systems to figure out, and I think
of course it is.
Quote you from earlier, I think you said that's why you test.
That's why you test. This is why we practice, guys.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where, you know, yeah, fine, this could have happened opening day of practice when we're back here in May, but it also can happen on carb day. You just never know. These race cars are tuned to the nth degree. The limits are pushed to the nth degree, especially here at Indy. And every once in a while, there can just be these small gremlins that pop up. You don't see them all month long, all season long, and they can just rear their head at the worst possible moment. Luckily for Santino and the AJ Foyt crew, this is not a terrible time to have an issue like this in the grand scheme of things.
I guess on the good side, they don't have anything under the car to be capturing liquid. So
Great point.
That's a good view, and we'll see what we can find out when Santino comes back around. Look at Joseph Newgarden's machine as the 2-time winner sits along the pit lane. AMR safety team and the Speedway safety team doing a little check around to make sure we're back under green flag possible conditions, and we'll get going again here as quickly as we can.
Speaking of possible.
Possible.
Is it possible for Joseph Newgarden to become the first 3-time consecutive winner of the Indy 500? What do you think?
Certainly is. Back to our point of discussion earlier, though, right? You got to have a perfect day. You put together 2 perfect days back-to-back already. Can you put together a third perfect day?
And look, it's perfect day plus luck. We talked about that too. You can't ignore that element of it. I can tell you off the top of my head a half a dozen drivers who drove perfect days, whose teams executed perfect days, and they still didn't win this race. Yeah. You know, there's that old saying that Indy chooses the winner, and that lady luck has to be on your side on top of a day of perfect execution from yourself and everybody on the crew.
You know, it's been fun for me looking through some of the research ahead of this, talking about Joseph and his efforts to win a third straight, right? He's been Mr. Oval Track in recent history in the NTT IndyCar Series, right? Yet, in his 2 back-to-back wins, he's only led a combined 31 laps.
Crazy.
Right? Leading the ones that count the most are certainly important.
You only need to lead one at the end of the day. You only need to lead one. And he's been on the right side of that the last 2 years. Both incredible last lap drives.
So inside of 2 minutes before the green flag, and the track will be reopened for practice. See the car going backwards up the pit lane is Jacob Abel's machine as that team begins to position for their participation in the rookie orientation program that comes up about 30 minutes from right now.
I'd say roughly 29 minutes and 24 seconds if I were to guess.
Well, I was giving him a couple seconds to make the transition between the sessions, you know. Well, Santino made it back. We'll wait to hear what's going on there.
Well, all I can say is that I did lose power, so I don't know what happened. And I have my own theories, but I'm also not allowed to share.
Hey, Georgia.
Hey.
Let's do this conversation so we can all hear.
Yeah, let's do that. Hey, I'm here with Santino. He said he lost power. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Oh man, it was definitely a little scary to lose it going into one. So I was shaking a little bit because when something goes wrong on the speedway in the car, it's never a fun thing for a driver. But no, back to the garage, just figure out what happened and get back out here for this afternoon session.
Well, there's something about you and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that usually gels well together. So assuming you get back out there today, what are you really going to be looking for?
We're just going to try and get some consistency out of this car. It's something new to me that I haven't run in the past years here. And just obviously with the hybrid and the weight, I really like a secure car on the entry that rotates like crazy in the middle. And I currently have the inverse, and so it's not comfy. But no, I love being here. I love seeing all the fans out here. Honestly, getting out of the car and the exit at 2 and looking back and seeing a full grandstand is pretty sweet. So thank you for all of them coming out, and we'll see them later.
Thanks, Andy.
Green light. We're underway once again. JT, go on.
Then pans to multiple fully empty grandstands. Amazing work from Fox.
Yeah, not the greatest, is it? Inside of turn 2 is open, and there's some fans that have come in. One literal section of the grandstand. Loads of people on the infield, and the golf course is open. So if you are IMS, you can go golfing to come through. So we're underway once again for practice. 3 cautions so far. And let's not forget, this isn't even beginning for the actual session. This is just the veterans going on again. Here's Pato Award, second in 2024, passed by Newgarden in the last lap. 2022 was second, but crashed in 2023, so it's 2 crash 2. History would suggest that it would be a crash this year, but Pato Award is trying to go for one better than he's done in the past, JT. Is it an option for him to do so?
Well, Pato Award, he's been quite unlucky here, hasn't he? He's been unlucky one year, then lucky the next. Well, is he becoming the Indy 500 bridesmaid? I think so. Because, well, as you keep saying, JB, and now you can actually hear me.
I can hear you anyway, the headphones on. You've got speakers next to us, we can always hear you.
With your special speakers. Oh, what a shame. That must be amazing for you. But yeah, Patro Ward, will he... If he finishes 24th again this year, it'll be a second 24th, second 24th.
Yeah. It's a bit daft, isn't it, how many yellows and greens he's had. Just to remind you, we've run 31 minutes of this session so far. We've had 36 minutes of yellows, but 17 in total. Throughout the yellow, red, yellow, red, yellow, red. Here's Will Power, winner of the 102nd running of the Indianapolis 500 in 2018. As we're just having some information about NASCAR, which will have their, about the All-Star race, which is going to be, they've introduced a fun flag. So that's just an update for you there. The Grid Tonight coverage, so the Grid Tonight show, as things stand, might be simulcast, which would be entertaining. That is the current plan. We will be simulcasting our show.
Because I've heard that Homestead Miami is going back to a championship race next year.
Is it really?
Yes, for
That's better.
all 3 series.
Yeah. Homestead is a more entertaining circuit.
It's not been confirmed, but it came from one of like Bob Potgrass, Jeff.
Well, we've got here at Indianapolis and INDYCAR, we've got Nashville on the oval as a new permanent ending facility, which is somewhat of a good thing, somewhat of a bad thing, depending on where you go.
Nashville Super Speedway.
What bone have you got to pick with them?
It isn't a super speedway.
Nah, it's not really, is it? It's it's more of an intermediate. I don't even know why they class it as one.
I'm trying to think of something to say.
About who's got what? As we see rounding the back, Scott Dixon is now out on the course, just getting through. A few cars that have been on outlaps, including the 06 of Helio Castroneves. I believe he's on the infield coming into the pit lane actually as well, so a few of them are changing through.
If Nashville Super Speedway is actually a super speedway, then my small desktop fan I have on my desk is an industrial fan.
Is it?
No.
Do you know what's over there on the other side of the commentary box?
What?
A big fan. That we have. That is prepped. Actually, that needs to go back into the house now. We've got a position for it and everything, so that I can actually get coolness when I sleep. Because you don't want to wake up as well in a hot schedule. Rodney Childress and Spire have parted ways. That's going to be interesting on the Grid Tonight show. So we are going for a longer session. Till 7 o'clock, which is bizarre. The New Track Record podcast has said, we will take how INDYCAR will shoot itself in the foot today for 1,000, please. And that is the issues that we've had with the coverage of not being able to go green for so long. So 20 minutes, and then me and JT will be out of here for 2 hours. And then we'll be back in for 90 minutes before going again. Sort of yin and yang today. Tomorrow, a lot more of the similar factor. As I believe we just have the all-day practice, don't we? For the final day of day 2. We have gone.
Now that it's extended an hour, does that mean that Mr. Oracle is joining us later?
It could do, yeah. Message if he wants to join us for the last half hour. When as soon as we get off here from Grid. I will have to let the boys know that we're on a tight hour. But yeah, he could join us. That'd be quite a good idea, actually. Nolan Siegel in the INDYCAR. Dips down through turn 1.
I called him Mr. Oracle. I should have called him Mr. Mayor, but it's all right.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah. Isn't that Ted Danson? Mr. Mayor. You have no idea. You haven't seen Ted. You haven't seen that new Ted Danson thing, have you?
No, I haven't seen the new Ted.
Yeah. Coming down pit road, several cars. Dixon still top on 223.007 mile an hour as things currently stand here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with, let's go down to pit road, Kyle Larson.
Entry attached to that team, Larson, waiting to go back out. Of course, he'll have to do the refresher program in just a minute, but boy, talk about a spectacular Indianapolis 500 debut a season ago for the NASCAR Cup Series champ.
I mean, just such a different world for him to jump into here. It's a race he's always had an eye on, always had a passion for trying, and man, he did a great job getting up to speed. The team did a great job in preparing him the way he needed to be. TK, obviously, one of the best mentors you could have at this place.
Qualified 5th for the field a year ago. And the race day, the double, back and forth between Indianapolis and Charlotte, where the plan was to run the 600 that night. The rain delay starting the 500 a year ago, but what a drive Larson made in his 500 debut.
It was honestly a really mature drive from Kyle. Not that you'd expect anything less, just 2 little hiccups. One on the restart here. You saw he got passed after being in the wrong gear, and then there was a speeding penalty on pit lane that really kind of took him out of it, but drove with a maturity that, again, shouldn't surprise you, but is unexpected for most Indy 500 rookies. And it's great to see Kyle back at the Speedway. Excited to see what he could do with a year of experience under his belt. A 500-miler in an Indy car under his belt. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it, JT? And Kyle Larson is our most recent NASCAR Cup Series race winner, of course. He won last time out at Bristol and locked himself into the playoffs. And now he's attempted to make the double again in 2025. That's running the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte on the same day. And it is doable. And he's going to be out there in the ROP and refreshers in around about 18 minutes time in the number 5, the Hendrick Motorsports McLaren, as he will make his way out.
Are we on battle screen?
No, we're on main screen.
Okay, noted.
What's your opinion on Kyle Larson? He's had a rocky start to this year's Cup Series, but locked himself into the playoffs with that Bristol win.
What's his tyre? Okay, interview.
With Jack Harvey.
Back in the car. The bad news is that we're back in the garage.
Back in the pits.
What did you feel out there, and what's the update?
Yeah, just coming out of turn 4 on my outlap, I guess it would have been, just upshifted to 5th and started to lose power. The alarm popped up on the dash and then just tried to slow down as quickly and safely as possible. So not ideal start, of course, but honestly, I'm having such a blast wearing a 5-suit again, and I don't know, just not a what's the word? Not unfortunate start, but still pretty relaxed.
Well, you've been doing an incredible job on the microphone, but now you're back behind the wheel. How exciting is it to get back behind the wheel, especially for something like the month of May?
It's really actually difficult to put into words, and for anyone who's had the opportunity to come and experience this as a driver, like, they will get it. Race fans get it because they know how important this place is to the motorsport community. I live here, so I know what it means to this local community. I feel lucky, and that's why these days happen. At the end of the day, it's we're here to test, we're here to learn, dot I's, cross T's, me get familiar with the team, etc., etc. And, they got so much experience. There was a reason why we were so excited about being with everybody at Dry and Reinbold and Cusick Motorsport. So, slight bump in our day, but I just have to say I have so enjoyed, this year on the whole, and, slight pivot. And everyone's been so great to work with, and I'm really excited to be working with you in about 10 days' time at Barber, right? So
I'm so excited too. It's going to be awesome. Jack, can we expect to see you back out today with the changes that are being made?
I hope so. I don't really know what the time frame is on what we're dealing with right now, actually, but I'll be ready if the car's ready.
He's ready. That's Jack Harvey.
Yeah, Jack Harvey, of course, from Fox Sports as well. Our colleague, as JT has been invaded by his dog. There he is. Hello, Del.
And yes, what you read on the whiteboard on the battlefield was... It's what happens when you have a guard dog.
Yeah, kind of.
Wait, he was a guard dog on a farm in Greece.
Greece?
In Greece.
Your dog's Greek?
My dog is Greek.
The things you learn on a random broadcast on a random Wednesday in April.
He is a Greek puppy. Hello.
We are 15 minutes away from handing back over to the world feed. Thanks to everybody who's tuned in today. We'll be, considering there's not that many rookies on orientation to go out there, going out in the next 2 hours is literally only going to be Marco Andretti, Jacob Abel, Callum Eilert, Robert Schwartzman, Devlin DiFrancesco, Kyle Larson, Louis Foster and Venus VK. So there isn't that many that's going to be circulating the track over the next 2 hours, which is why we hand over to the world feed and me and JT get a break and then we're back until 10:30. And then, yeah, it's sort of split the last few hours of the running order as well. The last half hour will be there as well, in some way or fashion, to cover this session. But still, Barber in 10 days' time, JT. That's going to be a lot of fun. Just the beginning. That's the weekend of the... That is the weekend of the Indy 5... of the Brands Hatch Indy, isn't it?
I believe the week before.
It could be early, could be later. I'm not entirely sure.
If it's 10 days' time, it'll be week before.
Right, let's have a look. On our... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. We haven't done the battle chart.
Del boy.
We need the motorsport schedule. Who's out there down to turn 1? It's Ed Carpenter in the 33 now circulating.
It is on the same weekend as Miami and Monaco.
Oh, my.
And Texas. So,
okay,
guess who's got Barber? Hello.
No, you take NASCAR, I'll take Barber.
Oh, but F1.
Oh, is this the clash that we were worried about?
This is Miami, Barber, Texas.
Yeah, the clash that we were concerned about.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, we'll figure that out in 2 weeks' time. I don't think I'm back until Indy now, am I? I missed 2 races in a row.
Oh, me. We might need you for INDYCAR.
It looks more likelihood, yeah. That's going to be a lot of fun then. Glad we've worked that out now. As everyone's been looking deep into my soul for the past 2 minutes, while I've been looking at the camera, which is on the laptop screen as well, on the Combox cam. Okay, so 13 minutes to go. Leland Siegel's just left the pit lane once more. Ed Carpenter came in.
You know who else we might need if he's not busy?
Jackson. Sanson. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Get him on INDYCAR.
Isn't Tom with us that weekend as well?
Yes, I believe so. Who's hosting Miami? It's Omi, isn't it? Omi's hosting Miami.
Omi's hosting Miami.
Yeah. So, that might need a change around, actually, considering what we've got. Omi's also covering some of Miami.
Oh, is he?
Academy. Yeah. It's going to get entertaining. So, a few drivers out there. Jack Harvey apparently is back out on the circuit.
Oh,
but he's not. So that time... that time is good as a lie.
He's going for a stroll.
Yeah. His car must have triggered the transponder. Somewhere on the circuit.
While we're here...
Yeah?
I'm going to open up OBS, so if my camera freezes...
You know why. Are you setting up for the for everything on yours?
I'm looking at touring cars, because last time I remembered, I deleted the trackside camera from my OBS, so I need to see if I need to get it back or not.
Yeah, probably. We'll do that meeting tomorrow as well. Or Friday, getting it sorted.
Hold on. At first it was Wednesday, then it was Thursday, now it's Friday. Pick a day, any day.
Well, all I need you really to do as Alex Palou goes top. Wow, 223.303 mile an hour. So Palou hits the top of the timesheets now. All I need you to do with the touring cars is move your lap counter from the bottom to the top of the screen, because it drives me nuts. That's it.
Says the person who last year had their lap counter at the bottom and I copied them.
My lap counter's always been at the top.
How's mine reached the bottom then?
I don't know, you moved it. That's one thing I was like, what the hell have you done? I've got the most perfect OBS that I sent you. I sent it to you and it's all gone looking. Yeah, looking, searching. He's frozen. Or just,
no, I'm just wondering how, because my OBS is your OBS with a little bit of addition, but I went through all of my top bars and I went through all of my OBSs and I copied exactly the layout of yours.
I don't get it either. It's confusing. But we'll sort it out. It's incredibly easy.
Well, let's turn Donington Park GP International, because we know that's not going to get confusing.
I'll help you set up tomorrow or Friday with all the correct stuff.
Okay, I do have trackside screen. Good.
Oh, good. Out of interest, is there any timings on the Friday sessions? You know, the qualifiers of practice for the juniors.
Yes, there is.
Is there trackside commentary?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
It is literally a test day. It's not a practice day. It is literally an MSV test day.
Well, I've got an idea then.
You're going up on the Friday.
No. Lucy's there on the Friday. But I might broadcast it, and I might tomorrow morning put together like an 8-hour montage of touring car preview and everything else, every other series preview, and broadcast it like that. If I find the time.
I don't know what you just said, but I trust you.
Good. That's probably the best. So 8 minutes to go in this open test before we get the rookies.
What?
Oh, great.
Someone say something.
Rookies out next. We'll be live tomorrow as well for all the action. Day 2. Yeah, we're live for that as well. And just some information. Will Buxton has just tweeted this from his sofa. This is a good one. At home, packing the suitcase for a month on the road and a month living in Indy. Watching IMS testing and cannot wait to get there. Absolutely buzzing and great to see cars out on the speedway. Yeah, it's his first one, of course. As this is the replay of the last... That's Marcus Ericsson winning 2 years ago. Still can't believe I got that pick a winner right.
You don't need to believe because you did. Also, I've just had a quick look at the trackside with timings, and it oh my god, it's broken.
What is?
Just a little bit of a mess.
What is? Sorry, I'll tune down.
The whole trackside thing.
We'll sort that out, don't worry. I'll deal with it. Has to look as professional as possible, of course, since we will be doing a lot of stuff this weekend.
Oh god, the trackside with timings is all still window capture.
Relax, I'll sort it. I know what to do. Here's Mark. Into the pit lane has come the 28.
What could go wrong?
So that's Marcus Ericsson in the Andretti. Front nose cone coming off. He's done for this tester until the session at 4 till 7. 3 hours worth of running he'll get. with all the cars. Let's get out pit road. Georgia.
You're back in a fire suit. How does it feel to be back on pit lane, but in a different capacity now? That drive for 5 still alive.
That's true. It's great to be back. This place is always incredible. I'm glad that we were able to get some laps. Obviously, our group now starts to just, getting the sync, getting everybody understanding each other. So far, MSR is doing an amazing job to put this group, and we're able to run. Now we start looking to some electrical issues. Now we're going to start fixing, make sure that we run free of any problem at all, because it's a long week after we finish tomorrow as well. It's going to be a long week, a long time, so we got to make sure that every detail is on point. So, and that's the beauty. So, give myself a little bit of just like a bicycle. Now I got it. So that's where we are right now, and let's see how it goes.
I was going to say, how do you kind of, no pun intended, but shift gears back into this role with the team?
Well, the good news is it's the only place I'm racing, right? So, I feel that it brings the muscle memory back, which it helps a lot. And since we have a new organization as well, technical alliance with a different team, so trying to figure it out, the lingo with them and what I like personally. Because again, in the end of the day, each car has your own setup. Each car has your own things, you know. You like what, I don't like too many numbers because it gets too busy. So you just got to make sure that what I like is there and combine with the others. So, but in the end of the day, it's great that we have in this day. It's great that we're going to have tomorrow because it helps us just to start going, you know. And then when we come back here, at least it's not going to be our first time.
Can you tell me about that session for you specifically? How was it?
Yeah, no, it was going really well. Speed-wise, seems that the car is right there on top of our teammates. And but it's interesting. I feel the Chevy is playing games a little bit right now, but it's okay. There's no. It's part of the game. But I feel that right now the setup of the car feels comfortable. That's the main thing. So the basic right now, it's good. It's a great start for the rest of the month.
Yeah, and that's what matters most. He's comfortable in that car. That's Elio Castroneves.
New race car, Elio.
What happened in that interview?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm terrified as well. He apparently is trying to ride a bicycle made for two.
Trying to ride a bicycle around Indianapolis Motor Speed. Okay.
I've heard Monaco be described as trying to drive around your living room on a bicycle. Nelson Piquet, said that, but I've never heard IMS as a bicycle.
And if you did try to go round IMS on a bicycle, I think we can all agree that the handlebars will be.
Yes, yeah. Actually, I'm glad this start's come up actually because there was a great story I read recently.
There's no way I just did that live.
No, but you've just done it live. Great story I read recently back in the day when Dale Earnhardt was racing here in the NASCAR at the Brickyard 400, and after a test day, he took his motorcycle out on the circuit and went round on the oval. And after a few laps, he was really giving it some welly down the straight. And everyone thought, oh, classic Dale, he's having a load of fun. Because the sun was setting and all that lot, it was dark. And it was all great. Came back into the pit lane next lap, got in his car and drove home. Never mentioned it at all, ever again. And he said he's convinced that something was, something had spooked him. Something spooked Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator. Something spooked him. So there is a bit of a reputation that IMS is haunted. Yeah, if you, I can't remember who it was. I think it's either Chip Ganassi or somebody else who said they were on the infield at night one time and they got really creeped out by the noises they heard. And some mechanics were leaving. Some mechanics after a test day here were leaving the circuit, and they heard banging of tools and metals and all that, like a car was being worked on in the garages, and no one else was there. So IMS is apparently haunted, which, considering everything that's happened here, it's kind of interesting to, want to have a look at. Craig says, I've gone round IMS on a bike. How was that? Biking round IMS. 2.5 miles. I love this place. It's going to be fantastic, isn't it? Alex Palou is topping this first practice of the open test for the Indy 500 of 2025 on 223.33 mile per hour. Scott Dixon is second from Rosenquist, Newgarden, O'Ward. Your top 5. We're into the last 50 seconds before the flag will fall, and we'll move into the rookie orientation program and refreshers for 2 hours, where we'll hand back over to James and Alan. That's weird saying that. Alan James, otherwise it's James Allen, on the broadcast. And me and JT will have a break for a couple of hours as well.
Just before we disappear.
Yeah, go on.
Name an annual JB Motorsports broadcast that is more unserious than the open test at IMS.
It's always the open test, isn't it? I mean, we covered it 3 years ago, or something like that, and it fell on my it fell the day before my birthday, so we covered it only with Indie Radio. Yeah. Last year we covered it, and we missed out day 1 because of rain, and then into day 2. And then this year we've done it because we get dry both days. So yeah, we just sort of go with the flow, don't we? There's nothing really going on because it's testing day.
And don't say that 24-hour races are more unprofessional and unserious than this, because this is insane. Anyway, down to pit lane because I'm being shut up once again.
Well, it's great to be out here. It's great to be driving. This was the first place I got to drive the Air McLaren car in October. So it's nice to be back, but we're trying to carry the momentum that we've had the past few races and just learn as much as we can going into the month of May. And I feel like I have every opportunity ahead of me, so it's just about grabbing them.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 podiums in a row, and then you head into the month of May, aside from Barber, where hopefully you can capitalize on that as well. Is your confidence any higher having such success earlier in the season?
Yeah, I think traditionally I've always been fast at Barber, and we tested there earlier. We were competitive on lap times. So I think the momentum that we have now, and we're going into tracks where I know I'm strong, and traditionally the team has been strong too, so I think there's only good things to come.
How good does it feel to be back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway gearing up for the month of May?
It's amazing. I mean, every time you drive through the tunnel, it gives you goosebumps. Apart from not having run as much as we wanted this morning, we got nice weather, so we got that going for us, but no, it's awesome to be out there for sure.
All sun here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, not 1 but 2 days. Thanks, Christian.
Thank you.
Continue, JT, while cars get moved off the pit road.
For once, I'd finished my point when I was interrupted. Surprisingly.
2 hours on the board then for the next session, and timing screens have gone blank while we get ready for this. So Kyle Larson, Devlin DiFrancesco, Louis Foster, Jacob Abel, Takuma Sato, Robert Schwartzman, Callum Island, and Marco Andretti are your 8 drivers going out next on the board. That's not going to be a worry at all, is it really? So, okay, we're getting all set for the run around as the track is still yellow. The session is about to go green, so go on, JT. So I thought you were going to say something. Let's send it down. Me and JT will go for a break. Let's send it to Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe.
Because the engineers don't want to stop. It's often nice to kind of get that little breather.
By the way, that 8 car you were just looking at for Kiffin Simpson, that's the driver and team that ran the most laps in our opening practice session. So the second-year driver from the Cayman Islands, the Journey Rewards Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing, looking to compute and calculate all the effort of running the most laps here and what they found out before they come back out later today. So track inspection going on now, and then we'll have rookie orientation and the refresher programs onto the speedway on this open test day here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I believe they're going to leave us, JT, for a few minutes. That's typical, isn't it? We get all lined up for a break and we have to come back on air. Ah, JT's laughing. I just taken my glasses off and everything, and I was about to have some chocolate cake and get my notes ready for the open practice. And now we have to start talking. Okay.
Yes. Well, if Sanson is watching, which there's probably a very low chance that he is, but he might be. I am working on the Herbie car now.
Sanson.
I don't know how it will turn out, but I'm trying.
Do or do not, there is no try. So the orange girls. Oh, Maddie's back home with her donkeys.
Nice.
She's just put an image on.
Oh, I found the font that Herbie used.
Ah! Herbie fully loaded. Just to remind you, by the way, this is the image we currently have of IMS Speedway. This. Testing will resume shortly. So it's not even us. We are literally just waiting for the test to resume. Kind of the way it goes, anyway, JC.
Yeah.
Waiting around to see what's next.
IMS broadcasters, part-timers.
Anyone know what was 25 years ago today?
No, what was 25 years ago today?
It was the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. April 23rd. The earliest.
In April?
It was moved because of Easter. Yeah, and it was raining as well. It was really bad. We never held it again in April because on the Saturday it rained and everyone was actually told to stay away. The car parks were flooded and everything.
Well, shall I get the On This Day in Motorsport?
Coulthard won though. 99-2000 back to back.
On This Day in Motorsport, April 23rd. My phone is on 1%, so let's be quick. On this day in motorsport, Alex Marquez was born in 1996.
Championship, and former championship leader.
On this day, Marc Marquez won the 2017 America's MotoGP. And on this day, in 1962, was when Sterling Moss suffered serious injuries during the 1962 Glover Trophy at Goodwood. And he spent a month in hospital before eventually announcing his retirement.
Let's head down to Georgia. And Scott Mack.
It was a little bit, up and down. You just get in and you just sort of feel the car and see where everything's at. And it's always nice to drive the speedway. It's cool to be back in the yellow sub with Pennzoil, and the car feels pretty good. So yeah, nice start. Yeah, obviously a bit of a delay this morning, unfortunately for everyone, but we got that session in, that couple of hours of refreshers, and RIP will get out here now and put some more rubber on the track, and then yeah, then we'll get going in the afternoon here.
Well, we know that you have speed here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as you sat on the pole last year for the Indianapolis 500. Can you recount some of those feelings of just clinching that pole and then obviously leading the field to green last year?
It was super cool. I mean, I remember the rain delay after, before the race, and I was like, damn, like my first time on the pole, and everyone's going to be out of the stands, going to be like half empty, and it was so amazing to see how many fans came out back for lap one there after last year's 500. But this feeling was pretty amazing. Obviously, when I first saw the time come up on lap one, I was like, just don't stuff it up, because I knew it was plenty fast. And that's the only time I had been watching other people's laps, like lap one speed, just to see where they were at. And mine was considerably quicker than it had been, and you know, that was a really proud moment, something I'll never forget.
Does it seem surreal almost? Like you look through your whole racing journey and just your career in motorsports, and then now you can look back and say, like, I sat on the pole of the Indianapolis 500.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. I peaked at the wrong Sunday though, so I'm trying to peak the week later. But no, look, absolutely, that's one that we all talk about wanting to be on the pole here. I mean, the greatest of all time in qualifying, Will Power, hasn't been on the pole here, so I count myself very lucky to do that, you know, and you know, very proud of the achievement as a team to get, you know, 1, 2, 3, like from where we had been. Like I came here in 21 and we struggled qualifying all the way up until last year, and that was my first time in the Fast 12s, Fast 6, and being a part of that Sunday qualifying was super cool.
Where do you think that progression has come from 2021 to then?
I think just, you know, the way that we've worked and quantified a lot of things and gone through some procedures that the team go about, and the way that we build our cars. But, you know, I think we've got a really good idea of where we found some speed and where we can improve on as well. And that's a cool feeling. But we're not resting on any laurels. Like we certainly believe that, you know, this is INDYCAR, and, you know, anything can happen. People can come back really fast, and we're trying to work just as hard as we did to get to that point last year. And it's a really good feeling.
Speaking of places that you've had speed, Barber is up next. Are you excited to get back there?
Yeah, going for the three-peat, which is cool. But, you know, last couple of years been really kind, been on the right side of the strategy, and obviously had a really fast car. And Good Ranchers, who have sponsored me the last couple of years, they're the only 2 wins we've had, and they're pumped for to go, you know, three-peat. So it's exciting. It's a great track. I mean, I love golf, so they call it the Augusta of motorsports. So yeah, it seems fitting that I like that place, so I really enjoy it.
And Penske statistically is incredibly good there. So when you go to a track that you know that the team as a whole has had a lot of success to, do you just go in there with more confidence?
Yeah, I think we had an okay test day there. Will was really fast. I probably was up and down a little bit with that as well, but I think we're in a really good spot. And yeah, for sure, you go there. I think every race that you come to a track as a Team Penske driver, it's a special feeling. You know that you've got a really good team behind you, great cars, and you just got to try and you know, get up on the wheel and make it happen. And I really enjoy doing that. But you just want to be on the right side of it.
We will let you get back to it today.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Scott.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
I didn't sign at Brands Hatch when we were there. That's what I was telling you, JT, on Comcam.
Okay. Well, what I was taking it as was me.
All right, so
me sign head explode.
Right. I said, why didn't I sign the track when I was at Brands Hatch with you? That's what I was saying. Okay.
Because it wasn't American Speed Fest, and it's American Speed Fest thing.
Ah, okay, I'm with you now. Okay, well, 8 cars will circulate out to the circuit for the next 2 hours. Me and JT will still be in the booth, keeping an eye on things, but we now get to go and have a break for 2 hours. Over to Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe.
Ran the test here, the hybrid test in October, and did his refresher then.
There you go. So that's why he's not out here, and he was able to go with the veterans, as Takuma Sato, very much a veteran of this racetrack, a veteran with 2 heads on
two baby boards, yeah. So the rookie orientation program in 3 phases by way of refreshing. Phase 1, 10 laps, 205 to 210. The second phase, 15 laps, 210 to 215. The third phase, 15 laps at 215 or better. They don't have to be consecutive laps. And the refresher is the second and third parts of that orientation program as Sato goes underneath Louis Foster and swings around. So those are the steps that the drivers have to make. And again, 8 drivers have to go through this portion of the day. 6 of them have been on the racetrack already for at least an install lap. And kind of looks like Takuma's just charging right ahead here. Hey, let's get this done.
Well, he's got to be careful because, you know, you've got to keep within the windows. Technically, his first segment is 210 to 215. His fast time right now is at 214.6. So he's getting right up there. But trying to knock them off as quickly as possible. You can do. You don't have to do them in consecutive order, as we see Kyle Larson as well, a returning driver doing the refresher course. 214.1, the quickest for him so far, so he's right up there as well.
So Larson, the 32-year-old California native, driving the HendrickCars.com Chevy-powered machine for
Arrow McLaren with Hendrick Motorsports. Second 500, last year qualified middle of row number 2. And wound up finishing in 18th after that pit speeding penalty late in the race. Kyle learning that it's got to be perfect all day. And, you know, here's the thing about Larson last year, or any of these drivers, the rookie drivers from a year ago back for their second 500. I remember there's a story about a NASCAR driver who went to Daytona, and like his first 4 times at Daytona never got to 100 miles before he was in a crash and dropped out. And the 5th time ran all 500 miles and popped the belts and got out of the car and said, wow, what I didn't know that I know now. What happens over the course of that 500-mile journey?
It is almost a tale of several races. You can kind of split the 500 up into 4 50-lap races. They all are very different. What you have to do as a driver in each is different. Where you want to be in each is different. And you have to go through all of them in succession to really understand how to piece it all together. And I'll never forget back in 2014, Juan Pablo Montoya comes back to INDYCAR after a lengthy stint in NASCAR, where, as you know, they do a dozen 500-mile races a year.
Used to be more than that even, yeah.
Maybe even more than that. And so the number of 500-mile races he had, experience-wise, dwarfed even the Scott Dixons of the series. And his first 500 back, I want to say he finished 5th. And that was back when we had other 500-mile races like at Pocono. And when we got to Pocono, and he goes, oh, man, if I knew at the beginning of Indy what I knew by the end of Indy, I would have won that race. And I said, yeah, Juan, okay, whatever. He goes, no, you don't get it. I understand 500-mile races better than any of you guys. Yeah. And he promptly went out and he won the Pocono 500. Then he promptly came back here the next year and won the Indy 500. And then I think he won maybe Pocono again. He won like 3 consecutive 500-mile races here at INDYCAR. And there is just absolutely something to that.
Understanding the differences in the phases and the stages of the race, it's a thing, and a thing that someone like this young driver will have to learn, hopefully over the course of running all 500 miles on May 25th. This is 21-year-old Louis Foster from England. Last year's Indy Next by Firestone champion, won 8 of 14 races in that series a season ago, and here he is looking to make the field, not just for his first 500, but for his first INDYCAR oval race, period.
There's this double-edged sword about the 500 being the first oval on the calendar when you're a rookie.
Yeah.
Here's the good thing. You get a whole week of practice. You get a 2-day open test a few weeks before that. You get plenty of time to build up to it and learn, at a reasonable pace. The bad news is the first time you ever actually do it, it's the biggest race in the world, and the pressure's high and the consequences even higher. So it is a bit of a mixed bag. We used to have races before Indy, and it was nice for drivers as rookies to kind of get an opportunity to feel it out and figure out what oval racing was all about. And unfortunately, that's not the case for him. You mentioned the absolute blockbuster season he had in Indy Next last year, but this is a very different deal. Indy Next don't race at the Speedway anymore. The Freedom 100 used to be a staple event during card day. Yep. So these are his first laps of the track, and it's a very exciting time for a young rookie.
He and Robert Schwartzman got their INDYCAR rookie oval test, not Indianapolis 500, but INDYCAR, out of the way at Nashville a little bit earlier, while Jacob Abel was able to get his INDYCAR oval test out of the way last fall with the Ganassi team at Texas Motor Speedway.
That's right.
Here's Devlin DiFrancesco watching. We're watching, 25-year-old from Toronto, back, looking to be back in the field in the Indianapolis 500 for a 3rd time. So this is the refresher that DiFrancesco is doing. RLL Racing is who he's partnered up with in the first of a multi-year deal. Funny story from Devlin back at INDYCAR Content Days. He said that the day that he got the call from Bobby Rahal that he was going to get this ride, he had the flu, and he was on the couch. And he said, it's the best day I've had in a long time. Now, how many people could say the day with the flu is the best day they've had in a long time?
No better medicine than getting an IndyCar ride. So that is a fun story for him, and great to have him back in the championship. His first few seasons with Andretti Steinbrenner Racing, and now with Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing.
So for DiFrancesco, this would be the middle of the 3 phases, because again it's a refresher, so he doesn't have to do the first one. So this is the 15 laps phase that has to be done, what's this, between 2:10 and 2:15,
correct?
Right?
Yeah, correct. And Takuma Sato here, he's just on a bit of a marathon run. He's knocking all these things out. He's got less than 5 to do in his phase 2, technically, the first phase for him. And as we mentioned, a guy that knows his way around this place. Let's take a look back to 2017, the first time that Taku took home the Borg-Warner Trophy. That's a pass on Elio Castroneves. At the time, still trying to find that 4th victory. Came oh so close. He could see it. He could smell it. And was absolutely devastated when he lost it. But nothing but elation for this guy here. First Japanese driver to win the 500. And he's backed it up again in 2020.
Yes, he did. Remember the tour when they took the Borg-Warner Trophy over to Tokyo and had the big celebration for Takuma over there? What a sight it was. And repeated again in 2020. And here's Takuma back at age 48, looking to win a 3rd Indianapolis 500-mile race. And he came in last year with this team, right? And it kind of felt like one of those entries that came together late, and he didn't really run many laps in practice because they didn't have, couldn't chance some things. And went out there and drove a terrific race, I thought, and had a really solid year. Last year he qualified 10th and he finished 14th for RLL, with limited laps in practice. So Sato out there knocking him down as he comes back along the pit lane after completing, it looks like he put 16 laps up in there, so that'll be the the first of the 2 phases he needs to knock off today, done for Takuma Sato.
Everyone in this session gets an extra 2 sets of tires, and we hear that Louis Foster has completed that first phase of his rookie orientation. He's going to come in, have a bit of a breather, have a bit of a download, have the team check everything over as we see Marco Andretti in the Pay-sponsored machine.
So Marco did an install lap earlier, so this would be him getting going to knock off that 15 laps between 2:10 and 2:15. And Marco back for, yes, his 20th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Remember 2020? Marco Andretti put those 4 laps and 10 miles together to be the fastest qualifier for the Indianapolis 500. And put that car 98 on pole position. Good day for Marco. I think of it as kind of the bad old days when no spectators in the grandstands and everybody masked up and spread out. And but Marco certainly had a great day that day. Looking to repeat it here if he can, and keep the good times going here at the place he loves to race the most.
Look, it's such a special place for this family. They've got a pretty interesting story here, pretty interesting history dating back to, when Mario first started. Obviously, his win in '69, all of Michael's near misses as a driver, and then several successes as a team owner. Marco has been on the pole. He's finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. He's done pretty much everything you can do at the Speedway, but he still is looking for that first win. And there's no hungrier driver, I don't think, out there than this guy, trying to get his family's name back on the Borg-Warner.
Think about, Marco, Takuma Sato, Elio Castroneves. These guys literally put a full year of work in toward this one race. It's not just, okay, let's get ready for Indy. It's April. It's a full year's worth of work to be prepared and ready for this event.
It really is. I mean, on one hand, it's tough not being in the car week in and week out when you're competing against these full season drivers that are doing just that. But on the other hand, it does give you this sole focus on just the one thing. Everything that you do, from your training to your preparation with the team, your driver fit inside the car, absolutely everything is geared towards success here at Indy. And some drivers have found that you can show up a little bit clearer. You're not worried about a championship. You're not coming off a bad race at the GP. You can just put 100% of your energy onto what's happening here for the 500, and there can be advantages to that.
I want to go back to something you said earlier, but somebody like Marco, so much experience and so much speed here at the Speedway, running these laps in this range has got to feel unusual.
Yes, it does, especially Marco, because famously, Marco's the guy that loved going out of the pits and being flat first lap. No shortage of bravery on this guy. When we were teammates back at Andretti Autosport, it was always kind of comical to see that he could come out of the pits and absolutely just be flat chat into turn one first time by. He's so comfortable being fast here at the Speedway that, yeah, it is a little bit painful when you have to come here and cruise around and lift to hit a target number.
Here's somebody trying to get comfortable at the Speedway for the very first time. Robert Schwartzman, 25-year-old from Israel, driving for Prema Racing. His first Indianapolis 500, his first IndyCar oval race, and his rookie orientation phase 1 is underway.
This is such a big ask for a young driver. You know, coming over from the European ladder system, very successful in Formula 2, part of the Ferrari Driver Academy, was, you know, eyes on Formula 1, but the opportunity came up over here to come IndyCar racing, and he jumped at it. And when you're doing your very first oval race of any kind at the 500, it's a daunting prospect. When you're doing it with a brand new race team in their very first season of IndyCar racing, it just absolutely, you know, exponentially increases the difficulty. And, you know, Callum Ilott, a very accomplished driver, but not a guy with boatloads of experience here at Indy, just the 3 races to pull off of. So you have a very young, inexperienced driver lineup on a brand new race team. This is about as tough a challenge as you could dream up for this race.
Schwartzman, the 2019 FIA Formula 3 champion, several wins in Formula 2, served as the Formula 1 reserve and test driver for Ferrari and Sauber. Raced for Ferrari in the FIA World Endurance Championship a season ago, but as you mentioned, jumped at the chance to go IndyCar racing with a team that he has so much experience and success with as Prema came to the U.S. to go IndyCar racing. Had a test at Nashville where he got his first taste of an oval track in an IndyCar. Thinking back on the interview that I saw from that day with him, it was like, wow, that was something. The speed was cool.
I got to tell you, not the first place I would want to drive an IndyCar on an oval.
Yeah.
That's a tricky little racetrack, very fast, mile track, concrete surface, very different from what we're dealing with here. I'm not envious of that, you know. And again, you've got this pool of European drivers that come straight over. They have zero oval experience from the feeder categories.
Yeah.
If you come up through the road to Indy, you know, you drive through F2000, 2000 Pro, Indy Next. Yes, you don't get to race at the Speedway anymore, but you do get oval experience. So for these drivers coming over from Europe straight into the main show here, for this to be your kind of baptism of fire by coming to the Speedway for your first race.
That's 10 laps on the board for Marco Andretti in this first of 2 phases that he needs to complete in his refresher program on his return to the Speedway.
When you're a veteran driver doing one of these programs, especially one with the kind of experience that Marco has, you often just try to take this session and you make it a little bit of a game. You see how close to that maximum speed that you're allowed to have you can do each lap, because it's, you know, you're feathering the throttle on the straights, you're trying to keep it consistent in the corners, and you are just trying to tick these laps off. And so, yeah, you can often turn it into a little bit of a game and just see how close to 215 you can get without going over.
You're still turning laps, right? In your car, you're still learning something too.
I think it's more you can get some data. You can make sure that all the systems are working. It's almost like an extended systems check in a lot of ways. You're getting a little bit of an aero balance. The engineers are getting some numbers. They can correlate with what the simulation has said, what the wind tunnel has said about this front wing, this floor, this rear wing, and make sure your aero balance is close. But, that's something you can do in an install check, and it just kind of expands from here.
Well, while Marco logs laps here in this first of 2 phases in Eats, Georgia Hannaberry has a guest.
We're down here with Graham Rahal. Graham, first and foremost, out of the car, been in the car already today.
Yep.
How was that session?
Yeah, I mean, so far I think it was okay. I would say decent pace right away. I mean, for us that's important, right? Just to go out and see that the car's got a little bit of natural speed is something we've not really had here last couple of years, making an obvious statement. And so I think like my third lap was a 2:22. So I was pleased with that. Obviously we still need to work on the car balance a little bit. Tire wear was extremely high, just being green track. I think I was one of the first 3 or 4 guys out on track, so tire wear was pretty significant. But, look, all in all, it's just fine. Beautiful day out here. Tomorrow's supposed to be good, too, so we'll get in plenty of running.
Over the course of the off-season, what improvements were made to bring that extra speed here to the Speedway?
Yeah, a lot. I was just saying to, I can't even remember, somebody on the pit lane, Marshall Pruitt, I think, that, if it didn't work this time, I think I would really start to scratch my head and wonder, what has to happen? Because I feel like we have turned over so many stones. I mean, that it's you start to just wonder, if we don't find any speed, then what can cause it? Now, I think I've been outspoken about this, that, a few years ago we had a change in the engineering core. Brought in several guys from Formula One, and unfortunately they really didn't have a good grasp on what Indianapolis is. I think people often don't understand how difficult this sport is. It's a game of millimeters, if not smaller, particularly around Indy. And, the methodology that they brought really put us in the back foot. And so we've had to kind of unearth ourselves from that a little bit. But there's also just a lot more. That it continuously evolves all the time. And you see what some of the other teams are doing with gearbox prep and upright prep and all these sorts of things. We had to do some catching up, and I feel like we've done it. So, look, there'll be more that's done before we come back here to race. I'll guarantee that, too. I mean, there's another stage of probably a lot of the things that we're doing. So we'll see how it goes.
Expanding again to a 4-car team.
Yeah.
What does that process look like? Just getting ready to have 4 cars to try to make the big race?
Well, I didn't know we were doing 4 cars till I read the announcement on social media.
Oh.
True statement. So we're very lucky, though, that, my longtime crew chief, Donnie, has come off the road. So he's at home all the time. So he's really leading up Takuma's car on the 75. You've got guys like Sean Ford on there. I mean, just a lot of great talent of guys with tons of experience that have been dedicated to that car. I feel like we're way more prepared now than we ever have been for that 4th car. I think the other thing for us, and it's part of this step of why have we struggled in Indy, is the other thing I feel like we've done a great job is starting to equalize the cars, understanding why one car in the wind tunnel is good versus the other, and being able to get a lot of that data to try to make sure that all of them are closer. So actually tonight, this evening, that's one of our plans, is for every car to go run in very equal simulation to see, the speed, and hopefully that we see they're fairly close.
Obviously have the addition of Louis Foster, Devlin, Takuma. How's the team dynamic going on?
Well, Louis great. He's a great young guy. I mean, he's obviously a bit nervous about today and just getting up to speed, and but he's done a really good job in all of the tests that he's done, Nashville, Gateway, getting into this, and obviously in lights he was always there and did very, very well. Dev is he's like a golden retriever, always happy, always smiling, all over the place all the time. He's like a squirrel constantly. But Dev brings a lot of spirit in. I'll be honest with you, the guy's fast. Like, he definitely has got speed, and we've been working hard with him. But I think he's been a very positive addition. And of course, Taku is, it's funny to me see him in the refresher here, because I don't understand how Elio is not in the refresher, but yet Takuma is. But anyway, obviously he knows his way around here, and I'm excited to see what he thinks of the developments in the offseason.
I'm sure you've been able to give a lot of advice to Devlin and Louis, but have they been able to teach you anything?
Well, not yet here, at least.
Maybe not here.
You know, I think at some of the road, Louis' driving style is quite different. Dev and I are quite similar in the way that we attack the corner and stuff. Louis, in particular, at the Barber test was like a very, very unique driving style that, from what I'd seen, kind of remind me of James Jakes sort of 13 years ago. So there's things that you can certainly take from that. And I have a lot of belief that Louis, you know, he kind of had a rough start to the year, but I think he's going to start to hit his stride here, and he can have some, you know, really good positives to finish out the season. Even though, I mean, we're early, but I think you're going to see a lot of speed, but obviously a lot of racing, racecraft, and things start to pick up for him. So I'm excited. He's a good young kid. This has grounded him for sure. I have no doubt, like most, he comes in here and thinks, you know, I'm just going to crush all these guys. Different world for sure. But he's got tons of talent. He works very hard within the team, and I'm eager to see what he can do.
Well, Barber up next, but we have 2 days of testing ahead of us, so good luck, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Graham.
Graham, Georgia, thanks very much as we look at Jacob Abel on the track, getting his first laps going to get his rookie orientation program underway. And I'll just clarify again that Ryan Hunter-Ray, Ed Carpenter, and Elio Castroneves participated in the October hybrid test here, and that's where they did their refresher programs, making them eligible for the veteran practice earlier today. So here's Jacob Abel. Speaking of coming from the Indy Next by Firestone series, he and Louis Foster were kind of the show there last year, going back and forth. If Louis didn't win, it seemed like Jacob did. And here is Abel with an opportunity with Dale Coyne Racing for his rookie season in the NTT IndyCar series, and coming here to the Speedway looking to make the 500 for the very first time.
Yeah, it's great to see that both these young drivers, both super competitive in Indy Next last year, were able to graduate up into the big show here. And, you know, Jacob Abel is kind of getting his first taste of the Speedway right now. Couple laps on the board, still building up the speed. You can see he's, you know, nice and far away from the wall on entry, just sort of getting comfortable. And again, you can do that. You've got the time, you've got the tires, you know, as a rookie. It's better to just kind of build up to it. Make sure you're comfortable. Make sure the car's doing what you want it to do before you get out there and really start pushing this thing. But yeah, it's, you know, great scenario for this young driver. Very talented kid. Again, another hard worker, and it's great to see him get this opportunity here with Dale Coyne.
I don't know why I formed this impression, but I formed this impression of Jacob is that he's very aware of what he doesn't know. You know, sometimes people get out there and they don't know what they don't know. Jacob gives me the impression that he's very aware of things he doesn't know and areas he needs to focus on working and developing.
Yeah, I think that's a great assessment. I think there's a lot of self-awareness there. I think he's very understanding of the situation, and that can be a huge asset, because then you know what to look for, what to focus on. You know what you've got to improve on, and what kind of experience you're looking for. So it's something that puts you in good stead. I've heard that Devlin DeFrancesco is finished now with Phase 2, and we promptly see him jump up to the top of the times as he can now start his Phase 3, which is 2:15 plus. Anybody that does finish Phase 2 is eligible to continue into the all-car run at the end of the day. They can finish Phase 3 in that session if they don't get all 15 laps completed in this session. But with an hour and 30 still on the board, I don't think it's going to be an issue for Dev.
So we look at Callum Ilott here, the 26-year-old from England, looking to make his fourth Indianapolis 500. This, the other Chevy-powered machine from Prema Racing, with whom Ilott has background competing in the European ladder series. Really, I think, made an impression on a lot of people when he came to the NTT IndyCar Series a few years ago. Of course, last year ran the 500 on short notice with Arrow McLaren, but had already made full season commitments elsewhere to the World Endurance Championship, and so was hopping back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean, fulfilling those WEC commitments while trying to practice and qualify for the 500 and all the rest. And he'll have a little bit calmer May on the travel end of things. But coming here with a brand new team for the first time, you mentioned earlier what a tall task it'll be.
It really will be, but I got to say it's off to a decent start in the sense that everything's running well. You know, this is their first time having their oval cars out on the racetrack. Prema put a tremendous amount of investment into starting up this team. A lot of brand new tubs, brand new chassis from Dallara were purchased, and a lot of effort went into getting these cars to run. And, you know, just calling a spade, they've had some hiccups in the first few races in terms of first practice sessions, especially on Schwartzman's car. Just small little mechanical issues. That's, you know, part and parcel when you're building everything from scratch with a new group of people. And don't get me wrong, there are some experienced IndyCar veterans on the team from the mechanic side, from the engineering side, from the team management side. Pierce Phillips sort of running that program, who's had experience right here at Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing as we get eyes on Louis Foster again. But no, it's great to see that both these cars are running kind of flawlessly at the moment, and we'll eventually get to a point where we can see what kind of speed they've got.
So here again, Louis Foster out there in this 45 machine for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, Honda-powered entry, as Foster now putting his 21st lap in the books. So he's on to phase 2 of the 3-phase rookie orientation program.
Assuming all of those laps were within the right boundaries.
I believe I heard he had completed phase 1 already.
Yeah, I think you are correct.
So Foster, interesting to hear Graham Rahal's comments on the young driver and how his driving style is different.
And that's something you can see a lot, you know, especially with drivers that come from a different background. You know, Louis obviously coming over from Europe, different types of cars, different types of tracks can sometimes breed different types of driving styles. We've even seen that from certain U.S.-based drivers that transition over to Europe for a time and come back. You know, we've seen some of that different driving style permeate, you know, back with drivers that were originally kind of raised in the U.S. racing system. But, you know, it's a good place for him to learn with Graham, you know, an extremely experienced guy. And, you know, Graham even mentioned it. Some drivers come in here as the guy for the last 3-4 years in whatever series they're running. You're coming up through the championships, you're winning races, you're competing for titles, and you're just used to being at the front. You expect to be at the front. And you graduate up to IndyCar, and some drivers are like, okay, now I'm in the big leagues. I gotta pay my dues, take my time, figure it out. Some come in saying, well, no, every time I move up, I'm successful. That's just how I've been.
Yep.
And they think that's how it's going to go here. As you heard Graham say, Louis had to sort of recalibrate expectations a little bit, maybe coming in a bit exuberant in what he thought was the program was capable of early on.
Yeah. Well, think about any sport. Pick your favorite sport, right? If you're a golfer and you're phenomenal, let's say you're a college golfer and you're a phenomenal college golfer, and then you go out and you play well in the U.S. Amateur or something, and then you go to a PGA Tour event, and all of a sudden you're scrapping to make the cut. Hey, everybody at this level is the best. Well, everybody that has a regular IndyCar Series ride is the best.
At some point, they were the same situation. Yeah. They won everything coming up here as well. That's just the nature of it. But what makes motorsports so different is, you know, golf's a great analogy. You know, if you're shooting 12 under, you can see that Rory is also shooting 12 under. You can go into a tournament thinking, all right, I'm quote-unquote on the pace. You know, I'm in the fight. Here, even if you drive a lap as quick as Scott Dixon, you still have to outrace him on the day.
Yes.
And that's a little bit of a different task than just maybe getting around the track quickly once.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to take on guys like Takuma Sato, who, you know, have so many laps around this place and have experienced everything there is to experience, and figure it out on the fly. I mean, literally while you're flying around here at 200 miles an hour. It's a challenge, and it's got to be quite humbling for a lot of people, and that's part of it. Stepping up a level in any sport is being able to deal with adversity, and that's. You know, that's a thing at a lot of levels that some people never figure out. But dealing with adversity and how you process it and move forward from it, lap to lap, corner to corner, race to race, year to year,
that's a big part of being a long-term successful race driver.
Yeah, it really is, and it's something that you start learning as a young driver. You know, every rung of the ladder that you climb, you have moments of failure, of disappointment that you have to learn how to learn from and then move past. The big difference when you get to this level is there are so many more eyes on you, and the stakes are so much higher. There are millions of dollars being spent to keep this car on the racetrack. There are millions of people watching that have opinions on everything that you say and do. So on top of having to, you know, handle and cope with and deal with your own mistakes, you also have to learn how to cope with all the external noise that comes with moving up to this rank. I mean, if you think the jump from an Indy Next car to an Indy car is, it's 20%, right? It's 20% more power, it's 20% more downforce, it's 20% better brakes, fine. But the time commitments, the sponsorship, the media, the attention, the viewership, I mean, that's exponential. It's 10x what you're experiencing at any level below this.
You're in the big leagues now.
Very much so.
So Takuma Sato, we had on screen a minute ago. He's only got another lap or so to do before he's going to knock out the last of his refresher. And so the two-time 500 winner will be all good to go for the open practice that will come up later on, another hour and a half or so away.
But even better for him, he's allowed to keep running in this session. He has those 2 extra sets of tires. So this is a little bit of free track time now for Takuma. Him and the team can really just kind of keep pounding around and keep working on their program. You know, these last 15 laps all had to be done at over 2:15 anyway, so he's free to just kind of drive around at whatever pace he's got in the car. Right now, he is the fastest at a 2:16.151, and so that gives you a little bit of a sense of what Takuma can run up front by himself, which is probably the first honest run of that kind that we've had so far today.
Yeah.
But, yeah, a little bit of free kind of quiet track time for Sato.
So that's it. Takuma has finished his refresher program and will be good to go for the rest of today and the rest of our open test and not have to deal with it when we come back for the opening of Indianapolis 500 practice. Devlin DeFrancesco has turned the second quickest lap of this session, followed by Callum Ilott. Kyle Larson we've only seen out for 5 laps. And so Kyle has still to run through all of the 2 phases, for the most part, of the refresher program before he can get turned loose fully for 500 practice.
Sorry, we misspoke there. Takuma was done phase 2, so he's now finished phase 2. Now he can just keep pounding around at 215 plus to get phase 3. But again, essentially, that's moving into your normal test program. Now you can run flat out. You have no limits. And so it's just about circulating. So for him and the team, you know, phase 3 and beyond is really just about getting on with the start of your program. And you have essentially another full extra set of tires to use. So it's not a bad position to be in.
Last lap for Louis Foster was 2:12.67. The 29th of his 30 laps. And that was his fastest lap so far, by the way, for Foster. I was looking up Louis' hometown. Where is it?
Odium, England.
Yes.
Yes.
It's small.
It is very small. It's a village that I've been reminded many times is the home of where Will Buxton went to school. They went to the same grammar school, I think it was. I'm sure my phone will ding now with Will correcting me if I'm wrong. But yes, very small part of the country, but a country very rich in motorsports history, obviously. And Louis just another example of that country pumping out very impressive racing drivers.
And talked about how he moved to America 3 years ago with the sole purpose of making it to INDYCAR. Well, here he is in his rookie season in the NTT INDYCAR Series and making his first ever laps at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Did that oval test, his INDYCAR inaugural oval test at Nashville back on March 27th. Same day Robert Schwartzman was there. And Foster, winner of all 4 oval track races in the Indy Next by Firestone Series a season ago, but again, none of them here at Indianapolis on the oval. So Iowa, Milwaukee, Worldwide Technology Raceway, St. Louis, and then Nashville, his 4 victories. Mostly mile tracks.
Yeah, mile or slightly less in the case of Iowa. It's a good mix of racetracks as well, though. Milwaukee, obviously, very flat. Iowa, very high-banked. Gateway, a little bit of both, you know, depending on the end. And then you've got, you know, a kind of speedway, racy, concrete oval at Nashville. So it's a great array of different ovals for the drivers in the next series. I do wish they got a shot to still race here, or, you know, I wish we had a mile and a half still on the IndyCar schedule and give them a chance to run at a place like that as well and get that sort of experience.
Yeah, Nashville, a mile and a quarter, basically, where they finished up the season last year. I'm just curious, you know, you're talking about learning how to oval track race. Did you do any oval track racing before you got closer to the IndyCar series?
I did one oval race in what was then called the Pro Mazda series, which is essentially Indy Pro 2000. But then took a few years off as I went to different series that didn't run on ovals until I got into Indy Lights, which, you know, is now Indy Next, and that's kind of when it started.
So what was it like coming from a not oval track racing background, learning how to navigate oval tracks?
It was terrifying. It was terrifying, and I hated it. I mean, back in those days, you know, in the lights cars, we did run at places like Homestead, at places like Kentucky, those mile and a halves that were essentially, you know, pack races in an Indy Lights car. And that first season, honestly, was a real struggle for me. I had to do a lot of learn a lot of things the hard way. But one of the best things that I had was an incredible teammate that excelled at those types of racetracks, and that was Wade Cunningham, who had a very lengthy Indy Lights career, massively successful one, the winningest driver here at the Speedway in Indy Lights, and I learned an absolute ton off of him. And in the next year, you know, I came back from my second season of Lights, switched teams to a much smaller, you know, less success historically, you know, less resource, but with a great group of people, and that experience from that first year. And then all of a sudden, I understood oval racing, I enjoyed oval racing, and I started to do okay at oval racing. So
doing okay at oval racing kind of put you in the spotlight here at Indianapolis, didn't it?
It sure did, and this was probably my favorite day on an oval that I've had in my career back in 2016. I mean, qualifying here is such a special thing for teams and for drivers. You know, it's a pole here is better than a win anywhere else, you know, than of course the Speedway. And coming off the back of a pretty rough 2015, it was a nice way nice way to kind of come back from it all.
Everybody loves a great story, and that was a great story, but again, a great culmination of learning how to oval race. Hey, you won the pole for the Indy 500. I think you figured it out.
We did. Well, yeah, I had to use every ounce of learning of the entire, you know, 10 years prior to make that one happen, because it is, you know, it is such a challenge around this place, and especially in qualifying trim. The car's on the absolute edge. As tricky as it's going to be to drive, you know, all month, as fast as you're going to go all month. And that's what the thrill of qualifying is here. That's why drivers love doing it so much as they also are terrified by it.
Yeah, sure. Here's Jacob Abel out continuing his rookie orientation program. The 24-year-old from Louisville, driving a Honda-powered machine for Dale Coyne Racing. He is going to be the 16th rookie, provided he makes the 500 field, the 16th rookie starter for Dale Coyne Racing in the 500. A place young drivers go and learn. Learn well.
Yeah, I mean, Dale's got such a track record for spotting talent and giving them opportunities. You know, there's a young guy that some of you may have heard of by the name of Alex Pillow that came through the Dale Coyne system that went on to some okay things in his career. And then also, you know, giving drivers kind of a second chance. Guys like Cristiano D'Amata, Justin Wilson, and Sebastian Bourdais went to Dale Coyne after careers at, you know, higher up teams, you know, more resource teams, so to speak, and had success there. So Dale does a great job of putting a program together, and one that supports young drivers. And him with Rinus VeeKay coming on board this year, that guy's brought a whole new energy there. He's really help lift that program up from where they've been the last few seasons. So it's been a great run for them so far.
Jacob Abel just finishing phase 1 of his 3-phase rookie orientation program for the Indianapolis 500. Devlin DiFrancesco back out for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing as part of his commitment to getting back into the IndyCar series and doing all he can to succeed. Moved here to the Indianapolis area, was living down in the Miami area, is from the Toronto area originally, but packed up and moved to town, and they tell me spends a lot of time at the team's race shop.
Look, I've always been a big believer in that. I've always been a guy that wanted to be close to the race shop, wanted to be close to the crew, spend time there, even when it wasn't, necessary or mandatory. And Dev's he's made a huge step to do that, committed to moving here, and like you say, being close to the team, close to that beautiful new facility that Rahal built up in the Zionsville area, just kind of northwest of here, and it's showing. I mean, you heard Graham say it. He's got an incredible amount of natural speed. We saw that in his first 2 years in IndyCar. The big thing for him was just kind of being able to put it all together when it mattered in qualifying, and he's been one of the top running Rahal cars at the few races so far this season. So he's, I think, matured a bit since his first run and in the series, and looking for big things from Dev.
Here's Kyle Larson back on the racetrack. We haven't seen Kyle a lot in this session, but out turning his 7th lap. And again, Larson, after the successful first Indy 500 of a year ago, needing to run the refresher program here before he can participate fully in practice later on today. Somebody who knows a thing or three about going really fast here at this Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Going to step in here for a couple of minutes and visit with us. Ed Carpenter is here. Ed, how you doing?
Doing great. Kind of a little bit of a slow start to the day with the timing, but happy to finally be back out there and getting preparations underway for the greatest race on earth.
How was your practice?
It was okay. I wish we could have had kind of the normal cadence, but I wouldn't say I learned a ton yet. I'll tell you after we get back out, because we're making kind of one little quick change that was different from where we were before. But all things are okay. Didn't feel amazing. It also felt fine. So didn't really do much.
Yeah. In other words, we're still trying to figure out where we're staying.
Exactly.
So where you stand is I'd imagine a lot different than it was a season ago, bringing in new partners, a new partner to the team, and coming here with 3 cars and looking to maintain what you've always shown here, which is pace at this speedway. What has this last 6 months been like for you?
It's definitely been a different offseason. In a lot of ways, it reminded me of 2012, kind of 11 to 12 when we started the team, just with the amount of things that we were looking at and doing different or talking about doing different. Getting here and being in the car, I would say it doesn't feel different.
Yeah.
Because it is largely the same group of people in key positions. We have added some people, but not really down any roles of significance of people that you kind of deal with as point people. So it feels very much the same being in the car, but really looking forward to the future, and as you said, hopefully we'll have the same opportunities that we've had here in the past and do a little bit better job on race day.
I was reading off some numbers earlier when we had your car on camera, and you guys were out practicing, of the success that you've had here and your team has had here. 7 cars from your team qualifying in the first 3 rows the last 5 years, 5 top 10 finishes in the last few years here. What is it about this team and what you bring here that allows you to just consistently always be in the mix?
Honestly, I think a lot of it just is historical. Even for me, I had early success here in Indy Next, winning the Freedom 100, and got a comfort level with the track. And as a team, we've had really good continuity, from Tim Broyles and Matt Barnes and Brett Schmidt and many others in the team. Our preparation has been the same, stacking small gains of knowledge on top of it, and just doing all the little things right that's important to go quicker out here. So I really just attribute it to the people and the processes that we've created and evolved over time. It's easy. It can be easy to get lost here, but the team's done a really good job just hanging on to foundational pieces to make sure we get those little things right.
We're watching Kyle Larson as part of our rookie orientation and refresher session, talking with Ed Carpenter. We'll be back out onto the speedway here in a little while when the all skate, as they like to call it around here, a little roller rink reference, when everybody gets to go back out and resume practice later on today. This is the race for you. It's always been the race, but this is the race you're going to run. You've had a great measure of success, including video we're about to see, where you have been the fastest qualifier for the Indianapolis 500 3 different times. What's that feel like to have that car that day and be the fastest?
I mean, it's up there with other accomplishments. I mean, winning the pole at this race, to me is bigger than winning other races on the calendar. Everybody, regardless of what they say, put so much time and energy into being quick here. So it is something that our team has prided itself on. It's something that I've proven I can and be good at. It's been a few years, so hopefully we'll get a chance to do it again. But also really focused on getting it right on Memorial Weekend.
Yeah.
Just because that's the one thing that we haven't done yet. But I'm confident that we'll get the job done eventually.
We were talking earlier about guys like yourself that this is the race. How far ahead do you start planning for this year's 500? Is it a never-ending process?
In some ways, yeah. I mean, you come out of a 500, and for everybody but one driver, one team, it feels like a pretty big failure and letdown. So, there's initially a lot of talk of what was lacking or what we didn't do well enough to get the job done. Some work gets started, but it's really an off-season thing. You're never not thinking about it, but as we get into the rest of the schedule, it's very busy when we leave here, so you can't just stay present in May as we move on to Detroit and other events. But a lot of the development and things that we do definitely are focused on this, as well as the rest of the championship. But there's always going to be a priority on this race just because of how special it is and how life-changing it is for individuals and for organizations to have success here.
Bring in Rossi Alexander Rossi, who has pretty good measure of success here consistently over the years. What's he bring to the table for you?
I mean, Alex is just, he's I want to choose my words wisely because, I don't want this to sound as a diss to Renus as some like to make it out to be, but they're just very different guys. Alex, he does have a lot of experience at different teams and even different, Formula One, etc. So he brings a different type of professionalism to the organization, especially having been at more places to help us challenge ourselves as a team to take that next step in our evolution towards winning more races and winning 500s and ultimately winning championships as well.
And of course, Christian Rasmussen impressed a lot of us last season and did such a great job at the end of the year when you kind of threw him in there and he got the job done that you needed. So look forward to seeing his evolution this year as well.
Yeah, I mean, Christian's been great, and I think he was to me the real surprise of last May on race day. He was probably our strongest car, and it wasn't really a surprise because he did a really good job the whole couple weeks we were here. I'm excited for him to have one under his belt to kind of be able to attack qualifying with a little more confidence and preparation than what you can ever have here as a rookie. But, I think the way he finished off the season, was the same type of promise that he showed here in the month of May, and happy to have him as part of the team still and, see his development continue to grow.
So when you finish up these 2 days, today and tomorrow, what do you want to know when you leave here?
We haven't. The big change is the hybrid unit, so there's a lot of weight with that and understanding the benefits and negatives of how you manage that. Not only for qualifying but for the race. So, that's really high on our priority list as a team, just to make sure we have a good handle on that and get enough accomplished here to to kind of fill in the blanks between the end of tomorrow and when we come back for opening day, just to fully be prepared, make sure we're optimizing that tool that we have to the best effect for ourselves, and in any configuration, whether it's qualifying or race, which those two things are going to be quite different.
Yeah, it's really kind of the big question, right? Is everybody figuring that out and figuring out how to maximize it? It's going to be fascinating for us to follow along, and I hope you leave here feeling happy most of all.
I mean, I'm always happy when I'm here. Some days you're happier than others when you leave.
Yeah.
But it's always a great day to be at the Speedway, especially when we have beautiful weather like we have right now.
And a great crowd that's turned out too to see testing. It's fabulous.
How are these guys doing? Everything going smooth?
So far, everybody's putting it where they're supposed to. Takuma's out there doing Sato things.
It's kind of hilarious that someone like Takuma has to do this. I mean, he's amazing around here. So.
Yeah, and we've actually had to explain that a couple times during the course of the day. But
I get it. I mean, the rules are the rules.
Yeah.
Hey James, what's your password? You're getting a lot of text over here.
He's trying to take care of business, apparently, hiding over here in the corner. Hey, thanks for coming by and sharing some thoughts, and we'll look forward to seeing you be happy at the end of the day today.
Sounds like a plan. Talk to y'all soon.
Ed Carpenter with us, getting ready to head back out when we have the open practice for everybody later, and Ed looking to see if he can feel good about that race car at the end of the day, and moving forward toward the official opening of practice for the 500. So what did I miss here? Kevin, you told me that DiFrancesco has finished the next phase of his refresher. Yes. And what else we got? We got Marco Andretti up to second fastest with a 2:21.46.
Now they're running in each other's draft a little bit. This is going to be a battle between Sato and Andretti, who can have the quickest lap by the end here.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
No,
but fun.
It's fun for us.
It is fun to hear from Ed about all the changes to the team and the measured words about where are we at? What do we want to know?
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, he's measured is probably one of the best words to describe Ed Carpenter. He's one of those guys that kind of lives at this super even-keeled level as an owner, as a driver. It's hard to get him riled up. It's hard to get him happy, sad, angry. He's just sort of that perfect mentality to be a racing driver, and I think to be a team owner as well. And, he's got two very different charges, and Alex Rossi and Christian Rasmussen this year, and understanding from the driver's seat, I think, what each of those guys needs. And he's fully committed to giving them all the tools and all the resource they need to be successful and kind of help push this team up the grid.
Watching Takuma Sato continue to pound away as we go through the rookie orientation program and refresher session of our day. An hour from now, we'll have all of the cars that have cleared any of the refresher and rookie orientation hurdles anyway. Join the rest of the veterans out on the Speedway for a few hours of practice, and we're going to run, because of some of the delays earlier today due to some technology issues, going to run till 7 o'clock tonight here on this opening day of our two-day test session.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this kind of next 3-hour block that's going to start here at 4 o'clock. Everybody back out there. The veterans will have had a couple hours to go back, look at the data, make some decisions. And I think we're just going to see a little bit more, running in groups than what we saw this morning in that first 2 hours. That was on everybody just kind of getting used to their programs, getting used to their cars again. But now that they've got that comfort level up, we're going to see them, I think, slicing and dicing a little bit more in traffic and start to get a feel for what kind of car you have in dirty air. There is a time and a place to practice your qualifying setup and optimizing that perfect speed, that perfect balance for 4 laps. But ultimately, 4 laps is only half the battle.
Yeah.
It's the 200 laps the following Sunday that matter most. And you are going to be running in traffic at some point during that race. You are going to have to be able to make those passes. And so it's so crucial throughout this session, throughout this test, throughout the week of practice, to spend an ample amount of time in traffic, in dirty air, getting that experience, especially for these two right here, the Prema Power Team group. Callum Ilott in only his 4th start at the 500, and Schwartzman, like we said, a rookie. So these guys are gonna need as much time running, together if they can, but also with a bunch of other cars.
Ilott has put 30 laps on the board in this session. Schwartzman has put 33. Most turned Louis Foster at 46, although it looks like Takuma Sato is quickly catching him as far as laps turned are concerned. What's that? Somebody doing a burnout, leaving their pit stall.
That was Kyle Larson doing his thing. Heading back out there.
So watching Callum Ilott here, who a season ago qualified 15th and finished in 11th spot for Arrow McLaren. In that fill-in when David Malukas was injured preseason, and they went through the whole adventure, all of them, and wound up Ilott was able to come in and run the 500, and
Théo Pourchaire did a few races.
Yeah, Théo Pourchaire. Thank you. I couldn't come up with his name.
Yeah.
Who's the F2 guy that
and then ultimately landing on Nolan Siegel to finish the season out, which he nicely parlayed into the full season gig in the number 6 car this year.
And David Malukas landing over at AJ Foyt Racing for a full season, and settled in nicely there as well.
He got picked up by Meyer Shank later in the year. Proved he could still do it, that the wrist was fine, and landed himself full season program over at AJ Foyt Racing. As we see Kyle Larson back in pit lane, so only 17 laps turned for Kyle, about half the amount as anyone else, even the second lowest number of laps. So something not going quite as smoothly on the 17 machine as the rest of the group.
Yeah, you wonder if they're chasing something.
They must be, because he just left his pit box and came straight back in. So that's telling me it's not a handling thing. It's not necessarily something that Kyle's uncomfortable with. It seems more like there might be something operationally not right with that car, mechanically not right with that car.
So Robert Schwartzman has just completed the second of the 3 phases in the rookie orientation program. So the phase 3 for Schwartzman open to him now to continue on, which will be 15 laps at 2:15 or better to wrap up the whole rookie orientation. But again, having completed phases 1 and 2, he would be eligible, even if he can't finish up here, to run the practice later this afternoon.
And that's what's going to be important for Kyle Larson. He still has not yet completed phase 2. Once he does that, he can finish phase 3 in the all-skate this afternoon. But if he does not get those 15 laps between 2:10 and 2:15 in, he will not be eligible to participate in that session. We'll have to finish those laps at another designated time. So still just under an hour to go. There's time to do it. He only has a few laps left to complete that, but it is amazing how quickly it can disappear sometimes, as we see him using the hand motion, the driver sign language to discuss what's happening with that race car.
The upturned palm, the kind of a push motion with the hand there. So
maybe there is something that he's not comfortable with behind the wheel, because I don't see the mechanics, really attacking the car, going to town on anything that there's an obvious problem with. So maybe it is more of something that he's not comfortable with from behind the wheel.
Aside of the fuel filler cover, not pulling any, engine covers or other
shock
panels
covers
off the car. Yeah, so so we'll see.
Everyone's stood around waiting. They're ready to pounce once the direction from the timing stand comes.
So just 2 cars on the speedway now, Louis Foster and Jacob Abel. And Foster that lap at 2:16.51 as he continues to work through the rookie orientation program.
And that's not a bad time for running out front. Not really any cars within the tow gap for him. He's got a nice gap on the racetrack. So to run by himself at a 2:16.5, that's a decent pace from the other kind of free runs that we've seen so far today. Him and Jacob Abel almost on opposite sides of the racetrack. As we see Larson out of the car. That is now starting to maybe be a little bit of a cause for concern.
Yeah, something's not sitting right there. We'll see. George is headed that way. We'll see if we can get an update on what's going on there. But so far, very limited running for Kyle Larson today. Whoa, is that a little wobble there?
I was looking out of the window at Larson. I missed it.
Might have been. .54 laps completed by Louis Foster. 2:16.92. That last one, and his best is a 2:17.79.
That's a decent pace. That's a decent pace for by yourself. And these tires are going to be getting pretty old. I mean, if he's already at 54 laps, he'll be, well into the middle of that second set of tires, pushing the end of that second set of tires, really. Fuel stint here, usually around the 30-ish lap mark. So he's putting the time in. He's putting the miles in. And, you heard Graham Rahal allude to it. When you're this early in the month, the track's not very rubbered in. It's still quite green. The tire wear is much higher in those scenarios, those situations. But what I like for Louis Foster right now is he's getting these laps in clean air by himself. He did a 2:16.5, then a 2:16.9, then a 2:16.6. He's learning from behind the wheel where those tenths of a mile an hour come from. The car's not really changing speed. The difference in those laps are how he's entering the corners, the amount of scrub he has mid-corner, how he's opening the wheel and freeing the car up off the corner. He's learning all sorts of different things about how to find those tiny bits of time that make such a difference come qualifying. The gear strategy, when do you upshift, when do you downshift, what phase of the corner. Like I said, all the entry, everything you do with your hands from inside an IndyCar in these moments is so crucial, and there are so many small tricks and ways to find just fractions of a mile an hour, and this is a great opportunity for him on a quiet racetrack to really feel some of that stuff out and do a lot of learning.
Opportunities as well to learn on the adjustments and as the tires wear and the fuel load burns off and so on. It's just nothing but knowledge to be soaked up here and running these laps at these speeds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's used to having the roll bars. You have those front and rear at any of the road or street tracks as long as they're connected. But then for ovals, you have the weight jacker. That's another tool inside the cockpit that Louis won't have a lot of experience with. Would have tried it when he did his first oval test at Nashville, but again, this is just a great opportunity for him to kind of start playing with some of those tools in the car, start feeling what those changes do to the balance. Hopefully he's spending time looking at the windsock on the pylon going into 1, looking at the windsock at the top of the grandstand going into 3. Luckily for everybody, very quiet day on the wind side. Always nice when opening day is calm like this. I mean, we joked about how the weather's perfect. It really is. It really is. It's a great temperature. The track's warm, but the air's not too warm. The wind is died down. It's a great day to be a rookie doing your ROP here at the Speedway.
Jacob Abel has completed the second phase of his 3 and rookie orientation. So Abel moving forward another step. I think I mentioned that a minute ago, but just in case, I'll repeat myself. There is Jacob, the Kentucky native, continuing to log laps. He's at 43 laps now and beginning to move the pace forward as the phases of the rookie orientation program allow.
And only Kyle Larson at the moment has yet to complete phase 2. So the rest of these drivers able to move into the all-skate and finish that third phase if they don't do it in the next 50 minutes. But Larson with still a few laps to run.
So here is Abel heading back toward the pit lane. And that would leave just Louis Foster on the racetrack. And sounds like he's off the pace as well. So 50 minutes to go in our rookie orientation and refresher session before the track is opened for the full field. And that was just the wrap-up of the entire rookie orientation for Louis Foster with that last lap. So check the box there for the young driver from England. And Foster is done with his rookie orientation. Let's check on the pit lane with Georgia.
Yeah, I just got a chance to catch up with Larson, who's out of the car right now. He said the engine was stumbling a little bit, and they're trying to figure out what's going on with that. But also communication between the teams and the computers, not necessarily where they want it to be. As we know here, everything needs to be perfect here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And right now, they're just not able to communicate with each other how they would like to. All day, been battling those communication issues, and they just want to pinpoint that before Larson gets back out in the car.
Totally fair. I mean, you got to have everything kind of working seamlessly. You got to remember, this is obviously a car that's been added to this program for the month of May, so everything is new. That's a new timing stand, new computers. It's a car that hasn't been running all season like the rest of them, so it's not necessarily uncommon to have some of these small gremlins. And you see the team there kind of going to work on the number 17 machine to try to address some of those issues. Again, we still have over 45 minutes. There's still plenty of time for Kyle to get these laps logged. It is better to make sure that everything is operating as it needs to be before you send them back out at these speeds.
And the nice part for Kyle is, with the year's experience under his belt from last year, he knows the feel that he should have or wants to have.
And he knows, yeah, what the communication should be.
Yes.
And, and if the engineers know that the computers need to be, doing a certain thing to the car and being able to speak a certain way to the car. So you don't see any concern on that guy's face. Pretty cool customer.
These are pretty complicated pieces of machinery.
They
here,
are.
and all the things that go back and forth between them. You need it all to be right for it to work right. Here's Robert Schwartzman out working now on the third phase of his rookie orientation. First two are done for Schwartzman, so he's working on the third phase of the ROP. There's a look at the schedule for the rest of today. Coming up top of the hour, we will have the open track for all of the veterans and everybody that's completed the refreshers and the rookie orientation phases needed. Tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning, we start here, and we're going to have the boost turned up. That Fast Friday simulation tomorrow morning should be kind of a fascinating part of it. We will be here to bring it to you live, just as we are now, and then we'll have the final everybody involved race trim, if you will, practice session tomorrow afternoon for a few hours also, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's such a cool thing to be a rookie here at the Speedway. To be an Indy 500 rookie is, it's look, you're so lucky to get the opportunity to do it in the first place, and then you start checking off those first. You check off those things. For a guy like Louis Foster, he's just finished his ROP. You get those first laps.
Yep.
You get that ROP. That's checked off the box. Then you're going to have your first kind of proper group run a little bit later today. That's an eye-opening experience, I can tell you from my own experience. Then you get to, practice week, those first runs like that. You get to Fast Friday. You get to those first proper quali sims. You get through the first qualifying attempts. You hopefully make the field. You get the rookie lunch. You get your first driver's parade, your first public driver's meeting, your first starter's ring. All these things, a guy like Louis Foster, a guy like Robert Schwartzman, Jacob Abel, they all have to look forward to that over the sort of next 4 weeks. And it really is a life-changing experience for each and every one of these young drivers.
Going through the process. And again, you don't know what you don't know till you've done it. And so well done for Foster to be done with the 3 phases of the rookie orientation program, and I'll be looking forward ahead to that full field practice later on today in our open test, day number 1. Callum Ilott back onto the racetrack, putting more laps in as he works on his refresher and continues to gather data for this first Indianapolis 500 effort for the Prema team. So as we continue to work toward the top of the hour, we have just the one car on the racetrack as the rookie orientation and refresher segment of open test day number 1 continues here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, 45 minutes to go then until the session changes over as well. And it sounds like Alan and James have gone for a little bit of a vacation. So me and JT are still around, and we have been just keeping an eye out. Takuma Sato, top for Marco Andre, Devin Di Francesco, Callum Ilott, Louis Foster, and Robert Schwartzman, JT. So just same old right now as they come across the line. And they fly down towards turn 1. Okay, hello, JT.
Hello.
You all right?
Well, Herbie's getting there.
Herbie's getting there. Well, that's something at least. We were supposed to be on a break. I'm about to pick up a microphone.
Oh, what a shame. I just saw you tapping your mic like crazy, and I thought, okay, I need to talk.
Yes. We got called upon while James and Alan, I presume, have some form of bathroom break. So the international feed has no commentary.
Sound only?
Yeah, we'll let it open. As soon as they come back, we can start talking. Georgia.
And welcome back here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Open Test. I'm here with Louis Foster, who's completed Phase 3. Now, Louis, how was your time in the car?
Yeah, good so far. Just getting used to it. I think it's a super cool space to drive here. It's a super cool track. You know, I was just out there smiling the entire time. So, yeah, it's very different to what I'm used to for sure, and it takes time to get used to the speed and the balance of the car. But to finish the ROP is great. I think we won rookie ROP finisher, so I'll take that. But yeah, there's more time in the session, but we're going to go back, set the car up so all 4 of the RLL cars can be close, and then give it a full swing in the afternoon.
Now, it's not May yet, but has it truly set in for you that you will be attempting to qualify for the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first time I came down the main straight, that's kind of when it set in. But yeah, it's super special, obviously. It's taken a very long time to get here. So, you know, to say that we're going to try and attempt to race is going to be awesome. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to it, man. Those laps were fun. I want to get a bit faster now. I think we did around 2:17, so we'll try to get up to the 20s hopefully later today and see how it goes.
Absolutely. Louis Foster, good job.
Cheers, thank you.
So there was Georgia, just talking trackside, as we still don't have Alan or James at the moment. So Georgia's probably running off to find somebody else to talk to. JT.
You see Callum Ilott on track. Let's take a watch and listen as he makes his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I swear she can hear me. It's getting quite scary. Down through turn 1 and 2. And 3 and 4 for Ilott, the only one circulating out there. Are you surprised that Takuma Sato, who has won 2 Indy 500s, is having to take part in this session? It seems a bit daft, but then again, when you think about it, kind of makes sense because he doesn't run in the main championship anymore and doesn't run any oval bar this one.
It's just Indy 500.
Yeah, a bit daft, really. Though. Makes sense. What do you reckon about Kramer coming in as well? Robert Schwartzman down in 6th position in this session.
You were deafened by INDYCARs, but I think you mentioned Robert Schwartzman.
I did, yes, I did.
Okay. Well, Kramer's first Indy 500, what could go wrong? We've had history of teams' first Indy 500s, haven't we?
Rather worryingly, a lot can go wrong, as we have discovered several thousand times, haven't we, in INDYCAR at the moment. So I'm not exactly optimistic about what we could see going
The main
forward.
bonnet stripe is done.
Let's take a look. Well, I can't take a look. It's not, we don't got those cameras set up, but it does look good.
What's happened to the Comsbox account? Is it gone on strike or something?
Probably, yeah.
Alright.
I've texted Megan to try and get it fixed, but last time I saw she was doing something. Yes. Let's see if we can have a live conversation while we wait for the boys in the box.
This will be interesting. This could go horribly wrong.
It could, you know. Well, you're live, just to let you know. We've got a mic on you. The commentary box camera has gone wrong. Are you able to go and switch it on for me?
You want me to turn it off?
And on again, yes.
Okay.
This is live. So, yeah, I think she said, give me a moment. This is live production, everybody, while cars are on the track. Sato's gone back out onto the circuit.
God, I love the brother and sister answering the phone of what?
Yeah, she actually care. Do you, Megan?
What?
There you go, prime example.
Hold on. Well, I'll give you an answer to why it's not connected.
Why?
Because it isn't connected to the actual thing. It's disconnected itself. It says it's on, but it's not on. So I'm gonna
Okay,
put
so
the
at
joint
this
voice.
moment, viewers,
Is the television on?
Television's on.
Could you reconnect to them, please, on Discord?
oh, hello.
She's nearly saying something.
Find the camera button, Megan. You know where it is.
Have you got the camera? Have you got the camera button? that was an echo and a half, and then she jumped me to the microphones.
Yeah?
Have you fixed it?
Yeah.
Is it back, JT? Okay, good. Thank you, Megan. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Live conversations. That was when Jake Humphrey got Eddie on the phone at Autosport. All those years ago. Miss Eddie. Poor Eddie. EJ.
Can you note down, you have tons of paper on your desk, can you note down somewhere 37:50 to go? The way chain. I'm gonna get that as a soundboard, hopefully.
I've written it down. On the tons of paper.
Right.
Where is Alan and James? Why are they abandoned the session with 45 minutes to go? It's quite bizarre, really, isn't it, really? Let's have no commentary with only Sato out there on the circuit. Let's leave it up to the boys in the box.
They could have at least done it in shifts, like one half break, one stay on.
Yeah, I mean, that was supposed to be the point with us. Here. You know, they do 2 hours, we do 2 hours, and etc., etc. Not that we're going to have to now possibly fill 35 minutes of thing before we go on for another 2 hours or so. I'm putting my headset back on.
You know, something's gone wrong when JB's putting his headset back on.
It was just really annoying me having to hold a microphone up, and that way I can press number 2. Say hello to everybody who's watching us on Comcam while we wait to see what's happening next. Looks like Kyle Larson's going to get another run out there on the circuit. The Indy 500 champ. Right, go on, JT. We've opened up your screen. How's it looking?
It's going all right, I want to say. This is something you've had to open my screen.
We've opened it, yes.
At probably the worst time, but it's fine.
So this is Sanson's car, the Herbie.
This is, well, I mean, I think this is Sanson's car. Can you tell this is Sanson's car?
Yeah.
By the way, must I add, black and yellow, what a colour combination.
I agree. Stellar. Absolutely stellar.
Look at how good of a nameplate that is. Oh, Echo again. Hello.
I don't think that's coming from me.
I don't think it's coming from me. There's a ghost in the currency box. Awesome. Right. Oh.
It could be Omi.
Omi's dead. He's not here. Right. So now I need to get another Herbie Strike.
Larson's getting strapped into his car. So he's going to go for another
Tonight, Larson jumps in a car.
Yeah, it's sort of waiting around, really, isn't it? Well, we take a look at yours. Let's go back to Bassett. Oh, a couple of cars firing up. That's Devil and DiFrancesco in the Ray Hall Element Lanigan racing car setting out there. Cole says, I'm glad I saw the museum basement before they remodeled the place. The basement was crammed with cars. You can see the decades of storage now it's modernised. How was that when you were there, Cole? As Devil In will come back out onto the circuit now with 34 minutes to go in this session. And ventures out onto the track. Wish we had actual driver tracker for this session. They're not activated for the rookies and refreshers. Just basic. No, just basic timers. Which kind of makes our life a bit harder. But I've just had a cunning plan.
What is your cunning plan?
I'm doing it now. I'm going to go to battle and show you.
Well, I can't see your skin.
Well, no, I know that, but the viewers will see it soon.
But I'm not a viewer, I'm a commentator and producer.
I know, but there's only 8 cars in the circuit, so it gives you a perfect opportunity just to do something a bit different and keep us both on screen at the same time. There we go. Battle screen. Oh, it's the wrong camera. I've taken the wrong camera. Oh no, it's my up down one, not the sit down one. Give me 1 minute. I meant for this camera.
The sit-down camera.
Yeah, for some reason I've got the upstairs one, which is not the one I wanted.
Please never ever call your cameras upstairs and downstairs again.
Well, it's upstairs, downstairs, isn't it? There we go. Hello, everyone. Full battle. Got the full timer screen. We're just making use of that black space by putting our cameras there until the boys come back. Literally, just we're waiting out the clock. Got 2 cars there, 3 cars. Hello. Devlin DiFrancesco, Robert Schwartzman, Jacob Abel, all coming out there on the track. This is great news, though, JT. They might actually come back to do some commentary.
So, all the other than Devlin DiFrancesco.
Third fastest, 219.523 mile per hour.
So 2 out of 3 rookies are out, correct?
Ilott, Schwartzman, Abel.
Wait, no, Ilott. So if Ilott's come out, that's 4. So that's 2 out. Okay, what could go wrong?
Who's that majority out there? Nice run down the backstretch towards 3 and 4. Strange, it sounds like I can hear them trying to talk in the background. I think they're...
Whatever you just said completely cut out for me.
I think they're trying to talk in the background, is what I said on the commentary front. Devlin's last lap time, 216.598 mile an hour.
Press the unmute button. It might be of use to you.
Who? Me or them?
Them.
Oh, right, yeah.
If they're trying to talk in the background.
Now, I'm going to say something coming through. So, reminder, we are going to try and simulcast later on the Grid Network show. So, we'll continue, and then you'll just hear the Grid Network show in the background.
Is that an audio browser source? Application?
Hopefully, yeah. Unless my computer goes bye-bye.
Well, it is known for that, so possibly.
Yes. That's what worries me. However, I can't hear anyone trackside doing the commentary either. So I reckon they've gone for lunch or something for half an hour. Although they had quite a long period where they could have eaten. Maybe this is just a normal break in procedures. Over the line. I think this is... well, that's going to be Jacob Abel, isn't it? Yes, it is. The 51 for Delcoin Racing coming down to 1 and 2. Nice low line. A few drivers almost hit the wall as well earlier, which caught me a bit by surprise.
But good to see that Jacob is able to drive a car at high speeds around Indianapolis.
Oh dear. I might have to deal with your puns throughout the whole month of May.
Yes, you are.
This is like a prequel, isn't it?
Yeah.
The 100.
You can't escape them.
Over the line again. Love how you can see the cars crabbing towards the inside of the pit wall. How the way the steering wheel's set. Callum Ilott has completed his refreshers run.
Now, people would think that a refreshers run is where the drivers run around eating refreshers.
Have we got to this
Well,
level
it
of conversation?
isn't, surprisingly. Unless if they do have refreshers in the car. I don't know. You tell me.
I just have to say, we're actually broadcasting a very special day here on YouTube because it is their 20th birthday. Yeah, today is YouTube's 20th birthday.
Which now means me at the zoo is 20 years old.
Yes, it is.
What the hell?
Gets better. It's 20 years ago today since the 9th Doctor blew up Downing Street in a bunch of Slovene. And that's not me just knowing that. I was checking my Twitter feed and it's just appeared. See? Where is it? There you are. There you are.
He's leaked his Twitter feed.
What the hell happens on my Twitter feed? It's just Twitter. What's trending? Manchester City versus Aston Villa. Megan Sussex, which is it's not even her last bloody name. It's Windsor. And not even then, it's Mountbatten. But let's not get technical, shall we?
And in the middle of the rookie orientation
Alan is back.
program and
Let's go back over to the
refresher
boys.
phase of the day. Alan Bestwick, James Hinchcliffe from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Georgia Henneberry will rejoin us from the pit and garage areas momentarily. You're watching Robert Schwartzman make laps as he continues to work to complete his 3 phases of rookie orientation. One of 4 hopefuls to be in their first Indianapolis 500-mile race come May 25th.
And it's going to be a tight battle. I mean, we talked about it a bit earlier, Alan. There's going to be only one team that goes home when we get to qualifying weekend. We get to bump day to Sunday there, and it's going to be a tough break. And look, anyone that's a rookie is already sort of worried. That's always sitting in the back of your head. I know it certainly did for me my first year here at the track. And you just need everything to go perfect on the day. You know, one small mistake from inside the cockpit, one small mistake from someone on the team that can really compromise your ability to qualify one of these cars. And the times are so close, the gaps are so close. You really do need it all in order to be successful and to be one of those fastest 33. And you know, I've been watching Schwartzman and Abel, who until just now were the only 2 cars on track, kind of separated opposite ends, and they were sort of trading laps, all within about a tenth or 2 of a mile an hour of each other out front on just, you know, single car pace. And that's a close margin when you're looking at a couple of cars that are probably in the conversation for who might be in that last row shootout.
Yeah, and the other part of it too, we saw this last year, right? Having a problem on Fast Friday.
Yes.
The pressure builds because then you have a whole lot of time to get it right before you have to go out Saturday and put it all out there. So here's where things stand now as we have 25 minutes and change left in this portion of our day. You see Kyle Larson is back out on the racetrack. Larson, Marco Andretti, Jacob Abel, and Robert Schwartzman are the 4 who have some laps left to do to complete the various phases of the refresher or rookie orientation that they're working to try and complete. The others, Callum Ilott, Devlin DiFrancesco, Louis Foster, and Takuma Sato are done with whatever requirements were out there for them. So any laps you see them turning are just basically them taking advantage of the track time and trying to learn some things.
Yeah, and I think in a lot of cases, as we literally watch Dev's car get wheeled back down Gasoline Alley towards the garages. They're going to take this time here to kind of go back, do a set down, make sure the car is exactly where they want it, so that way they can come back out for that all skate starting here in just under half an hour. Larson, the only driver up to now that hadn't even completed phase 2 yet. He had 3 laps left to do. His last speed was a 2:13.5, so that's one less. He's probably down to 2 laps before he can complete phase 2, and once he's completed phase 2, he's eligible to easily run into this final portion of practice. So
yeah, because he's not a rookie driver, he's able to complete that section in the last phase, and again, you know, Kyle dealing with a mechanical, electronic, communications problem, trying to get everything sorted out on this entry before he goes flat out up to speed and starts pounding out laps.
And we need a bingo card for all the different reasons we heard the 17 was in the pits, but he is less than 2 miles away from finishing phase 2, which essentially takes the pressure off and means the rest of the day can be hopefully smooth sailing. 1 corner left, and Larson will be where he needs to be, as we're starting to see now more of those veteran cars start to wheel onto pit lane, because in just over 23 minutes the entire field is eligible to be out on track running. And at a 2:14.4, Kyle Larson has now completed phase 2 of the refresher course.
And so Larson putting his best lap, his fastest lap of the 22 that he's turned in on that last trip around the speedway at 2:14.40, 2:14.408. Takuma Sato running the 56th lap that he has run in this session, and his best lap is the fastest that's been turned of this group, 2:22.43. That's also a pretty good lap from what we saw from the veteran practice earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, look, no surprise to see Takuma competitive here at the Speedway. That's a 2-time winner, and I know it seems weird maybe to see him out in a refresher course, but again, remember, when you haven't driven an IndyCar in a year, essentially, coming back here for that first time, it's not a bad idea to sort of force drivers to build up to it slowly, not just throw them out on track with 30-plus other race cars where they can find themselves in a difficult situation early. So the likes of Takuma Sato, Marco Andretti, people that have done this before, even Kyle Larson coming off of last year, it's always good to just give them an opportunity to kind of build that speed up slowly before you throw them out into the Shark Tank with 30-plus other IndyCar drivers doing 220-plus miles an hour. That's kind of the concept behind the refresher program for these returning drivers. Even though we've seen, champions like Helio Castroneves and Ryan Hunter-Reay, we see Takuma Sato having to do it. It's kind of a tradition here at the Speedway, but it's also one that's based in some safety and some common sense.
And some practicality. So there are the best lap speeds for each of the 8 drivers involved in the rookie orientation and refresher session, with Takuma Sato, Marco Andretti, Devlin DeFrancesco, and Callum Ilott posting the 4 best laps. And again, got Larson, Abel, and Schwartzman still working on various phases, though Larson is good to go into the next phase of his refresher program after some difficulties getting his car squared away in the opening moments. So there is Sato, trailed by Schwartzman.
And again, just looking at Takuma Sato's pace on that last lap with relatively clear track in front of him, a 2:17.9. That's a couple mile an hour quicker than what we saw some of the other cars running earlier when they were in that clean air. So looks like maybe already early some inherent pace in that RL machine. Again, never a surprise that it's coming from Takuma. He's just got a knack for this place.
And Robert Schwartzman heads back to the pit lane after getting word he has finished his rookie orientation program. So tip of the cap to the 25-year-old who has gotten through what's no doubt a nerve-wracking first day here at the Indianapolis Speedway, and got a little success to cap off this last hour and a half or so, a couple hours for him, and a chance to move on with his learning process, getting ready for his first Indianapolis 500. So 1 car left on the Speedway, and that's Kyle Larson, who again delayed getting his session going, but now out there pounding laps away, and each one seems to be
the fastest that he's turned in the session. That's like 5 laps consecutively that he's posted his best lap of the day.
That last one was a 2:17.2, so again, decent pace, and he's chipping away at it. Could start to go flat out, just get comfortable doing that again through phase 2. He would have been lifting. Now we see him lift off completely. Yeah. Coming down the decel lane. So maybe still something not 100%, you know, where they want it to be as we look at the 2-time winner, nearly 3-time winner of this race.
Yeah. Sato climbing from his car after putting in a lot of work. 58 laps over the last couple of hours for the 2-time champion. And again, the best of them, 2:22.43. Pretty representative lap for Takuma Sato. Of course, mentioned earlier, talked about Takuma being a 2-time champion of the 500-mile race. So look back on the 2 victories. First one driving for Andretti Global, then Andretti Autosport, 2017.
And then this epic battle in 2020, the August race with Scott Dixon, ended under caution, potentially the winning factor there for him, but another great drive. And as he said it, number 2, 2 rings, 2 impressions on the Borg Warner.
And back to give it a go for a third is Takuma Sato out of his car, and a job well done.
Marco Andretti's on the track now, the sole car. Still to finish up phase 3.
Yep, so 18 minutes to go in this session, and then there'll be a quick turnaround, and the track will be open for the final 3 hours of practice for all of the refreshers, rookies, veterans that have completed the necessary laps that they have to do. And should be kind of interesting, especially as maybe it starts to cool off a little bit and the track conditions change some. A lot to be learned here on this opening day of the open test. So there's Marco Andretti on the speedway. 35th lap of the day for Marco, and again a few more laps to finish up his requirements to be have that all out of the way before we get to the open practice later. Marco has turned the second fastest lap of this session at a 2:21.46.
And this is going to be interesting to see, again, with one car on track. He's got the place to himself. Always a nice feeling. Let's see what kind of pace he has. Although it sounds like he's already backed off, and he has. Yeah, still 7 laps to complete the full refresher course. Phase 3, that's 2:15 and above. Shutting it down and heading back to pit lane.
His last lap was a 2:16.81, and bringing it back in is Marco. So 16.5 minutes left to go in this segment of our test day. What are you most interested to see in this final 3 hours of testing this afternoon?
I want to see how much guys are mixing it up already. I mean, group running has become the most important factor of practicing here at the Speedway. And when we get to practice week, we always see in the afternoon, whether it's 3, 4 o'clock, usually everyone sort of fuels up, new sets of tires, and goes out for the group running. I want to see if we get any of that today. If people are comfortable enough with the cars they've got after the running they've done so far this morning. Maybe we'll see more of it tomorrow afternoon once the boost comes off the cars in the PM session. But I just want to see, IndyCars racing again here. I want to see them mixing it up. I want to see how these cars handle in traffic with this extra weight from the hybrid system. I want to see how drivers are using the hybrid system in traffic and kind of get a sense of maybe who's got a better handle on how to best utilize this new tool that the drivers have. So for me, there's a lot of fun things to try to keep an eye on. I'm getting a little bit excited, a little bit ahead of myself. We still have 400 hours of testing before we go racing here, but I'm excited to see, how it kicks off here.
Every bit of it's fun. Yeah, who runs with who? You know, teams go out, they send their cars all out, and all of a sudden here comes an interloper, you know, and who gets out there, runs together? Do manufacturers avoid each other? Do they run with each other? Do they just all the little subtle things that make an afternoon of practice fun here at the Speedway.
Yeah, and you often got to coordinate with other teams as well, right? I mean, back in the day, you know, Andretti had 5 cars, Ganassi's run 5 cars. When you've got that many, you can go do your own group run. You don't need to coordinate with anybody else.
Yep.
3 cars, it's not quite enough. It's not quite what you need. That's what a lot of these teams have. Obviously, we've got RLL with 4, but yeah, it's going to be interesting, like you say, to see kind of who chooses to run with who. And I think a lot of it just comes down to timing. Who's ready to run around the same time? You'll see some coordination from teams there to try to get as big a group as possible, because it's mutually beneficial if you can run in a bigger pack.
Given the full period of time for the rookie orientation program and the refreshers, the open practice is going to begin a little bit after the top of the hour and then run until 7 o'clock tonight. So we'll be 14 minutes away from the end of this session, and then again a quick turnaround, reset the timing and scoring, and probably a little quick track inspection just based on what's happened already today, and then we'll go.
As you do. Yeah, Jacob Abel out there running on his 65th lap. That's an impressive haul. I mean, they may have already dipped into the rest of their tire set, because doing 64 on the 2 sets you get for this session seems like a bit of a tall order, just based on, again, usually how much more tire wear you get when the track is green. But he's putting in the miles, he's getting comfortable, and again, this is another opportunity, like we talked about with Louis Foster earlier, to try these little things from inside the car, try these different lines. You know, his spotters will probably be telling him giving him some feedback. One might be a coach of sorts.
Just watching the lap times and speeds. That last lap was below 2:15, if he's supposed to be in the 2:15 or better point right now. And sounded like he was rolling out of it and coming back around to the pit lane. All right, a quiet racetrack.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
Well, if you look at the right side of that picture, you'll have all reason to be encouraged.
It's about to get pretty noisy.
That's
here.
a lot of cars coming out through Gasoline Alley and getting to their pit boxes and getting ready for drivers to climb aboard and fire off for the all skate, the all cars practice that'll take us up till 7 o'clock tonight.
It's so funny. You look at this shot of pit lane and you get a sense of where teams are lined up. Obviously, you see the Ganassi team right there at the front. You got Andretti behind them, so on and so forth down the line. And what's so interesting and unique about this place is throughout the open test and then practice week, qualifying into carb day and the race, you could experience 3 or 4 different pit boxes at different times. And so you can't get comfortable with where you are in pit lane now, because that is going to change several times before we get into the race, and it really matters.
You're gonna set up once for where you're going to be during Grand Prix weekend.
Yep.
Right, and that will change from practice to. Then you're going to set up where you're going to start 500 practice.
Yep.
Then you're going to have a place to put your pit box for qualifying.
Correct.
Then maybe a place to put your pit box for second day qualifying. Then you're going to have a race location,
which you'll get for carb day in the race.
Yep.
So yeah, you get 2 hours of practice on carb day to learn where your pit box is, after spending 40-something hours of practice going into one spot and then changing it once or twice in between. It can be a little tricky.
And then of course that couple of hours of practice on carb day where you make the pit stop off of turn 4 like you would in the race, instead of using the safety road on the inside of turns 3 and 4 like you will the whole rest of the week. Something to get used to there also. Where is that race pit road speed timing line again? What do I have to hit? It's different, right, for practice than it is for the race.
See Rinus VK there getting ready to get back into his Dale Coyne racing machine. A driver that's been very quick here in his young career.
Oh, yeah.
front row starter on 3 different occasions, never started worse than 7th in 5 races here.
And by the way, when they did the hybrid test here in October, 3rd fastest in his first outing with the Dale Coyne Racing team.
And look, that test there was really the catalyst for this full season program coming together.
Yeah.
You know, Dale called him up shortly after his release from ECR, said, hey, can you drive for us in the test? We obviously, they know his record. He's the kind of guy you want in the car. And they were so impressed with his feedback and his ability here at the Speedway, that kind of got conversations accelerated. I'm sure they'd already started, but accelerated towards that full-time program. And it's been a strong start to the campaign for them.
Kyle Larson back on track, looking to make his 2nd start in the Indianapolis 500 and looking to do the 1,100-mile double for the first time. Of course, all intentions were to do it a year ago, and it never worked out. But we'll hope for good weather in both locations this year, and that Kyle can go and maybe become the 2nd driver to complete all 1,100 miles on the same day. Trivia says, who was the only one?
It was John or it was Tony? Or was it Robbie? Oh, man. That's a good question. I should know this. I know I've read this stat probably 100 times, but...
I only ask it because I'm positive of the answer. It's written on the paper in front of me. Tony Stewart.
It was Tony, okay.
Yeah. 2001.
And he tried it multiple times, right? But only managed to complete all the laps the one time. That just highlights how difficult it is.
Right.
I mean, Tony Stewart, no slouch in either an IndyCar nor a NASCAR, and even he could only get it done one time. Valiant efforts from Robbie Gordon, from John Andretti, from Kurt Busch over the years.
All good at what they do, right? And what they've done, but yeah, really, really challenging. So that sort of reinforces the story we were talking about when we first saw Kyle on the track earlier today, and others, but how perfect your day needs to be in the Indianapolis 500 to just run all 500 miles, let alone win the race.
Well, and that's just it. Just to finish 200 laps, you need a near perfect day. To finish anywhere near the front, as a driver, you as a team have to execute an absolutely perfect day, and then just hope that the racing gods smile down on you, and yours is just that little bit more perfect than the other ones.
So, given what you've seen last year from Kyle Larson here at the Speedway, we don't know yet how the different teams and their strengths and all that kind of thing. He a legit contender to win?
Oh, yeah, I think absolutely. Because of that Montoya story we spoke about earlier, you know, the experience that a driver like Kyle Larson brings into a long race, to a 500-mile race, it is so valuable. And, you know, I got to be Kurt Busch's teammate when he came and ran this race. Yeah. I was so impressed with not just how he managed the whole month of May, but specifically how he managed his day on race day. You know, for us, again, at that point, maybe we were doing it twice a year, but for the most part, you're doing this once a year. That year-over-year experience is really important, and you feel a difference inside the race car as a driver. He's just got so much experience running these races this length. Now he's got a year of experience in the car. He's made the kind of quote-unquote rookie errors that sometimes you make. Look, and very experienced drivers also make things that you could classify as a rookie error. And he knows kind of what to look out for. So he's with a team that we've talked about is more than capable. As a driver, his talent level is, you know, second to none. And with that year of experience, I think he's absolutely in a great position to fight for a win potentially on Memorial Day weekend.
It'd certainly be one to watch for sure. The size of the task, obviously monumental, but certainly he'll be a lot of fun to watch as he attempts to complete the 1,100-mile double. And a year ago, when we watched the Brickyard 400 here, and that late laps charge that he made to win that race, it was breathtaking to witness for sure. So here's Jacob Abel back out on the Speedway. Little over 5 minutes to go in this session before we get ready to turn him loose for the full field practice in a little while. Abel, 67 laps in the last couple of hours, and a best lap of 2:16.106. Robert Schwartzman also heading back out onto the speedway.
Minutes left. Schwartzman coming out just to get a few more laps. And I misspoke earlier. The rookies that had to do all 3 sessions, I believe they got an extra set of tires. So it was 2 for the refresher and 3 for the rookies.
So that'll help. Here's Schwartzman. 62nd lap completed by Schwartzman, best 2:17.100. When he gets out of the car at the end of this couple of hours, if we were to ask him, you know, what do you know now that you didn't before? Would the answer take less than 30 minutes?
You could definitely talk for 30. You could talk through this whole thing minute by minute and explain all the things you're learning. I mean, almost no 2 laps are the same here. The 4 corners are all very different. And, you know, for a guy doing it for the first time, learning what they feel like in, you know, given conditions, learning what they feel like in clean air versus dirty, old tires versus new, full tanks versus low fuel. It's a lot that he's got to take in. And, you know, luckily at a place like this, the straights are long enough. You don't get out of the car feeling dizzy. If he was hopping out of, I'm looking forward to talking to him when he gets out of the car at Milwaukee or at Iowa.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And really see how he feels after that.
Yeah, that's another whole experience there. Talk about being, you know, dropped into the middle of the swirl.
Yeah.
I mean, but up for the challenge for sure. And crossing the line here and actually bumping up his best lap of the day. Up to the 5th best of this session, 2:18.100.
I know I saw a car pull into the pits in front of him. I'm not sure how close they were during the lap because it's a fairly sporty time if it's completely by yourself. We'll see what it is this time by because he is the only car on track currently. So we'll get a good sense of where the pace is. He seems to have a pretty nice line so far, learning quickly. Still a little bit of room off the wall with 4. Let's see what this lap time is. And he cruises at a 2:17.1. So a nice drop off. Maybe there was a little bit of a toe on that previous lap, but still, that's a time that, based on what we've seen so far, shouldn't give you too much concern in terms of, you know, where you are at the come qualifying weekend. But still lots to go before we really see the true order of things there.
Two minutes to go. And again, the full field practice coming up shortly to wrap up day 1 of the open test for the 109th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Tomorrow we start at 9:30 in the morning with the boost turned up and get our first look in the hybrid era at a simulated Fast Friday. And then we'll have a final 3-hour practice session tomorrow afternoon. Or 3 hours. Got to go back and check my schedule.
2 to 5, I think that's right.
Yep. 3 hours, and set the stage there before the official opening of the month of May here at the Speedway.
What a wake-up call tomorrow, huh? 9:30 a.m. You strap in your IndyCar and you've got a couple extra horsepower, maybe doing, you know, high 220s. I mean, that's a way to wake up. I mean,
I always felt that way about the warm-up session on Saturday.
Yeah.
And Sunday of qualification weekend.
Right.
I always felt that way too. Hey, it's 8:30 in the morning, Group 1, go.
Here's the difference. By that point in the month, you've already run 1,000 laps. You know, you've got a bunch of miles under your belt. They will have had, you know, a truncated day of running, an interrupted day of running before they go into their first attempt at the big boost. So even for the veterans, this is a bit of a new experience, going straight in full whack in the morning. It's going to be like having 10 shots of espresso first thing when you wake up.
All right, so down to the final seconds of this session. And the 8 drivers
needing the refresher or the rookie orientation have done all the work they're going to do in this particular bit of time. And we'll get ready for the full field practice coming up in just a few minutes time. But up atop the starter stand, checkered flag waves, and our rookie and refresher session is done. Takuma Sato turned the fastest laps of this session, and the two-time champ is with Georgia Henneberry.
He sure did. We were talking about the irony. A two-time champ has to do the refresher session, but you actually said it's much needed. Can you elaborate on that?
It sounds weird, you know, but I would say I really appreciate the INDYCAR for they make me, make everyone for the program out of the car for 12 months because, you know, you not get used to going 220 miles per hour. Yeah. Even you experience in your life, it's just like down the pit lane, blimey, it just cars so reactive and so fast, and you get used to probably after 10 laps. But the refresher program just gives you a little bit cushion, like no pressure, and you can do it 15 laps each for the next segment. And that's I think I would say it's a really good program. Saying that, the last time I did it was a rookie orientation 15 years ago. So just to remind me, I could picture the day we went to, and it was a nice program.
So what is that feeling like, the first 10 laps or so, when you haven't been in the car and you're like, wow, this is fast?
It's just the excitement as well. So you need to adjust a lot of things. For example, this year, the totally new different wheels for the hybrid system, and you need to get used to. Now, of course, you don't do it for the lots of Christmas things, for the first scouting, but just make sure everything's settled in, make sure you're comfortable with it, and then feed it out for the throttle. And this is what I remember, and then melt into the conditions. That's then it's just to make comfortable. That's the first step. So I think everything was very smooth, and I think I must say, team did a fantastic job for the preparation for me.
How was that session specifically for you? What did you like? What did you not like?
Well, what I like with hybrid, it's quite fun actually. Yeah,
good.
Region, deploy, a totally new experience. Now I know for the mechanism from the road cars, but in the race cars I never experienced in this sensation. And you can feel the power, you can feel what's happening, and that's good. The downside is obviously weight. Everybody's saying that it's more than 100 pounds on the back of the car. So just the polar moment, and just when you get the sensation of getting to the corner, the back of the cars, it's just to keep rotating, which is not a positive way for me. So we need to work onto the car. It's definitely a game changer for that, because the setup we've been having competitive one is not entirely sure that 100% apply. I think we have to find out a little bit more and more. So I mean that's the name of the sport. I think I'd like to challenge, and the engineering part is doing a really good job. So I think all in all, it's great for the fans to have a tool to do something working with.
We talked to Graham a little bit earlier about all the improvements that they tried to make in the off-season to the Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan cars. Can you feel those improvements off the bat?
Absolutely. I mean, when I was able to back in the Ray Hall car last year, I obviously working on to some of the experience on the different teams, and the seeing all the good faces, and that was really good. But it's not to really scratch the paper. Just you never be able to continue to what you've been done. So this year, going to the second year for when I come back to the team. For third time, was it? Yeah. So that's good. If you look at my boys, my chief, like 80% of the boys was my familiar faces, and a couple of new guys, and I bring back my engineer from Ireland, and he was supposed to be retired a couple of years ago. But anyway, all in all, I think the Bobby and particularly Mike Lanigan funding for the financial part for the team as the stability, and like Graham said, I think keep working on the engineering side is very strong. I think continue the work is what the result you can see. So hopefully all the preparation over the course of the winter, the team's done. It looks like it's working well at the moment. It's a little too early to say, but it's working well.
Well, and speaking of bringing back memories, you are going for your third Indianapolis 500 championship. When you walk into the Speedway, can you recount those memories and, of course, winning the Indianapolis 500?
Absolutely. I mean, IMS is a place, for the sport, and not just the personal level, just for the globally. you know, I've been experienced for the other categories, including Formula 1, but this is nothing like it. And I always love to come back to the Motor Speedway, and you just feel it out. And obviously 2020 was a pandemic, and there's no spectators, just grey, sad, lonely. But, you know, we know the fans are waiting for the outside safely that day. So we're still winning, counting big time for us. But imagine if we can do it again. Over 300,000 people. I just cannot imagine. Just appreciation is going more and more and more, regardless what the result you are.
It's not May yet, but it sure feels like it. It's almost there. Thank you, Takuma Sato. Appreciate your time.
Georgia, Takumo, thank you. A couple things I heard there. First driver I heard describe the whole thing. Hey, the hybrid, that was fun.
It's fun, yeah.
That was great.
I hadn't really thought about the fact that, of course, he wouldn't have driven it before. You know,
right.
he's not had the opportunity to drive it at any of the other races. So maybe an extra benefit of the refresher course for him was he got some kind of uninterrupted laps to get to start playing with that and learn.
So there are the 8 drivers who just finished the refresher and rookie orientation session, with Takuma Sato turning the fastest lap of them at 2:22.437. So getting things set now, quick track inspection and a reset of things for the full practice, getting set to go for 3 hours time. The green flag will wave again at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in just a few minutes.
This is the Indy 500. It's passion, drama,
Graham Rahal is out.
history,
Denny Sullivan spins.
tradition, legendary.
This is the Indianapolis 500. It's the best race in the world.
This is nothing short of epic.
You just called the Indy 500, baby.
This is May.
So we're gearing up then for the final session. 3 more hours on the clock. Get ready to go. JT still alongside me up in the comms box as well. And this is going to look a bit different.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So for the next hour, it's going to be myself and JT. And then things are going to be just a little bit different. Because I'll still be on the
I get kicked off.
Yeah. I'll still be on the commentary. We'll go to battle screen. And you will hear from myself, Kobe Lambeth, and Matt White on the Grid Tonight Show, discussing all forms of motorsport. That will then be followed by the final half hour of the session, back with JT and hopefully Matthew Owens turning up as well up here in the booth. And we're going until 7 o'clock Eastern, that's 12 o'clock British summer time. And, well, maybe a bit longer, JT, because we've got 3 hours on the clock and it hasn't started yet, has it, here at IMS?
Yeah, they might extend it, or they might just go until 7 p.m. Eastern.
Already an hour later than what we were originally planning, thanks to the delay earlier on in the broadcast. So we sort of just see where we go, basically, for this one.
That is just Indy Open testing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just that's what these 2 days are about. They're not really serious broadcasting moments, are they? They're sort of just let's see how far we can go into it.
Is there a reason on why the blue is thicker than the red on?
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking at that earlier, thinking what was going on with it there for you. So, we are almost set to go. Now, Paul said, let's have a look. Cole says, well, they all had pace cars from 1976 to now. Now they're not in there. There was a yellow Benetton of Michael Schumacher's F1 car down there. That was 1992. There was a 1950s Firestone tyre Indy Roadster test race. Ooh. Time flies by too fast to planet Earth, says Cole as well. Earth's orbit the sun, 66,600 miles an hour. Well, it's basically 67,000 miles an hour, isn't it? None of the drivers know they lap this track at 230 miles an hour. They just check this. Basically, what we're here for, we're trying to race the world 230 miles an hour around an oval with all these 33 drivers on one day in May. you sometimes wonder the speed they go, JT, is it enough to turn the curvature of the Earth the opposite way around? Or do you tilt on its axis the other way? It's such a powerful racetrack, this.
I'm not going to question how and why this conversation is how it is.
Cole's YouTube chat.
Alright. But yeah, they could. I mean, let's give it a go. Why not?
Green light is on, and 3 hours of testing is underway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the cars are going to venture straight out onto the circuit, and that is exactly where we need to go and need to be to get testing underway. All cars are now eligible, so that's just the first time in 2025 that we are going to have every single car out there, and that, JT, also includes 2 hours 42 we're going to be running now for, by the way. That also includes the total. So this is going to be a long, long day, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're not going the full 3 hours. We are stopping at 7 PM, as I thought, and, well, the stripe is done.
Is it?
It is.
I'm just trying to. I've just discovered that I have to relaunch my INDYCAR live timing browser. There we go. Because it wasn't working on the current mix around. There we go. There we go. Sorry about this, everyone. There we go. Hi.
Hello.
Live broadcasting changed around when the session changed over. So the fall's gone out there straight away. In fact, I think most cars are out there. Just trying to see who's actually activating their transponders. Jacob Abel back to the top, and David Malukas now takes it as goes over. Will Powers coming out the circuit slowly. The driver track will start working. We'll have drivers flying out here on the runarounds, and we will have hopefully our first runs of the session. Yeah, they're all starting to come now. 226, 225, 22166 over the board as well for Andretti. So now we are go for the Indy 500. Andretti 222155. It always amazes me how they can just go straight away, like off the bat. Like how fast you can get these cars up to and just like woof off straight away. It's just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of lag because I can see your camera has stopped talking, but you're still talking. Hello.
How's that?
Better. Oh my god, Omi's alive. Hello, Omi. Oh, he's muted. Okay. Fine. I know how it is. I see how it is. If you look at the screen, Omi, because I know you can still hear me, this is Sanson's car that I'm working on. This is so behind the scenes, out of context.
I was wondering what you were doing, to be fair, as well. Oh, hang on, let me put your camera on. There you go.
There you go.
So that's what he's up to, everybody.
I have spent 2 hours doing these stripes. I hope Sanson enjoys this.
So I'm guessing you just didn't have a break, same as me, just sort of sat up here in a couple of minutes waiting to get going.
I mean, you saw me with my whiteboard.
Yeah, several times annoying me, just waving around to the side. And it's like, yeah,
Hi.
I see it, I see it, I see it. How it all goes around. Finally, our driving tracker works and we're getting set up as well. Okay, information. The reason we had the delay earlier on was because they lost Wi-Fi connection and they couldn't establish secure radio connections to the team in time. So they had to wait. So that's why we're having issues earlier on. Kyle Larson's come out of the pit lane. Not every driver has turned on their transponders. Interesting. I was wondering what was going on there as well as they fly through. Who's in the pit lane? Carl Kirkwood, David Lucas and Venus VK. Everybody else is out there on the circuit then. Continuing to push around at full power through turns 3 and 4 here at the Oval. And pulling down the back straightaway. It's a wonderful circuit. It's a wonderful attitude you get at this track as well. Even in April, we knew when the testing was going to say. Right, Paul says Team Penske for 3 in a row. David Gray, hello David, says, I have gone around the speedway at the Richard Petty School. Also, I dislike Kyle Larson very, very much. I wish you would stop disgracing my home track. I take it that's because Kyle's coming here from stock car racing. He is racing, and he has qualified in terms of he's done the refreshers orientation program now. So, correct me if I'm wrong, JJ, I don't think anyone needs to do that when we come back here in May.
No, they've all done it,
So,
I believe.
effectively, what we've had here is first practice. It's not even an open test anymore, is it? This is first practice for the 500, just a few days in advance. Because that first session, veterans and rookie orientation on that morning session, on, I think, what is it, the 14th? It doesn't need to happen anymore. So we're fine. It probably will still happen, but...
Oh, he is alive. Hello, Amy.
Hello, Amy. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
I pretend I heard you.
Okay, lovely.
I can't hear him. Hello.
Hello.
I hear you now. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I think me and JT are surviving. That's probably the best way to describe this 8 hours.
Have you heard your birthday song yet?
I haven't, and I do
Can you send
apologise.
that to me, please?
What?
I had no idea that this was a thing.
What exactly is it, Omi? Have you done a montage of me or something? What is it?
No, I got AI to sing you a song.
Oh, God.
Oh, hang on. I'm opening up Gmail now. Right.
Oh, well, you don't need to listen to it. We can save it for a gift next year. I don't have to do anything next year then.
I've already got it. I've already got it. Do you want to hear it?
Is if JB is about to play it on stream, is it stream friendly?
Is it stream friendly?
Okay, right. Let's listen to it together then. Hang on. Is it copyright music free? Is the question.
Let's probably not risk it.
Yeah. George is down in the pits.
Means to drivers, and I know the Indianapolis 500 means quite a bit to none other than Connor Daly from right here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Connor, what does the Indianapolis 500 mean to you?
Oh, I mean, it's the greatest place on earth right here. We love it. Every day, we're pretty lucky to get to do laps around here. So never take a day for granted. It's really, really cool, this experience and just being a part of this event. And, yeah, we got a lot of work to do. So, you know, this is day one of all the work. You know, a lot of these guys have done so much work in the off-season. You know, this is the first time this car, the Super Speedway car, has run so far this year. So just working through it all. And, you know, I'm just thankful we finally got out on the track. So it was tough to wait this morning. It's like going to the Christmas tree and seeing all your gifts and being told that you're locked in a closet for 3 hours before you go out there. So that's tough.
What kind of adjustments were made in between sessions?
Well, a few things. Yeah, a few things. More so for driver feel. I think there's a couple different ways you can run the steering in these cars. Just for general feel and general happiness of how you enter the corner. And so we want to make sure we dial that in. You know, they're still getting used to how I kind of want a car here, and I definitely know what I like out of a car here. So we'll see what we can do this afternoon.
Now, having a home with Junco Sollinger for the entirety of the season, does that get you more comfortable just right off the bat?
I think here is different than any place we've been so far, and you know, everyone has a lot of different philosophies here for sure. A lot of engineers have a lot of different ways they can run the cars, and there are many ways that work too. So you just got to find the best way for you, and that's why we have so much practice here. That's why this test is so important. Just starting to knock off things on the list that we want to get through.
Your chariot awaits. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's Connor Daly talking to the team. As we're back up now in the booth, myself, JT, and Omi's around. Omi, I would like to ask you one thing, though. Having done quite a bit of IndyCar this year, 2 out of 3 races so far, what do you think of the 500? Have we converted you to oval racing yet?
Well, I mean, I've never been converted to oval racing. I've always been converted to the 500, though. The Indy 500 is a spectacle like no other. The build-up to it is absolutely extraordinary as well. I mean, we literally go racing all the way near the end of May, of course, on the 25th. But we are already here building up to this event. I think that tells you all you need to know about the Indy 500. So, yeah, I've always been a fan of this specific event.
And of course, the whole event doesn't just participate in the oval. We have, of course, JT, the Saturday race, which becomes the Indy Grand Prix, the Indianapolis Grand Prix, on the road course, which is the, I think, Solent-So Grand Prix is coming through. That's always fun.
Yes.
Yeah. This year, would you like to know something? Doesn't clash.
Is it the last year?
No.
Oh.
Doesn't clash with Eurovision for the first time.
Does it not?
It does not. But Eurovision does clash with day one of the Indy 500 qualifying. So you sort of give and take. Because correct me if I'm wrong, the Indy race isn't on the last weekend in May this year, is it? I think it's a week earlier for some reason. Our very early memories.
It depends what you count with a weekend. The last full weekend is 23rd, 24th, 25th.
Yeah, that's when it is.
But then you've got the 30th, 31st, and 1st.
Yeah, so technically it's the last weekend, but the way the calendar's worked, it's not the last weekend because you get Saturday the 31st of May. So it's a week, slightly a week earlier than normal. It's a weird situation how it's worked out. Several drivers are coming into pit lane as a quick information buffer to you all at home. As I'm just trying to work out if our graphics are okay. I don't think they are. I think we need to do some adjusting. Live adjusting. They're all right.
Are you sure it's all right?
They look all right. A bit pixelated though, so I'm a bit worried. But this is what happens when you have 34 drivers on screen at once. It's quite hard to do a timing tower.
I mean, yeah, that happens.
It's only once a year. Graham Rahal is out on the track right now as well. I'm just trying to work out how I'm going to do in an hour's time the Grid Tonight show. How I'm going to get it set up.
Are you co-host or host?
I am doing... Kobe's hosting, but I'm doing my usual bits. So I'm leading it all. Which means I need to have my laptop, so I just can't be on Discord, that's fine. I just need to find a way to get my microphone input to the laptop and then have an output going the correct way.
Okay, so that hours is going to be me and Omi testing stuff, got it, if Omi's still around at that time.
Probably, yeah, getting ready for Barber. Barber, because we can't do Barber.
Yes, definitely Barber, not saloon stock cars, yeah.
2.5 hours to go then. 1 hour until the Grid Tonight show. So I hope you're all going to tune in for that. It's going to be quite entertaining, actually, how it's all going to work. I'm just trying to work out how. It's difficult. It's difficult to get it all set up in time.
Have you figured out how your backflip is going to be if McLaren win the Indy 500?
I am personally hoping they don't. That's awful to say, but I can't do a backflip.
Well, I thought I found something for you on TikTok until the backflip actually didn't happen. So.
Okay. I'm now even more scared. Yeah, I'm a bit terrified now. Let's have a quick look to see what the information we have been getting. So, information from the circuit right now, as we take a look at the back-to-back champions. So, yeah, Wilbur Shaw, of course, is the first to do it, 1939 and 1940. There's 8% chance of winners repeating the next year. And that's what Joseph Newgarden broke last year, JT. 8% chance. With that stunning last lap move on Pato.
It's not a lot, is it? 8%.
No. It kind of makes me worry about how little it is. Just also, as here it is, right on cue. The move at turn 3 and 4 around the outside, and then the double flags coming through. Joseph jumping through into the crowd, everyone going nuts. It was a popular victory, wasn't it, for Newgarden to win, but heartbreak for Pato O'Ward.
Absolutely, yeah.
He was leading for so long, and then he's, as I think Alan said earlier on, Joseph's only led a total of 31 laps here at the Brickyard, and he's won twice. It's mad. And he's a champion in the series. He's a champion in the 500. He has dominated here. And he's tasted the sweet milk. And me and Megan will be having the milk, as always, in our commentary at the end of the day. But then me and JT will run off and do... Yeah, go on.
Omi, that doesn't mean you get the milk out 4 hours before the race and then just leave it on the side all day.
George is down with Pato in there.
500, but this time with Arrow McLaren. How does that build your confidence ahead of what was such an emotional roller coaster last year?
Yeah, it's great to get back into it here and with a group of people that I know well and have spent so much time with now, and it's a very different feeling coming in and, you know, having been here before, no ROP, we're getting straight into it, and yeah, I mean, it's the people that I've been working with for months and months now, and it's nice. It feels like home. It's much calmer, and it's just not a new experience anymore, so it's different.
How much more prepared do you feel this year, just with the experience that you had last year?
Yeah, very, very. And while last year was difficult and not a place I wanted to be, that experience coming into this year is going to be huge. And I feel like I've been in many years worth of different situations at the Speedway, and I got it all done in 1 year, and now we're good to go. So I'm excited.
Just this whole situation, the month of May, this kind of prepares for it. Now you're running the full NTT IndyCar series as well. A couple years ago, could you have dreamed that this was a possibility?
No, to be racing full-time in IndyCar, doing the Indianapolis 500 with a top team like Arrow McLaren, and it's pretty surreal, and it feels normal now because it's my day job and it's what I do all the time, but it's pretty cool to take a step back and look at it. And even last year, you know, thinking to 1 year ago, I could never dream that I'd be here right now. So,
lastly, let's talk about your session earlier today and what you're going to look to bring into this next one.
Yeah, we had a really strong morning. I got ROP done in October, I believe, so didn't have to do that. Got straight into the normal running, and feeling super comfortable. The guys did a great job prepping this car. It's the first time we've run the Speedway car, obviously, this year, so no issues at all. Really solid, and I was very comfortable, and we're in a happy window. So super excited to keep running, keep building.
Comfort is key. Thank you, Nolan.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry?
Even hear what you were saying. Nice to have Georgia back, fresh off maternity leave, and a wonderful new baby and partner as well. I hear this opening 2 days of test, and Georgia back in Barber.
Can I just say thank you to Omi?
You're off screen.
Made...
You're off screen.
Yeah. That's because I'm looking at stuff. I just want to say thank you to Omi, who made me think that I'd lost all sound for like a full 2 minutes, and then I looked over at Discord and he server deafened me.
I was just testing it for certain
You're not
reasons.
meant to play that game on me, Omi.
I'm testing it for someone.
It's nice when the team plays together.
Don't word it like that.
Just a reminder what we've got coming up this weekend as well. The opening round of the British Touring Car Championship from Donington Park will be live on all days, trackside as well. And we will be bringing you all of the action not only from the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, but from the Support Series as well. Saturday and Sunday, and we'll see what we can try for Friday as well. But
Also,
yes, go on.
As you'll be there, I'm going to instruct you to find someone to interview. So, make sure you get Thomas Behrman from British F1. Make sure you get to him, okay?
I will. Okay, I'll go to the F4 paddock.
He won't.
No, I will, because I'll also, in between the race sessions, when they come into Parc Ferme, I'll be queuing up to do an interview with them. So I'll link back up with you, JT, after the races, and I'll go do some interviews.
That sounds like an absolute mess waiting to happen to say that you can't even identify British touring car drivers.
Yeah, but I can't score up too badly because if I get the race winners, can I? Don't worry.
Do you realise all cars go into Parc Ferme after?
Yes, but don't worry. I've got a plan. Do you know what my plan is?
Cry in a corner and just hope for the best.
No, stand behind Lou. Always, that's my plan. Stand behind Louise and see who I go on. It's going to be fun then. As the session continues on, 2 hours 22 to go. As Felix Rosenquist is top of the board in this session so far, 223.735 mile an hour. First one, of course, with hybrid power in the Indianapolis 500, so they're testing, getting better and better as we go along. Marco Andretti, surprising me, in the 98 car, up into P2, 223.602 mile an hour. Is Marco a contender with this Andretti Global car? He has to go through bump day. He's not one of the automatics that goes as well. Everyone goes to bump day, but you know what I'm on about in terms of the fact he's not one of our regular seasons, so he's got more work to do. But can Marco, once again, like he was a couple of years ago, be a contender in the 500?
You lagged out. I think you said something about Marco Andretti being a contender. I don't know. He's been in it enough. I guess he's always a contender every year.
Yeah. This is also a reminder, by the way. Alex the Admiral has put this on Twitter saying, I was reminded this year that this will be the last greatest day in racing due to the Monaco Grand Prix getting pushed to June for 2026 and beyond. I know there hasn't been a pass there in 30 years, but it was still an awesome breakfast event here in the States. I'm going to miss it. Yeah, it was breakfast in Monaco, lunch at Indy, and dinner/tea at Charlotte. Now that's changed, JT. For the better for us, though, in the commentary box.
You know he's British when he says dinner/tea.
Well, you never know. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for me. But breakfast, lunch, and tea. Breakfast, dinner, and tea. We're sort of in the border change where we don't know what it is. Is it dinner? Is it lunchtime or is it dinner time? Yeah. So is it breakfast, lunch, dinner, or breakfast, dinner, lunch? Oh, breakfast, dinner, tea, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Which one is it? Where does tea come into it?
This is where the United Kingdom language and vocabulary confuses me.
Yeah, it confuses me too.
Because the accent changes every 50 miles.
Yeah.
Once you go across the UK, and then the words that you call stuff changes like every 50 miles you go as well.
It doesn't help, does it, really? It is a bit of a surprise.
It is basically like every single state in the US having different ways of calling stuff things, and a different accent, but to the extreme.
Have you met the UK? We are practically the extreme of everything. We in our heyday, we invaded countries just for looking at us funny. That's how crazy we were.
I mean, I can't have a go at you because it's true, but
Exactly. Okay, there we go. Yeah, fantastic.
oh, what a shame if you'd taken off the air. Oh no.
Marcus Ericsson, the 2022 Indy 500 champion. Is that right? Yeah. Still can't believe I got that one right. I said that on qualifying day. on the Sunday, and a week later as well. I got that right massively. Do I boast? Yes, I do.
I've just right-clicked on your name, and the block button is looking pretty cool.
I'd love to see how he's going to climb to the touring cars this weekend, then. Kind of needed here, aren't we? Yes, we are. So 2 hours 18 to go. Cars still circulating out there. Okay, well, we set up for 18 minutes. I'm being instructed. We're going to have a few interviews lined up, so we're going to hand over IndyCar Radio.
Winner in over 20 years the following season.
We have had some insane finishes in this race the last few years. You look at the number of lead changes like in the last decade for each race. I mean, the excitement over what might be come May 25th is off the charts, at least for me personally. I think it's just going to be another spectacular day. Scott McLaughlin on the move around Marco Andretti. I believe that was Marco. Is that Marco?
That was Marco, yeah.
Marco, yeah.
Getting himself up to speed. McLaughlin right now 19th on the charts, 218.26, just got knocked down to 20th.
But an eventful 12 months for Scott McLaughlin. Of course, becoming a dad. And his pole here at Indianapolis.
First oval win.
The oval win, thank you. That was the third round I was trying to come up with. And you know, you think about the journey, right? Leaving Australia, coming to the U.S., taking on a whole new kind of racing, saying, I want to try that, and I know I can do it. And well, you know you can do it, but then you got to do it.
Look, I'm not sure I can think of another example in modern racing of a driver coming from one discipline being so successful there, switching completely to such a foreign discipline of the sport and reaching the level of success that he has here as well. The transition from a V8 supercar to an IndyCar, it's tough to overstate how different those two race cars are, how different these two series are, in the way that McLaughlin in a relatively short period of time, when you really think of it, made himself a contender, then a race winner, now a championship contender, a 500 contender. It truly is remarkable. It is a different era than the days of Mario and AJ, who could swap between a stock car one weekend, an IndyCar the next, F1 the next, sprint car the next. It is just a different world. It is much harder to make those transitions today, with everybody being so specialized in whichever brand of motorsports you're speaking of. This guy here left V8 supercars when he was the benchmark. In one of the most dominant runs that series has seen, came here, and by his second year was winning races. Absolutely phenomenal achievement when you consider how competitive this field can be.
The only one I could come close to in thinking about what you're talking about was when Marcos Ambrose left the Australian supercars and went NASCAR racing, when the Cup cars and the Xfinity cars and all that were much different than they are now. Now the car is much closer to a V8 supercar.
And no disrespect to Marcos, but even that level of success that he achieved, not quite the same as what, he won races, on the road courses, never quite got there on the ovals, but a valiant effort for sure, as we have eyes now on Stingray Robb.
Speaking of valiant efforts, last race for the NTT IndyCar Series out at Long Beach, 19th to 9th for the Juncos Hollinger Racing Team for Stingray Robb. And just talked a lot about the comfort level he feels with this team. Of course, raced with them in the Road to Indy formulas on his way up to the NTT IndyCar Series. And what a great drive that was to come into the month of May off of.
It was great. I mean, he's really progressed a lot as a young driver. They went with an alternate strategy in Long Beach, and he executed it very well, was running very competitive lap times, as was this man here, Kiffin Simpson. You had a career best finish for Kiffin. I think he was right behind Stingray on track, Stingray matching his career best. And it was, two young drivers having a really, really strong weekend, hoping to kind of keep that momentum up as they head to Barber, then on to the GP. This is a momentum sport, Alan, as you know, and if you can come into May with a little bit of momentum on your side, a few strong results to build off of, the confidence builds. And I got to tell you, when you roll up here with a little bit more confidence than some of your competitors or maybe than you had at the start of the year, that could just pay huge dividends.
And talk about Kiffin Simpson, the 20-year-old from Grand Cayman in the Cayman Islands, second year in the NTT IndyCar Series. So you come out of the road to Indy, and okay, your teammates are Scott Dixon and Alex Palou.
I've heard of them, yeah.
You're maybe kind of a quiet guy publicly, and there's all of these lessons around you to absorb. And then the team reformats a little bit, and your teammates are still Scott Dixon and Alex Palou, but now there are 3 cars instead of 5. And now it's your sophomore season, and it's time to start taking a lot of that absorbed knowledge and putting it to work. And here we are just a few races into the season, and I think it's easy to see a step forward for Simpson.
Definitely. I mean, what I really was impressed with his rookie season about was he finished laps. You know, you didn't see a lot of unforced errors. You didn't see a lot of those rookie mistakes that so many can be susceptible to. He was smart on track, put in those laps, finished a lot of laps, and that's what helps build that experience and build that confidence. And then, like you say, coming into this season, you can see that natural step forward. You can see that ability to take the lessons from a Scott Dixon, from an Alex Palou, and really apply them on the racetrack. So it's been a steady sort of progression and a great thing to see.
There's Christian Rasmussen on the racetrack again for ECR. 20th best lap of the day so far. At a 2:18.83 for Rasmussen, the 24-year-old from Copenhagen.
And doing quite well so far. Here in the booth. So Charles 11 to go. So yeah, basically, right now we're filling for time. But at 10:30 British summertime, 5:30 Eastern, we will be live on the Grid Tonight show. I'm co-hosting, and it will switch to battle screen, so you won't see our cameras. But you can subscribe to the Grid Network to also have access to it. So we'll go to battle screen, leave it there. Myself, Kobe Lambeth, and Matt White will be on air for it as well, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Desperately tried to work out how I'm going to have 2 different microphones on at once. It is not easy, but we have nearly done it. Yeah, so I think I figured it out. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, I'm 90% convinced I've got it, although I'm not. I've just had a problem in my mind now trying to figure it out.
So not 99% then.
I think I'm just going to have to wear this headset. I think it'll have to be like this. So wearing the headset whilst also broadcasting into the radio mic at the same time. So I'll be doing 2 different things.
Have a time mic.
Yeah, but it can't fit into the laptop with the plugs. Yeah. So because to plug it in, you've seen the BOA. It's quite a tricky little thing. The
Don't
adapter.
you have a wired one?
I do, but could work. I've got this too. I've got the Baby Bus mixer out. So I was gonna put the XLR through that and then have the headset still on, so it's all there.
Yeah.
I don't know why I've just put that down, thinking that's there. That's why I'm getting out of the way for now.
Right, moment of truth, Omi.
What have you got to do?
I've started the server and I'm going to try and join it.
JBMotorsports server. Right, Cole says, Marco going to need a lot of luck on his side to win. Well, so much for full day of racing traction. When I was there on Carb Day years ago, there was a 2-seat IndyCar that were giving rides. It was expensive. The area around Indy Motor Speedway is a town unto itself called Speedway. That is true, yeah. And they have their own police force. And the main street is something every race fan should tour. I want to go. One day, JB Motorsports will go over for the month of May. And, we'll cover it live, but we need an awful lot more subscribers and an awful lot more ad revenue to do that.
JB.
Yes.
Do you have a spare £20,000?
No, why?
Well, if you do, you can share the next GT Cup race with Colin Turkington.
Oh, really? That's what I'm going to ask him over the weekend. What's this £20,000 you want? Throw the microphone in. Get Anthony Hamilton back. And Nick. I'm looking forward to that. It's also a non-F1 weekend, so is Lewis going to be there before he sets off to Miami?
Maybe. I don't know.
It'll be easy to spot there, won't he, Lewis Hamilton? He'll be the only one in a massive duffel coat. Or sunglasses. Nah, that'd be nice.
But it's Donington. He'll be absolutely swarmed.
He kept out of the way last time, didn't he? But yeah, I hope so. That'd be nice if we get to see him. Shame we didn't spot Alan Gow went on Media Day.
He was probably in race control.
Not many people were around, actually. I mean, I say that we've literally got a preview show coming up with all the interviews that we did of the day, and there's a lot.
Do we?
Yeah, that's coming up for Friday and Saturday during lunch break. Don't forget, we're on air 2 hours earlier than the touring cars on ITV, so we get all the races live. I can't wait.
Like, I'm loading into the server. JB is coughing.
Yeah, I was going to message Paul O'Neill, actually. Because ITV show doesn't start until 11. We're on air at 9, so does he want to come and have some talks live on air with us?
Oh.
What I need, JT, is another one of these. Flags.
Yeah,
because you've got it. Yeah. I haven't got one, so now our second mic looks like that. So it's just a normal black handheld.
Could be worse.
Oh, yeah, I wanted the... Well, we were trying to get the JB Motorsports windshields, weren't we? But then everybody really likes the flags, so we've kept the flags. Don't know why.
I'm going to send you the direct connect. Hold on.
Okay. 2 hours to go then here. At the open test. Day number 1 as Joseph Newgarden gets a massive tow over the line and goes fastest of all. 224.038 mile an hour. Fastest of the day so far, JT. That's more like it.
Yeah, absolutely. More like it indeed. As we continue to look at cars going around, Scott Dixon is also circulating with many, many others.
So the rookie orientation practice, Robert Schwartzman and Foster and Schwartzman completed it. So did Devlin DiFrancesco, Sato and Ilott, but Abel has only just got on to phase 3, so has Andretti and Lawson. So I don't think Andretti, Lawson or Abel are able to take part in this session.
I thought it's all cars, no, isn't it?
Those who have not completed will be able to do so in the all-car. Yes, you are correct, yeah. So hopefully they're all going to fix it by now. They're not really being helpful and knowledgeable, though, actually, what we're seeing up here on the monitors. As we get ready for day 2 tomorrow.
It's showing as 2 people, so I'm hoping it's worked.
Oh, I love new people talking about Martin Brundle, thinking, when he mentioned about Lewis Hamilton. That is so ridiculous. Martin Brundle was one of the best drivers we've ever had. So, yeah. Team LH can get lost, really. Let's have a look at this.
F1 politics in an INDYCAR stream.
Well, I've just seen it come up on my Twitter feed, and yeah, not nice.
Just got a message saying Omi Comms is connected, so...
I'm still connecting on my side, so let's hope. Let's just let that finish.
He's in.
He's in.
This is peak broadcasting commentary right here.
Well, I'm just finding out some information because Kyle Larson apparently is already complaining about the car, saying that this needs to change, that needs to change. But the team are saying that he's performing better than he was last year. So that's Larson showing that he's got some improvement. David, I hope you hear that, because that is Larson showing that he's got to grips with Indy and he's already wanting improvements on the car, considering he's quicker than he was at the same point last year. Interesting what we're seeing here. Okay, nice. I do enjoy what we're hearing right now. And also,
under the map.
Just quickly, 6 hours ago, what could have been Alan Bestwick and James Hinchcliffe. We've just seen spotted from Matthew Owens. That photograph. It could have been.
Where's that on Twitter?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Yeah.
Omi, stay still. This is peak broadcasting at the moment.
Yeah, I've just seen. Okay. Well, it can point out that right now we've got 2 hours to go. The cars are circulating, just doing some race simulation runs, and you lot are messing around.
Yes, we are.
Not exactly helping me in the comments box if I'm trying to find things to say. Yeah, well, Joseph Newgarden from Felix Rosenquist, Marco Andretti, Hello Castroneves and Scott McLaughlin have the top five as the cars continue to roll around. Who do you think has set the worst run so far? Who's got the worst in May coming up, do you reckon, JT, of the drivers? Surely it's got to be, from my opinion, Nolan Seagull, who's not had a great start to the McLaren run. And he's got Larson coming in alongside him.
He used to do well at Indy, didn't he? And then he dipped, and then he picked up again, and I think we're in that dip again.
I thought we went yellow for a second, yeah.
No, we are still green with, well, very nearly 2 hours to go.
Yeah, coming up on that. This is the full test. Remember, this would be into the last hour if we didn't have that issue earlier on in the day, where we still didn't know what it was about, because there was both communication issues and timing scoring issues. And it's apparently linked back to what happened at Thermal when a coupling overloaded and everything went wrong. But our own Ben Schneider, as Alex Plo's got his air intake tube loose at the top of his helmet, so the driver cooling system's gone loose, and it's still flapping around coming into turn 1 and 2 as we hit 2 hours to go. Ben Schneider's put, I cannot remember the last time I was this unexcited and pathetic with the Indy 500 roughly a month away. Between a new charter system, hybrid issues, a 14-year-old chassis, reasonable TV ratings despite a Super Bowl ad campaign, and multiple tech issues like this today. Oh, and I didn't even mention the death of the Freedom 100, failed promises, more ovals, third engine supplier. You can even hang on to can you even hang on to Honda, what he says. A terrible schedule with 3 weeks between every race before a non-IMS race in the month of May itself. That's true, yeah. Everything is great, he's then put in hyphenated comments. I don't think everything is great, is it? It's sort of all gone very badly wrong. So still action going on with 1 hour 59 to go. Okay, well, while we prep as we see again some overtakes going out on the circuit with long runs, drafting taking place. Let's cross over to the world feed. I believe George has got some news for us.
A little less than 2 hours to go in our day one of open testing. Reminder that tomorrow we'll be in wherever these same places are that you're watching us. INDYCAR.com, IndianapolisMotorspeedway.com, the YouTube feeds of them, both. And start at 9:30 in the morning Eastern time with the boost turned up and the qualifying simulated, the Fast Friday, if you will, tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. And then there'll be a couple-hour break while the teams reconfigure the cars, and we'll have a 3-hour final test day before the month of May for all cars tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 5 o'clock Eastern time. Weather forecast is great, and look forward to a very interesting day, too, here at the open test for the 109th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
I mean, just looking at these cars right now, McLaughlin on the back of Dixon, reaching almost 230 miles an hour already in the draft. So impressive. Again, picking and choosing when to charge the hybrid, when to deploy the hybrid. Do you use it to get the run on the straight before you make the pass? Do you do it off of 2 or off of 4 when you're going for the move? So many different scenarios that these drivers have to experience and play with, and just kind of build up that database so that when they're in the heat of the moment in a race situation, they know what move to default to in a given situation.
Now, talking to a lot of people about the hybrid and how that might factor into things, when you do regen, it does take a little speed from the car. So it's almost going to be, in some ways, like a fuel save race, right? Where can you give up that little bit of speed but not lose any track position, or you know, stay where you are or where you want to be in line?
Right, and I think in a lot of cases, again, I haven't, a lot of these guys are kind of doing this for the first time right now. So I haven't talked to a lot of them yet to kind of get the insider information on what works and what doesn't. But the conventional wisdom going in was, yeah, when you're running in traffic, you're lifting anyway. So whether it's you set the car up to even at a partial lift, start to regen a little bit, or you do have paddles, buttons, triggers, however, as you know, each individual driver sets it up for them, you can kind of manually do it when you're already in a draft, you're getting pulled along, so you can maybe afford to just lose a little bit of that straight line speed by putting the hybrid into regen mode and charging up that pack. So again, there's so much to do behind the wheel. You're focusing on, you know, how you're regenning, how you're deploying, where's the front bar, where's the rear bar, how do I adjust the weight jacker, what engine mode do I need to be in, all while balancing the car on the edge in dirty air, trying to time a pass. I mean, it is like flying a fighter jet while doing calculus with walls all around.
It takes a special skill set.
It takes a special kind of crazy to do this. I'll say that.
Kyle Kirkwood coming to the Yard of Bricks. Picked up the win at the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach last time out for the NTT IndyCar Series. Very impressive weekend for him. And if you just looked at the box score, started on pole, finished first, you'd say, yeah, okay, but no, that was a race that really required a precision drive and a precision execution of a strategy to make it work.
It really did. I mean, first of all, you got to get through a start at Long Beach, which is never an easy thing to do. And then, you had to call that tire strategy perfectly, when to pit. The team did a great job on that side. And then Kyle really earned that win, you know, through that last pit cycle on the outlap. Alex Palou, series champion, championship leader on hot tires, chasing you down. And he was absolutely picture perfect, millimeter perfect, did not put a foot wrong at any point, and then drove away from the field. So he was the class. I even spoke to Palou afterwards. He said, yeah, we had nothing for him. We're not going to pretend like this was something that got out of our hands or got away from us. That was all Kyle's day. Unlike this race a few years ago, when he was involved in one of the most spectacular crashes we've seen here in a long time.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time, and wound up upside down. against the safer barrier.
Car just sliding upside down. Those sparks from the onboard, you'll see it. You know, you're in the car, everything goes dark. You're not sure what that means. He's seeing the sparks from the fire. He's trying to see where he is. I mean, it's a nerve-wracking feeling being inside a race car that's upside down.
Kyle has a chance to do something that's never been done before.
What is that?
Do you know that of all of the 74 people that have won the Indianapolis 500-mile race, no Florida-born driver has won the 500 yet? Remember, I said Florida-born.
Yes.
We know that Hunter Ray lives in Florida.
Fair, yes.
But Florida-born. Kyle, a native of Jupiter, Florida. That is the most populous United state without a native to have won the 500 yet.
Has anyone named Kyle won the 500?
I don't recall one, do you?
I can't off the top of my head. So he could break 2 records. He could be the first Kyle and the first Floridian.
And we could probably come up with a few more if we want to keep chasing that. You know, I just thought it was a fun stat.
Is there a beard on that?
As somebody that lives in Florida, I thought it was a fun stat.
I like it. I like it. Where was Hunter Ray born?
Wasn't he born in Texas? California?
I don't know.
California.
Oh, California.
California moved to, yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, there's
Marco Andretti's from Nazareth, Pennsylvania. I know that.
We know that. He's born there and he still lives there. So he was a one-time Florida resident, but
yeah.
And would be only the second Andretti to get his name on the Borg Warner. And he came oh so close his first attempt here at the Speedway.
It'll be 20 years ago now. As Marco was right there. Right there. And that much was the difference.
I mean, I've never seen a comeback like it. The block that Marco put on Sam with 1 to go, I thought he had more than enough space. I remember watching that race on TV. I was racing against Marco the year before in the junior categories and just could not believe that comeback from Sam Hornish to win by inches. And, you know, credit to Marco for no dirty tricks there, coming off of 4 and potentially causing an accident. That's a race that haunts him. But like I said, he's finished pretty much every position in this race other than first. And
finished third 3 times. Finished all 500 miles 14 times. But nothing else matters to Marco but the big one. Same here with Ed Carpenter. Ed visiting with us earlier. Last year, Ed led 3 laps in the race, wound up finishing in 17th position. Qualified 4th or better 7 times in his career here, including being the 500 pole winner on 3 different occasions. And the one he wants the most is the P1 on Sunday.
yeah, 4th or better 7 times.
Right.
It's an incredible record.
It's pretty amazing. And of course, I think I read this one last night that he's led like the 5th most laps in the 500.
Wow.
Among that could be among active drivers. Being very honest with you folks right now, I can't read my writing, so I must have written this pretty late last night while I was half asleep.
It happens. It happens.
David Malukas. I don't think we've talked about David yet today much. Driving this 4 car for AJ Foyt Racing. David showing up with the 14th best lap of the day so far, 220.676.
Deciding to stay sat behind Stingray Rob. Did not want to pull out and make that pass. Wants to keep running in the dirty air right now. Stingray sitting down 25th on the time charts at 218.273. Malukas up in the top 10, running 10th, 221.872 for the AJ Foyt Racing driver.
Just that last lap around was his best of the day and jumped him up the charts a little bit.
And you were right, it is Texas for Hunter Ray. I'm getting lots of messages from people letting me know that he was born, in fact, in Texas.
Yep.
But I will say he's half Canadian. His mom was Canadian, so we have claim him.
I was trying to come up with something witty to say there. I've got no witty Canadian humor at the moment. It's Stanley Cup playoff time. There's no witty Canadian humor.
Oh, just heartbreak. Just heartbreak.
That's right.
Although the Leafs are off to a good start, knock on wood.
Pato O'Ward, an update from Georgia.
Well, I just talked to Pato. He's sitting here on pit wall, and I asked him what was going on. I mean, they're sitting 18th on the board, if he was happy with that, if he wanted more out of it. And he said, no, he was happy. They're just checking the boxes and honestly just shaking down their new cars. He said, personally, he's a little under the weather today, so that's taking a little bit of the excitement out of it for him. But nonetheless, he's all happy, even though sitting 18th on the board, the time's just not necessarily showing what they have, but they're checking those boxes and everything going smoothly for the 5 team.
Georgia, thanks. Really, it's all about checking boxes and making your way through a test plan, right? And, you know, you'll find people here that are going to finish the day up near the top of the speed chart and not be very happy, and people that are going to be kind of a little buried down the list a little bit are going to be really happy with how their day went.
Yeah, polish it, put it away. We'll go again tomorrow. It is so tough to kind of look at the time charts and try to read too much into it. This is more about, you know, how the car feels, and you know, as a team, you're able to sort of extrapolate where you really stand better than what the final time charts will say.
Well, we heard from Takuma Sato at the end of the rookie orientation and refresher session after he posted the fast lap during that couple of hours. Here are his first laps now back out in the full field practice session for the two-time winner. Just getting her up to speed here. And running by himself. This will be a very good no-toe look at Sato.
Yeah, we saw a few of those laps during the tail end of the refresher course time slot. And again, the car looked fairly competitive, which is no surprise here for Takuma Sato. A few drivers yet to make laps. 29 of the 34 have run laps in this all-skate session. It's got about an hour down, hour 46 left to go. Among them, Louis Foster,
who was in that last session, and put a lot of laps in.
As was Devlin DiFrancesco, who has yet to run in this latest session.
Haven't seen Santino Ferrucci. Remember, his car rolled to a stop earlier in the first session of the day.
And has Jack Harvey made it back out? I don't think I see Jack on the timing charts either.
Scanning, scanning, scanning. No. Remember, Jack had a problem where his car coasted to a stop earlier.
So a few guys having some issues. That's costing them some track time. We talked about Sato and what kind of pace he could do out on his own. Last lap was a 2:19.0. which again is one of the quicker kind of single car laps that we've seen. So some real pace. And a 2:19.4 on that lap. That's the fastest lap he's run. That's 23rd on the charts, but one of the fastest single car laps that we've seen. No toe. So Takuma getting right up to speed. Getting comfortable, learning that hybrid system, as he mentioned when chatting to Georgia.
That's the second best no-toe speed for Sato. Alex Palou has the best no-toe speed at a 220.354 of this session.
Yeah, we were luckily watching him when that happened. We kind of clocked that one.
Yeah.
And again, first blood.
Helmet hose and all.
Yeah. There's at least a 10th of a mile an hour in aero drag in that helmet hose.
A nice little group forming up. This should be fun to watch. Got Ray Hall and Power and Marco,
Andretti,
McLaughlin,
Dixon, and a few more behind.
Got some experience there.
It's happy hour, guys. I think it might be official. The sun is starting to set. A little over an hour and a half left. This is when things start to get a little spicy at the Speedway.
It is after 5 o'clock, so with a normal practice during
500
prep week where, 5 to 6 p.m. is happy hour.
It's 5 o'clock right here. I imagine that the hill in turn 2 is nicely full, and hopefully they are being nicely thirst quenched with a nice beverage.
And entertained.
And entertained by the on-track action as we see Power go down behind McLaughlin. Dixon stays in line, but this is much closer to the gapping that you see once we're to race running. With a nice beverage.
And entertained.
And entertained by the on-track action as we see Power go down behind McLaughlin. Dixon stays in line, but this is much closer to the gapping that you see once we're to race running. You notice how much closer they're running than when we first started this afternoon session with those Andretti cars 15, 20 car lengths apart. Now you're looking at 4 or 5, Dixon even 2 off of the gearbox of Power.
Is that a building up to? Making sure your car, all right, when you're that 5, 10 car lengths back, making sure it's going to stick the way you want it to? And
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, look, you could probably go out on lap 1 or 2 and ride a guy's, gearbox 5 car lengths back, and maybe it'll hold. But if it doesn't, you're going to feel pretty silly.
But hope is not a good strategy. So, yeah. Most laps run in this session, Christian Lundgaard and Kiffin Simpson, who've run 32 laps as McLaughlin slides to the inside in turn 3 of Marco Andretti. And we'll lead this group to the yard of bricks again. Here's Will Power now as Marco slips back in behind Power's machine. Joseph Newgarden, fastest lap of the session, just posted. Joseph Newgarden, 225.125 miles an hour. So car number 2, he was already at the top of the pylon. He just improved his best lap.
That's a big lap from Joseph there. You saw he had the whole train in front of him, timed it nicely. He's caught up to the back of Kiffin Simpson now. But, again, I'm looking just at the front of that line with still Scott McLaughlin. I'm thinking back to this hybrid question.
Yep.
Let's say you've burned your hybrid to get up to the front, but to recharge it at all requires you to either lift or manually regen, which does add some drag into the powertrain and takes away some top speed. So if you're out front running flat out, do you want to sacrifice that speed to get the pack so that you can use it in defense or a return offense if somebody tries to make a move? This is all super fascinating stuff.
Yes.
It is very nuanced, and it's difficult to see, obviously, but I promise you, these guys are learning a lot right now, and there's a lot of fascinating developments happening with this system.
And when we get to 500 Sunday, it will be interesting to see what kind of radio communication might go from the timing stand out to a particular car, because the driver's going to get busy in traffic. And maybe reminders or suggestions or that kind of thing. Some people take suggestions and reminders better than others, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, sometimes you get the radio message back, hey, I'm busy here.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's like, got it, So really, sometimes it sounds like you're really digging deep into it. But isn't that what makes it fascinating, is the deep dive into all these small details that added together can result in a big outcome.
Exactly right, and you're 100% correct that in the heat of a battle, you're in the middle of a 10-car train. You do forget sometimes to try something different, to work the tools a certain way. You often hear calls from the pit lane to the cars or from the spotter to the drivers saying, hey, don't forget your tools, try adjusting this, maybe do that. Now that's just an extra tool that drivers might have to be reminded to play with and try and adjust to find that perfect setup and that optimized way of running it in a given situation.
Kind of looks like the Palou plan is to be out there by himself at the moment for a little bit. He's coming right back in. 8 laps in total in this session for Alex Palou, and again 220.354, the best of the no-toe speeds in our afternoon test session.
And he just backed it up with a 220.085, so that's proving he still has that kind of pace, which is pretty impressive. Newgarden up front, his no-toe best is a 218.2. That ranks him P7.
Yeah. Yep, 7th on the no toes.
So we saw Sato running well. We mentioned that. Andretti, 3rd on the no-toe list right now.
Then you got Graham Rahal, Kiffin Simpson, Scott Dixon, and then Joseph Newgarden, Ed Carpenter, and Kyle Larson. Christian Rasmussen is 10th in the no-toe speeds. Connor Daly headed back in. 19 laps on the board. Best of them, 2:19.11 for Connor. Yard of bricks, Graham Rahal and Alexander Rossi. Just some other random things as they've unfolded through the afternoon so far. Top 10 best laps. 4 Chevrolet powered cars, 6 Honda powered cars. That's not the no toes. That's, you know, remember the Andretti group kind of went out there in a big Honda push at the very beginning of the session and posted some of those numbers. And watching Christian Lundgaard with a little over an hour and a half to go in day 1 of the Indianapolis 500 test.
So we're gearing up in a few moments' time to join in with the Grid Network team, and we'll be covering the final hour as well. Sometimes it does go on an hour and a half, so this might actually end up the session's coverage. My thanks as well to JT, who is probably still listening in. Hopefully we'll be back, because it's not going to be too long a show, as I'm hearing information behind my ears about said track and said action that's going on. So what we're doing right now is we're just setting up, because it's an incredibly difficult test coverage setup that we have to do up here in the booth in order to get it right. And I've just realised I'm plugging that into the wrong thing. There we go. I couldn't actually plug in the for the first time in ages. I couldn't actually plug in the system. That was a bizarre setup, indeed. As we gear up. Lots of action, lots of intrigue. As I just pop that in there. I'm confusing everything right now on the system, but at least I know why I'm confusing it. As we were waiting for trackside audio to come back to us. I think the only one out there, there's 2 cars out there right now. Louis Foster and Christian Lundgaard. We're watching Louis coming out the final corner now and over the yard of bricks to set another lap time. He's done a new personal best time to run by as well. So getting better, getting more entertaining softwares. I'm not going to be too disprised about, I think makes sense on that run. I think I'm correct in saying not too dispassionate about maybe a better phrase of turn as we wait for the action to continue and the session to go on. It is not one, where everyone's thinking the same thing, not once but twice. I'm going to be confused out my brain for the next 2 hours. So I hope you lot at home are standing by for an interesting one, because I really am going to be confused. We're going to be hosting the Grid Tonight show, whilst also on a billion other things at once. Hour 33 to go. And they are still going well. Go Joseph in the YouTube chat. Go Joseph Newgarden. Still looking strong. Kind of needing to look strong as well, actually. Sort of the way that this weekend's working out for him is a sort of a go strong, a go action kind of standpoint. So far, going really well. As the situation continues.
Watching Louis Foster make laps on the racetrack. Let's check up on some others, including
Let's rejoin over as well. Joseph, the championship leader, Alex Below, is down with Georgia.
We've been talking today about how times might not necessarily matter per se, in a way that Alex Below, he sits 21st on the charts, but I just checked in with the team and they said honestly they were just checking those boxes off, working on balance. They make a change, they go out. If they don't like it, they just come right back in, and that's what we've been seeing Alex Below do. He just goes out, makes a few laps, comes back in, small tweaks, and right now they're just really focused on pinpointing the balance of that race car. So he sits on pit lane right now, but it looks like they've made a couple adjustments and he's about to head right back out.
All right, Georgia, thanks. I think the important thing when looking at Alex Palou and where he stands on the day is the fact that in the no-toe speeds, he is P1. And it seems like most of the time when he goes out, they're finding a spot to drop him into on the racetrack where he can continue working on those that single car speed.
Yeah, and not only is he P1, he's P1 by a fairly comfortable margin. Now, that's not to say that every driver obviously has had the chance to show what they've got on a no-toe lap. That's not really the name of the game right now. But either way, you know, they're taking this kind of slow and steady approach that Georgia just explained. He's out there on a new set of tires right now. And, you know, once again, he's kind of gone out by himself. There are a handful of cars on track, but none of them are immediately in front of the championship leader. So it's very interesting, the approach that they've taken to this test. It's very much a test session for this group, which is the right way to do it when you know you still have so much practice to kind of work on the race car later in the month.
Always fun to look around at who has the different approach and what the majority is, what the other thinking is. And of course, wouldn't be the first time a multi-car team split the strategies among its drivers and teams as well to work on different things.
No, that's a great approach to have, you know, is use the advantage, take the advantage of having multiple cars, split up some of that workload. That's going to happen all throughout practice week. One car will focus on aero, one car will focus on, you know, mechanical, be it maybe springs, geometries, then another car might focus on damper work, as we see now a slew of cars coming out as a few cars try to steal a little bit of a draft there, but that's a nice little trade forming.
I was just about to ask you to define how many is a slew, but I'll...
Let's call it 5.
Being afraid of the answer, I'll stay away. Marco and Kirkwood and Erickson and Herta, so a whole Andretti group made up that slew. And suddenly a big rush to the speedway as well. Got a lot of cars out there right now.
Look at it. That
yeah,
just
that's
lit
great.
up. We went from 4 or 5 cars on track to now 15 plus. That's a busy racetrack. And again, this is that time of day when people love throwing on a set of stickers, filling up the tanks, and seeing how long you can last. You see Palou out there, and it's interesting because he's jumped up now as the swirl kicks in and there's more cars in front.
All the way up to 13th. Now it's kicked him down a couple to 15th, but his last lap, the best of this session at 2:21.45 for Palou. But again, a lot of his running's been single car running.
And now you get this interesting mix where drivers are coming out of the pits. Some are on full tanks and new tires. Some are on half tanks with half-stinted tires. You never really know what everybody's running. Teammates will try to probably run a similar program just to keep it consistent and make sure everybody knows what they're doing. But you could be driving around a guy and think you look really strong, pass him and pull away, and think, oh, we're great, and not realize that he was on 15-lap older tires than you and can give you a false sense of security. Likewise, you can also get into a tailspin panic very easily if you start falling back a line of cars, not realizing that your tires are 12 to 15 laps older.
Less than an hour and a half to go in our opening day testing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 109th Indianapolis 500-mile race coming up on May the 25th.
It's going to be a lot of this, I think, for the rest of the hour and a half that we've got. So I think no tow times pretty much stop here in terms of even having the opportunity to set one. But what we will see is some big speeds. We will see some big trap speeds. Right now, I've got Scott McLaughlin at the highest trap speed, 232.3 heading into turn 3.
There goes Palou back down the pit lane as Graham Rahal and Scott Dixon lead this group off of turn 4 toward the Yard of Bricks.
We were talking about the cars that hadn't turned a time yet. Obviously, we saw Louis Foster get out there. We talked about Jack Harvey. We talked about Santino Ferrucci. The other driver that's yet to turn a lap in this session is Rinus VeeKay.
You know, I saw Rinus on a scooter heading back toward the garage.
Yeah.
And did leave me curious.
I mean, that's interesting. He obviously was not in the rookie refresher course, so he's missing a tremendous amount of track time today. Not sure what the problem is with the number 18 machine. His teammate, Jacob Abel, has been out on track, currently 27th at a 218.7.
Yeah, after all the laps he did in the rookie orientation program, Abel's already back out and done 7 laps in this afternoon session. Beginning to shuffle up the leaderboard a bit as cars work around here and get a good tow and pop some new speeds up onto the board. Joseph Newgarden fastest.
Marcus Armstrong just jumped up to P2 with a 224.987 as we look at Pato O'Ward, driver of the number 5, sitting further down on the charts, 22nd right now at 220.44.
So one that's looked like also through this this afternoon session, Hinch, that he's been trying to run by himself also.
Yeah, right now O'Ward on the no tow. He's sitting in 13th. Now, not about 10 cars haven't even run a lap that would be considered a no tow. So
Yeah.
again, this isn't an entirely accurate.
And O'Ward has been so close the last 3 years. And of course, this last year in the last set of corners of the last lap of the race, and how heartbreaking it was for Pato. You think about the last 3 years for O'Ward. In 2022, made an outside try on Marcus Ericsson on the white flag lap, had to settle for second. Then 2023 was racing Ericsson for second with less than 10 laps to go and crashed, while the two went not giving any quarters to each other. Then last year at the white flag, finish every team and no.
Good tonight. Rodney Childers and Spire Motorsports have parted ways. What's next for the crew chief who was in high demand last summer after Stuart Haas Racing ceased operation? Kurt Busch Randy LaJoy and Jake Elder have been added to the list of NASCAR Hall of Fame nominees who will potentially join the class of 2026. Catherine Legg has spoken out about the fallout from Rockingham. What does she have to say about the incident with William Sawallich on her Throttle Therapy podcast? Hello to all of our viewers watching here in the United States and around the world. Welcome to Grid Tonight, your weekly motorsports news program. I'm Kobe Lambert, and with me are Joshua Birch from JB Motorsports, Matt White from Grid Endurance Performance Index, and Ben Snyder from LastCar.info and Grid Encore. We encourage everyone to interact with us in the chat, support us through Super Chat, and visit gridnetworktv.com for our latest content. We have a lot of NASCAR news stories to talk about tonight, so Josh, take it away with our top story this evening.
Thank you, Kobe. Hello, everybody. And I am doing like 3 different things at once, so I apologise if I look a bit strange wearing 2 different mics. So good evening to you all, and Ben, nice to have you on the show as well. So let's get started. In a stunning story, first reported by Jordan Bianchi and Jeff Gluck from The Athletic, Spire Motorsports has parted ways with crew chief Rodney Childress. Now, after spending a decade at Stewart-Haas Racing, many teams were eager to secure Childress services for the 2025 season after SHR ceased operations. Now, Childress listened to several offers and felt like it was the right decision to pick Spire as his new home. Now, leading to the number 17 with Justin Haley as his new driver. Now, I've lost my script for a second. It didn't load up. Here we go. Many initially believed that the addition of Childress would help take Spire, a team on the rise to the next level in its performance by contending for race wins and making the playoffs. However, after only 9 races together, Haley's currently 23rd in the points and only has 1 top 10 finish at Homestead. Now, during Childress' career as a crew chief, he has 40 wins in the Cup Series, with all but 3 of them coming with Kevin Harvick. In 2014, Childress became a championship-winning crew chief with Harvick in their first year together at SHR. However, he and Harvick only won 2 races together in the next-gen era as SHR started to fall off performance-wise. Still, although the successful pairing of Childress and Harvick didn't look as dominant in their final couple of years together, Spire still wanted the crew chief who was in high demand to make a difference. Both graphic courtesy of Spire Motorsports, and the link to the Athletics article is in the video description below. Matt and Ben are with me here as well, as we have the statement coming through that they will react to, saying, NASCAR is an ever-evolving sport, and the path to improvement isn't always comfortable. The break in the Cup Series schedule gave us a chance to evaluate where we are as a program. We took the opportunity to discuss the best paths forward for everyone involved and the team, and Rodney agreed that it would be best for us to part ways. Rodney has worked at the highest level of our sport for 20 years, and he knows what it takes to win a championship. With that in mind, we collectively acknowledge that challenges within the team dynamic, having the right combination of talent is just as important as the results on track. As we move in a new direction, it is not lost on us that Rodney has been an invaluable asset to our organisation, as he will continue to be for others in this sport. Well, Matt and Ben are with me talking about this tonight as well. Adam says that was shocking news to me when I heard about it earlier today. Lots of respect for Rodney as well. Matt, starting with you, how shocked were you when you learned that Spire Motorsports and Rodney Childress parted ways after they sort of fought off teams for hiring him in the first place?
Yeah, good evening, guys. Big news today with this one. He was the big hire, wasn't he, last year when this was announced that he was coming in with some other bits that Spire were doing, especially in the driver roster. It was going to be a big change for that team. And it's done, you take the sample of the first, 7 or 8 weeks, however many races we've had so far this year, and the sample size, you go, yeah, it looks like it's moving in the right direction. But the key word in that statement was, I feel like Rodney has agreed. Here we go. If everyone involved in the team and Rodney agreed that it would be best for us to part ways, which basically means he's been asked to step aside in PR speak there, which is interesting. You're going to get to what he's reacted with shortly, but you really thought this was going to be, you know, a big kicker. They've got a championship-winning crew chief in there. It was a little while ago now with Kevin Harvick, but still, in that team, really good, experienced guy to bring this forward. And as I said, they've done okay, but it feels like, you know, this is a big step sideways and perhaps backwards for them if they've lost, you know, one of the key figureheads of the team this early in his tenure at said team. Ben, what do you think about all this goings on?
Well, it almost feels like there has to be more to the story that we haven't heard yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I can understand you being disappointed with, what was it, only one top 10 in the first 8 or 9 races that we've had this season. But, you know, when I think about letting Rodney Childers go, or whatever the case may be, whatever went down at Spire, that they decided they mutually agreed to part ways. Of course, we know that in PR speak, sometimes that doesn't mean what they say it means. But who are you going to get to replace Rodney Childers as Justin Haley's crew chief that you know is going to be better than him? You know, this is like a sports team in a league like the NFL or the NBA firing a head coach, you know, after a disappointing start to the season, you know, because they've fallen short of what perhaps their expectations might have been. But then it kind of puts your team back for the rest of the year because, you know, I guess you promote one of your assistant coaches or whatever to that position. But, you know, the only way it makes sense for me to, in my mind, to replace somebody as great as Rodney Childers is if another great crew chief is suddenly available or a free agent and you think you could make him work as a better fit. I don't know, but that's necessarily the case right now in the NASCAR Cup Series. Rodney Childers is one of the best crew chiefs that the series has, I think. As Josh, you mentioned, 40 wins, 37 of them with Kevin Harvick, 3 more with MWR back in the day with David Rudiman and Brian Vickers. You know, he knows how to build teams up in the case of MWR, and then in the case of SHR, take them to the next level and be championship contenders. I don't know why you would give up on him after just a quarter of a season here, unless there's, again, is more behind the scenes that we don't know about. But just a very, very surprising story to come out of the NASCAR world today. I'm thankful that it came out today so that you guys didn't have to wait a week to react to it, as we often get these stories on like a Thursday or something. But yeah, very surprising news, and it's going to be very interesting to see what the future holds for each of them as team and crew chief here. I guess we'll get into Ronnie here a little bit more in just a moment, but very surprising news to get this afternoon.
Yes, at the current time, Spire has not announced a replacement crew chief for Haley. According to The Athletic, there are several in-house candidates who could serve as interim crew chief, such as team's competition director Ryan Sparks or director of vehicle performance Matt McCall, both with years of experience atop of the pit box. But within the last few months, there have been a lot of changes on Spire's number 17. It started late last season, where the team basically traded Corey LaJoie to Wickware Racing to get a head start on the 2025 season with Haley in the car. Then the team saw more changes in the last few weeks, with car chief Robert Cheddar Smith leaving for the same role with Ty Gibbs' number 54 team at Joe Gibbs Racing. The number 7 pit crew also got swapped out, with them going over to pit Kyle Larson's number 5 Chevrolet moving forward, as Larson's old pit crew moved to Haley's car. Now Childers is out after a short tenure at Spire. Lots of moving pieces on the number 17. With Childers now on the market, it would not be a surprise if some teams currently have a tough start to the 2025 season would go on to pursue him. Now, looking at the Cup Series standing, Shane Van Gisbergen is having a tough rookie season in 34th. His teammate Daniel Suarez is 27th. Brad Keselowski has been one of the biggest disappointments so far, 31st in points, while Eric Jones is 30th in his Legacy Motor Club Toyota, while his teammate John Hunter Nemechek is 21st. Maybe some of those teams or others we didn't mention will be in the market for a new crew chief with Childers' experience in hopes of turning their 2025 season around. Rodney has put out a statement saying, "I know this is a shock, but also know that not everything works out perfect all the time. That's how life works. This was just one of those things that just wasn't working for either of us. I appreciate my time at Spa, working with JH and the entire 7 team. We did a lot of good that is yet to be seen, and I wish them the best in the future. Also, I want to say thank you to everyone at Chevrolet, Mr. H, and everyone at Hendrick Motorsports for my time working with them again. It was a pleasure. Thank you to NASCAR, the officials, and most importantly, the fans for your support. For me, I'm going to take a little time, focus on the important things like my family and friends, and honestly just see what the racing world holds for me next. I know the man above will lead me in a direction that is best for me. Love heart emoji from RC as well. Well, Kyle Larson is currently over at the Indy 500 in the test day as well for Hendrick Motorsports with link up with Aaron McLaren. I can tell you he's doing quite well at the moment in the open test. In fact, I think I'm watching him on the screen right now as Scott Dixon goes through on that runaround. So, Ben, coming to you on this one. Although Childress said that he plans to take some time before deciding what he'll do next, do you think any struggling teams will try to sign him? Also, can the number 17 finally stop the revolving door that's been going on?
Yeah, if they're smart, they'll try to sign him and he won't be unemployed for very long. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Now, if Rodney decides, hey, I need some time away, maybe the Spire experience didn't go so well, and he wants to maybe get to the summer break before he gets back into the grind of a NASCAR Cup Series season, then that certainly would be understandable as well. I guess that's going to be up to him and what he decides that he wants to do. But I would imagine there are certainly any number of teams. We've talked about Trackhouse. One of the biggest disappointments, I think, to start the year. I mean, you look past Ross Chastain, not much unlike what Rodney and Kevin were doing at SHR in those final years that they were together at that team. It's been a very disappointing year so far. I guess Daniel Suarez got that runner-up to Josh Berry at Las Vegas, but aside from that, hasn't been seen much at the top of the field. And obviously, I know Shane Van Gisbergen's still learning the next-gen Cup car on these ovals here, but it's been a very disappointing start to his season as well. Brad Keselowski, obviously a Cup Series champion. We know it's not a lack of talent over there at RFK, and his teammates seem to be performing him much better than he is right now. Maybe there would be an opportunity for him to pull in a veteran crew chief like that. I don't know. I think any number of these teams that you mentioned, Josh, could use somebody like Ronnie Childers on top of the pit box here. Matthew Owens says kind of feels like they believed he just doesn't have his arms around the car, but there should be still be a number of teams wanting him. Ty Gibbs, anyone at Trackhouse, or Kyle Busch. Yeah, absolutely. A number of teams looking to turn their seasons around, as Matthew's saying there. In terms of a number 7 team, I mean, again, if you can't hang on to Rodney Childers, then I don't know. It seems to me that this revolving door of people going in and out of this car here and this team at Spire is, I don't know. I mean, I imagine Justin Haley's still going to be the driver, but you look past that. If you can't hang on to a crew chief of Rodney Childers' resume here for whatever reason again, then I don't know. I think I hesitate to say this a little bit because I know it's only the end of April, but maybe 2025 might be a write-off year where you just continue to try to gather data for 26 and kind of reset there. I don't know. It seems like when you've got this many people going in and out, then it's hard to build that chemistry, and I imagine it's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better for Justin Haley if this keeps going up.
Yeah, you make a good point there about writing the season off, perhaps, but it's Talladega this weekend, and Justin Haley could potentially probably be in the conversation during the race on Sunday to pick up a victory with interim caretaker, boss, crew chief, or whatever. To use a football soccer analogy, it's a bit like Manchester United at the moment. They keep going through managers and players, and nothing seems to be getting any better. So maybe it's not the people. It's the higher-ups that are perhaps the problem, but we'll see. I mean, if Rodney is going to stick to what he said there in his statement, probably the best time to take it, early summer, have some time with the family, reassess goals, potential opportunities, all that kind of thing. He could pop up anywhere. Someone like a Kyle Busch or Brad Keselowski even would, they'd be, I'm sure, probably been on the phone to him already, because he's another man that really does need something in the quote-unquote team leader at RFK. His name's above the door, but he's having a struggle at the moment. So they really need to do something at the 16. But a crew chief of that caliber sitting on the sidelines, it won't be very long, I should think, before someone will pick up the phone and try and snap him up.
Indeed not, and as I'm sure you both have been watching the Open test, we've had a lot of people hanging around at Hendrick, Kyle Larson as well, where anyone's desperate trying to get a comment on both him returning to the Brickyard and also what's going on today in the situations. Behind the mic, Matthew says, I think Spa has about the same amount of wins as United of late as well. Well,
yes.
Considering
United better be lucky the three teams seem to be on the promotion relegation seesaw. Otherwise, I think they might be in danger of going down.
My brother-in-law supports them, so I don't think I can say much. Josh, does Kyle Larson have a shot
too.
to compete for the pole of a Guardian 500? We're live right now, actually. I'm doing two things at once here. That's what this one's for. But he's been doing really well out there. He came in earlier on and said, that's not right. I need more steering angle. The throttle's not too great. And the team went, yeah, but you're faster than what you were at this point last year. So the caliber of his driver to already say, I know what I want to improve at this circuit, but already being faster than what he was last year, that's a great sort of leg up. And I think Larson, who was just in the Fast 6 last year, got a great shot to come in and try something this time out. But, guys, I think you might be surprised to know Joseph Newgarden, just coming to the pit lane, but has gone top, 225.125 mile per hour on a test day. These are some serious speed with hybrid we're seeing. They're now doing some race pack runs out there at the moment, as we'll get on to our second story of the evening. So, on Monday morning, NASCAR announced the nominees for the Hall of Fame class of 2026. With Carl Edwards and Ricky Rudd recently getting inducted, 2 new nominees have been added to the modern era ballot. That is Kurt Busch and Randy LaJoie. Now, Busch was the 2004 Cup Series champion and became the first driver to win a championship in the playoff era. It was called the Chase, of course, back then. He also won 34 Cup Series races, including the 2017 Daytona 500, and won multiple races in the Xfinity and Truck Series throughout his career. LaJoie, the father of current Cup Series competitor Corey LaJoie, won back-to-back Xfinity Series championships in 1996 and 1997, with 15 career series victories in 350 starts. The older LaJoie, I like how that's been put, was also the 1985 Busch North Series champion, and he's known today for his commitment to safety in motorsports with his business that focuses on building race seats. Busch and LaJoie join returning nominees, of course, of Greg Biffle, Neil Bonnet, Tim Brewer, Jeff Burton, Randy Dorton, Harry Gant, Harry Hyde, and Jack Sprague. Now, both graphics in this section are courtesy of the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Matt's with me on this bit as well. In your opinion, Matt, should Kurt Busch be a lock as a first ballot Hall of Famer? And are you surprised that Randy LaJoie was added to the list?
Let's take Kurt Busch first. Lock, I don't know. There's a bit of a, could go any either way, couldn't it? You could look at it one way and go, it absolutely has to go in. Multiple winner, crown jewel wins, champion, longevity as a Cup Series, front runner for all that time. Had some things going on, off the racetrack that may not be on the beneficial side of him perhaps being a lock, if that's taken into consideration. I don't know. But I don't know. Of that list, I think he's probably going to be one of them. There's been a few of these, hasn't there, over the last couple of years, where as soon as someone gets on the list, they just bypass everybody else and go straight in. As we saw a bit with Carl Edwards last year. So I think probably I would I don't know what I would do. I think that the vote would probably go with Kurt, but I wouldn't. I would like not to see some of these guys that have been on the list for a long time and not got in yet, or some of the older generation people, stay on the list and get forgotten about. If you know what I mean, we can't just keep adding the more modern era people like Greg Biffles, like Kurt Busch's, to the list and then going straight in. Randy LaJoie, for what he accomplished over his career across all of the national series, you probably say he is befitting of being on the list. Whether he'll go in, though, I'm probably not sure from what we've got there. But of those two in the question, Josh, I would say it's going to be. I probably wouldn't vote for Kurt Busch, but I think the majority of people that have got a chance to vote probably will.
Yes, and if we can take a look at that graphic again, please, we can clarify. With Ralph Moody going into the Hall of Fame a few months ago, crew chief Jake Elder has replaced him as a nominee on the Pioneer era ballot. Now, Elder has a resume that includes 3 Cup Series titles and 44 race wins. He earned the nickname Suitcase Jake as well, because he never stayed with one team for a long period of time. But he was still able to find plenty of success regardless of where he went. Elder joins returning nominees, of course, of Ray Hendrick, Banjo Matthews, Larry Phillips, and Bob Welborn. Now, taking a look at the landmark nominees, we get Humphrey Wheeler joins the list. That includes Alvin Hawkins, Lisa Franz Kennedy, and Dr. Joseph Mattioli. And Les Richer comes in too. Wheeler was the president and general manager at Charlotte Motor Speedway, who was one of the most ambitious and well-known race promoters in NASCAR history. Many people know him best for his work on the 1992 All-Star race, better known as One Hot Night. Wheeler focused on innovative ways to promote races and improve the fan experience at the track. Ben's back with us on this bit as well. So, Ben, which nominee's backstory is the most interesting to you? Suitcase Jake for constantly switching teams and still finding a high level of success, or Wheeler's ambitious personality for pushing forward the first night race on the superspeedway when everyone thought it was a crazy idea at the time?
Yeah, I think they're both very interesting. Side note, if you want my thoughts on the modern era ballot, I know Brandon and I talked about that on the Encore show Monday night, so you can go get my thoughts on that from the clip from that show a couple nights ago there. But in terms of the Pioneer ballot, I said, of course, I will still advocate for Larry Phillips because to Matt's point about Randy LaJoie, I do think we need some lower series weekly racing kind of representation in the Hall of Fame, because I say this every year, it's not the Cup Hall of Fame, it's the NASCAR Hall of Fame. So you have a Randy LaJoie, a 2-time Xfinity Series champion. I think he absolutely is deserving of being on that ballot. And Larry Phillips, I think, has had to compete against some deserving pioneers the last couple of years here. And, maybe that's why he's still on the ballot and waiting for his turn to go in. But, there's some great nominees here on this list still. It's the problem with how we do it now. It's frustrating to only put 3 in per year, because I understand what they were trying to do, make sure at least one pioneer gets in every year, but if you limit it to one, then we have all these names that we think have Hall of Fame resumes that should be in by now, but we can only put 1 in a year. I think it's a slower process than I would like. I could see a strong case being made for any one of these names, but Jake Elder obviously has a very strong case in his own right. Obviously, multiple championships and race wins totaling up in the mid-40s as a crew chief is a very impressive resume, and I think we need more crew chief representation in the Hall of Fame as well. That's why I was so excited to see Kirk Shelmerdine go in a couple of years ago also. But looking at Humpy Wheeler here, I think very fitting resume for the Landmark Award, and I think it's great that we have a Landmark Award for names that maybe don't have a Hall of Fame resume as a whole, but you look at them in terms of their contributions to the sport in different areas that don't necessarily fit competing with the legends, drivers and crew chiefs of the world, maybe working in more executive roles like this. I think Humpy Wheeler absolutely, is worthy of consideration for this award. And, obviously night race on a super speedway may have been a crazy idea 30, 35 years ago, but now, of course, so many tracks have lighting systems surrounding them, and it's part of the sport. So many places that we go to on the schedule today. So I think that, I don't know. I mean, looking at the entire list of nominees, it's much harder to predict. I do agree with Matt's point. I think Kurt Busch will get in. I think he has the strongest resume of all of them, as I was saying on Monday night. And I think it might be a toss-up from there. I think Neil Bonnet, Harry Gant have some very strong resumes here. But looking at the Pioneer and the Landmark, I would fully endorse either of these guys going in here for the class of 2026. I think they both have tremendous stories. But then again, so do a lot of names they're competing against. So it's going to be interesting to see how the voters decide to look at these ballots here.
Yeah, not much more to add really from what Ben said. You know, what you said about the night race and stuff. You know, it was a far-fetched idea, as you say, however many years ago, and now pretty much a quarter to half the schedule is run with lights or into the darkness in some cases. So, and I guess NASCAR to some degree kind of pioneered the night racing thing around the world that we see now in Formula One and other things, MotoGP as such. So, I don't know, that could be part of it in terms of general motorsport kind of play, but yeah, not much more to. I mean, you're clearly more up with the sort of history side of the sport, Ben. I'm only what I would call a modern fan from 2007 onwards, so some of these names are a little bit before my time.
Yeah, well, that's the first year I started watching myself, but I do love the Hall of Fame, love the history there. I've been to Charlotte, North Carolina to go to the Hall of Fame. Totally recommend it for anybody who has the opportunity to go. Because as critical as I can be of NASCAR today in the 2020s, I will tell you that I still have a deep appreciation for what this sport is at its core and the foundation that it was built upon. So, you know, you're walking through history when you go there. So if you have the chance, absolutely go check it out for sure. Can't recommend it enough.
Can't wait till we get Ben's thoughts on IndyCar at the moment later on in the show. IndyCar drivers should do the Daytona 500 Indy 500 double. It kind of makes more sense, to be fair. That's an option. I mean, I can't believe that we had Helio tried it, didn't he, earlier on this year? Didn't end up too well.
He did Daytona. I don't know if he's going to do.
Conjecture was there about that?
Yeah. And he's here as well at the moment. Where is Cash? He's on my board right now to explain that to you. I can't even find him. He's here, but I can't even find him on my monitor. I'm looking for the 06 car. There he is, 7th position, 223.428 mile an hour is his fastest time. So he's better suited where he knows how to win. If I had a ballot, my picks would be Harry Gant, Neil Bonnet and Jake Elder. By the way, I do remember that Busch North series. Did I call Jake Jack earlier by mistake? I'm not reading my glasses correctly. I'm sorry if I did. Saw Randy compete at New Hampshire Motor Speedway back in the day as well. It's a shame what happened to New Hampshire. Denver says, well, with the ballot, my would be Neil Bonnet, Greg Biffle, and Kurt Busch coming in as well.
You can only pick 2 of those, though, because they're all modern era names. So you got to take one out and put a pioneer on.
So daft how it works out. NASCAR should put NASCAR legacy events in the Hall of Fame, like the Daytona 500, Brickyard 400, and Coke 600 in the Hall of Fame. Well, I would add to that. You've got to include like North Wilkesboro, Bowman Gray, if you want to do classic track events as history of the sport. You've got even Darlington. Humphrey Wheeler should be the lock here as well, says Matthew Owens, our oracle of motorsport knowledge as well. I suppose that is the case as well. Drivers, by the way, have come back into the pit lane at the open test. They're just doing a couple of more going around. Herter, Andretti and Kirkwood, the 3 out there so far with less than an hour to go. I'll keep you updated as we go on because we're all doing triple thanks to what was a technical issue earlier on in the day, meaning that they've gone sort of twice in. And there's no commentary at the moment, so we're the owners doing it. So, on to our third story of the evening. Following up on the story we covered on last week's episode of Grid Tonight, we discussed Catherine Legg expanding her NASCAR schedule to 12 races. Now, 7 races of those are in the Xfinity Series, all on ovals, and 5 races are in the Cup Series. 4 of those are on road courses, and the final one on a short track. Now, it seemed like Legg put together a good schedule to learn more about racing stock cars on ovals before her next oval race in the Cup Series. Now, her stock car education, the Xfinity Series, got underway last weekend at Rockingham Speedway. Despite being one of the fastest 38 cars in qualifying, due to owner points rules, Legg's number 32 Jordan Anderson Racing Chevrolet failed to make the race because her car wasn't high enough in the standings to take one of the provisionals. Now, as a result, Legg was able to buy her way into the race to get that valuable oval racing experience in stock cars. JJ Yellowly vacated the number 53 Chevrolet he qualified for Joey Gase Motorsports, and Legg replaced him for the Xfinity Series race at The Rock. Now, early in the race, the front runners were lapping Legg, who ended up getting hit in the rear by William Selwich. which sent her hard into the outside wall and ended her race. Now, numerous opinions emerged from this incident, with some blaming it on Solwich and others saying both drivers deserve blame, and others saying it was all Legg's fault. Now, this has truly developed into a hot topic. While everyone is entitled to their own opinions, it seems like some have taken it a bit too far. Yesterday morning, Legg responded to the Rockingham fallout on her own Throttle Therapy podcast. The link to this podcast episode is in the video description below. She said she's received a lot of hate mail, death threats, and inappropriate sexual comments directed towards her. Legg emphasised that she's in NASCAR to race and compete, but won't tolerate any threats to her safety and dignity. She also went into detail about the incident with Solwich, saying she gave him a lane and held her lane, but he understeered up a lane into her, which spun her around into the wall, and that's, of course, from her perspective. For anyone who questions whether or not she deserves to race in NASCAR, Legg had a strong message for those who doubt her abilities as a race car driver. She said earlier her seat on the race track, and I'm going to reread this. She said she earned her seat on the racetrack and knows that during her time as a professional race car driver for the last 2 decades, she was hired to drive cars for various team owners because she knows how to drive and race a car. Then she added that she's not a so-called DEI hire or gimmick. She also made it clear that how she's been treated isn't just a NASCAR problem, but something women across motorsports globally have to face. Just a few weeks ago, the 2023 F1 Academy champion Marta Garcia crashed out hard at Barcelona in a Le Mans Cup race. Now, if you go back and watch the replay of that incident, the other driver involved turned hard left and crashed her. Garcia held her line and was not at fault for the incident. Still, people on social media blamed Garcia for the incident and made other inappropriate remarks. Despite all of the backlash coming her way, some people have been coming to Legg's defence. Team owner and driver Joey Gase said that Legg was doing a hell of a job driving for his team, and threw some shade at the Joe Gibbs Racing driver for being outside the top 20 in points. Alpha Prime Racing team owner Tommy Joe Martins said that Legg was put in an incredibly difficult position at a fast, narrow track. Only one practice session to go up to speed, followed by qualifying with little to no owner points to fall back on. Then sitting in a modified seat behind the wheel in an unfamiliar car that you've never driven. NASCAR Canada Series driver Ryan Vargas responded to a user on X who called Legg unproven, and Vargas responded by showing a screenshot of her being the fastest woman in history of the Indianapolis 500. Marco Andretti replied to Vargas saying that it's wild to him how many grown men talk badly about badass girls like Legg, and wondered if it makes them feel more manly from their couch. Now, despite the controversies emerging from her Cup Series debut at Phoenix and last Saturday's Xfinity race at Rockingham, Legg will be back in the Xfinity Series this weekend at Talladega Super Speedway, driving the number 32 Chevrolet. We've already addressed this hot topic on Grid Encore and Women in Motorsports, and now it's time for Grid Tonight to take an in-depth look at the photo taken by James Gilbert from Getty Images. Well, it certainly was a lot of comments in our chat during the race as well. You go Catherine Legg, and always support her and all females in motorsport. I'm with you on that, Adam, as well. Matt, starting with you on this one. What are your thoughts on the fallout from Rockingham surrounding Catherine Legg's crash and her response?
And to Adam's point, and I'll echo this, I'm sure, across all of the Grid Network, our Grid Network colleagues, we all support female motorsport in whatever form it comes in, whether it's Formula One Academy or the girls in IMSA, the Iron Dames, etc., etc. We've also talked about Catherine Legg having a very similar situation to this when she was crashed into at the Indianapolis. Was it last year or the year before? When she, the X-Pool was the Twitter cesspool. Yeah. The Twitter cesspool again, with all these people that have got a keyboard and either a picture of an egg or a racing car rather than their own face, and a lot of numbers at the end of their handle, and very little followers, decide the pylon is needed. I've seen the incident. I haven't seen any of the other bit of the race, but I've seen the incident in question here. I guess it all started with and you can add to this with, she didn't qualify on time and kind of had to get in that way. Everyone will be pointing the finger at that. And then, I mean, the incident is just, she gets run over by a faster car coming from behind that should know better. A championship running, front running car that's lapping a car that doesn't run for the championship. Frankly, it's just stupid. And for then her to be blamed for everything that went on is just insane, but unsurprising, because this seems to happen every single time. But again, as I say, you know, these people that think they know better, come and have a go, please. You go round Road America and have the accident that she did in Champ Car all those years ago and get out and walk away unharmed. Flipping an F3 car at Rockingham, even before that, upside down at the Oval at Rockingham, UK, not Rockingham, USA. Katherine Legge, one of the greatest female racing drivers in the modern era. She does not deserve the treatment that she has had this week. You know, we talked about the schedule last week on the show, Josh, when it came out, what she was going to be doing. And we all like, yeah, good. You know, it should be positive, etc., etc. First race, she gets involved in someone else's accident, and the Twitter pylon has been just ridiculous, stupid.
Ben, you've already had your comments earlier on in the week, but I'd love to know what you're going to say now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, happy to defer to Matt to go first here, because we've talked about it on Encore and Women in Motorsport both earlier this week, but it's been really unfortunate. And like I said, you know, you can't just sit here and pretend like it hasn't. Of course, it's been a miserable experience for her so far, but I think, you know, to Matt's point, and you know, as others have said on social media coming to her defense, it's not all entirely her fault. She does lack stock car experience on an oval, but everybody has to start somewhere. And she's the equipment that she has been in. I mean, again, to Matt's point, she was not the slowest car in qualifying. It's just the way that the owner points works out. She was among the slowest, and because that car doesn't have as many owner points, it was one of the two that wasn't high enough to hit the threshold to be able to qualify for the race. So she did have to buy a ride out. And again, full disclosure, I've never been a fan of ride buying, just generally speaking in principle, but for a driver looking to gain that experience who has sponsorship, as opposed to a veteran like JJ Gailey, of course, Katherine Legge could use the experience more. I think it made sense from a business perspective to take that check from Elf or whoever was helping put that deal together and make that happen. In Joey Gase's case, I can't say I blame him too much for it. Denver says, I respect Katherine Legge's driving ability, but NASCAR needs to find her in the ARCA Menard Series or East or West to give her more experience in stock cars, racing ovals on different sizes. Yeah, and again, that's a fair argument. If you believe Katherine Legge is not ready for even the Xfinity Series, let alone the Cup Series, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. What you are not entitled to is to spew the hatred and the misogyny that we have seen on social media the last several days. And Matt, to your point about the first name, bunch of numbers accounts, I said this after Phoenix. It is 99% of the time, it is somebody with a burner account that does not have, that has at best a first name attached to it, followed by 8 random digits of a default. They can't even be bothered to change their default name. Half the time they're probably just creating these accounts so that they can spew off without, you know, revealing what their identity is. But almost all of them are burner accounts that have no identity, no real person behind them. And a lot of times they've paid for X Premium or Twitter Blue or whatever the hell it's called now, so that their replies can be boosted to the top of the tweets that they're replying to, so that they can be most visible for people to see their hatred. And it's just, it's so disrespectful. It's so unfortunate. I hate that Katherine Legge, I mean, saying that she's dealing with death threats even is just ridiculous. You know, if you think she's predominantly at fault, I think I disagree with that, but you're entitled to that opinion. But you don't have to go to that length to make your opinion known here. And it's just, I'm just so, it's so disappointing, but it's not surprising because we've seen it in this sport so many times here. And again, from high-ranking people in the sport who should know better. And again, I don't want to say 100%, but I'm 99% sure I know who runs that Couch Racer Shop account that started a lot of this after Phoenix. It's just, it's so childish and so cowardly to get behind your burner account. If you want to be a-hole, I'll keep it G-rated for our audience here, but if you want to be that person, if you want to be that guy, at least say it with your face. At least have be bold enough to put yourself out there and say, yes, I'm going to be, a complete jerk here and have this opinion. But you can't even, I mean, you want to talk about weak, you want to talk about soft, like people saying, oh, you can't criticize Catherine Legge. Look at all these woke soft people who say we can't criticize female racing drivers. First of all, I never said you can't criticize female racing drivers. We're just saying you don't have to attack them personally when incidents like this happen. That's number one. But number two, you can't even say what you want to say with your actual account and real name and face behind it. So who exactly is the weak, soft person here when we're having these conversations, and put conversations in air quotes, because a lot of times it isn't conversations. You try to have a conversation and reason with these people, and it's just like talking to a brick wall, because they're here to make noise. They're here to spew their garbage and say what they want to say and not actually contribute to the conversation. And Catherine, to her credit, to herself on her own podcast, said, I'm all for constructive criticism. I'm here to learn. I have a lot to learn. But you cannot go to the lengths that we have seen so many people go to the last several weeks here, really throughout her entire experience this season, as she's tried to get back into the stock car racing world. And again, Matt, to your point, people who just do a little bit of research, who would look at her career and her accomplishments, should know better. She does know how to drive a race car. It is a different discipline, and it's going to take some time for her to get up to speed. There is no doubt. But, to look at an incident where Nick Sanchez got by her just fine. I said Monday night, you could maybe make the argument, yeah, okay, maybe she could have been half a lane up higher, made it even easier for William Sawalich, but I don't think William Sawalich is completely blameless here. Yeah, he had a faster car, he was closing in, but he just completely runs into her rear bumper when the driver ahead of him was able to get by her without issue. I find it very difficult to not at least put the majority of the blame on the 18 car in that situation. And then, of course, and this certainly didn't help the hatred that was coming her way. The fact that Casey Kane, an innocent bystander, and I think Brandon said on Monday night, everybody's favorite this weekend with his return, getting caught up in that with some damage as well. Fortunately, he was able to soldier on and finish 14th, I believe. But it's just really unfortunate, disappointing set of circumstances. And to have it happen on the same weekend where that popular F1 YouTuber put out that video that he just titled Women, and making fun of the F1 Academy first round in China. Just a really unfortunate deal that all that happened in such a short period of time. So a frustrating weekend, certainly for women in motorsport all throughout the internet. And to have Catherine Legge have to deal with this crap that she shouldn't have to deal with is just so incredibly disappointing. But again, unfortunately, not surprising.
Yeah, careful, Ben. Mohammed Ben Salam might be after you there with some $10,000. Go on, Matt.
Before you move on, Josh, quickly, I didn't realise that Casey Kane and William Sawalich had so many fans that this would cause them a big problem. Tongue in cheek, obviously. And I'll just throw this statement out and leave it on the floor. No one was talking about DEI hires pre-November last year in any form of any conversation. Next.
I agree with that. I'll go with that, yeah. My opinion's sort of shifted a little bit.
Prove me wrong.
Can't we? My take on that was, to me, Catherine was certainly on the racing line, and she wasn't. She was slow in my book. The car who got past her only just got by her on the low line, and she was slow on the racing line, and there was no time to react. But yes, we did see the 18 shove into the back of her. That wasn't her fault. But I read it as it was sort of a 50-50 in my book. Catherine shouldn't have been on the racing line going as slow as she was. She didn't give enough room. But at the same time, use your eyes and don't really plough into the back. So I read it as a 50-50 after going back at it. But Catherine can't not take any criticism from it as well, because it's early days for her. But in all the races she's done so far this year, she has caused cautions, and multiple of them. So it's kind of it's upsetting, but it's just, you could say the same thing about anybody about that. Bubba Wallace went through a time when he was causing cautions in the race. You can say this about any driver. Just it's just, as you said earlier, people manipulate the facts for their certain point of view. And it's stupid.
And we talked about this on Women in Motorsport as well, backstage just before we started recording. But I feel like women are held to an impossibly high standard in this sport. We see men push the limits or make boneheaded moves and crash and spin out all the time. All the time. Everybody goes to name me one racing driver that has never had any sort of spin or crash or accident in their careers, right? You can't do it. Because everybody has to learn where that limit is. And sometimes you're going to push past that limit, or sometimes you're going to drive in over your head and make a boneheaded move out on track and ruin your day and somebody else's. But the second a female driver in this sport is not perfect, it gives the trolls ammunition to pounce and say, haha, look at this, women can't drive. And it's I don't know how they put up with it, because I can't even begin to imagine somebody with the social media presence that somebody like Catherine Legg or Marta Garcia has. And again, Marta Garcia, definitely not her fault in that situation. I mean, there's no way you can make that argument there. At least here you could maybe say, well, she should have been a half lane up. And again, that's a fair take, but to use that to spew such garbage, again, horrible. It's just, it's absolutely terrible. And there's really nothing more that you can say.
And when we were doing F1 Academy this past weekend, were we? Yeah,
Saudi, yes.
Yeah, just double checking because I wasn't on the broadcast. But I did see on the YouTube comments because I was watching race 2 because I was birthday celebration, so I was with my niece and I was playing with her. She's 18 months old and she's incredibly intelligent. Like, she is so smart. She was building bricks. She's comedic, she's comedy, you know. She was pushing the bricks over that I built. She went, no. She knew how to put 2 to 2s. She was funny, she's smart. She's a smart girl. And I was watching the F1 Academy race on my phone alongside, and I was seeing all these YouTube comments coming from mainly male accounts, and as you said, Ben, nameless accounts, saying about, oh, back to the kitchen, women can't drive and all this lot. And it was making my blood boil thinking about it. It really was, because I had my little niece right here who was smarter than any baby boy I've seen the past God knows how many years. And, you know, she's right there, and she's going to get those comments in her lifetime, as every woman will at some point. And I find it horrible and disgusting. And I'm completely on that case, is that I stand with Catherine Legg about how this abuse is just not needed. And there's a reason why behind me up there, there's Lizzie Whitmore's sticker, who after her crash at Donington Park, where she was sent to hospital with a broken shoulder and all that lot, she came back in and got told by one of the male Italian Yamaha mechanics that she is a danger and shouldn't be racing because she's going to get someone killed. And it really got her annoyed. And I've got Mal stuck on the headphones as well, someone who also had the same thing go with her. It's ridiculous. And Maddie as well, all the things they've gone through. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm waffling, but go on.
And you know what happens sometimes, Josh? You click, like, if you go to the Instagram comments especially, you click on one of these comments, you know what their bio says? Loving father, husband, father to 3 beautiful daughters or whatever. And I'm like, what? Your daughters are going to read this. You're
2 daughters,
about how women don't belong in this sport. Your daughter's going to read this. What is she going to think of that? What is she going to think of you? It's mind-blowing.
Right, I've opened up F1 Academy on Instagram. I'm clicking their first one that isn't pinned, so that's the Jeddah one here, and I'm going to the comments. There's 9 of them, and they're all lovely, but they're all coming from female accounts, so that's a good sign. Let me check on the next one. 14 comments. All good. Okay, F1 Academy must be regulating. Let's go to Catherine.
We do that in their YouTube chat as well. I just want to say that.
I'll check.
Some of the comments from
I was disappointed there. I was kind of expecting there to be 1, but it looks like they've been moderating, which is good. Okay, there's 35 minutes to go in the INDYCAR Open test. Joseph Newgarden is still top as I hit my mics. Malukas and O'Ward are out there. But here for the Grid Tonight show, it's time for the latest from our Grid EPI update, and we're heading over to Matt White.
Thank you, Josh. We'll continue to fly the flag for women in motorsport here at the Grid Network. Week number 4 or 5, I can't even. It's been such a wild couple of weeks. It's hard to keep up with the Grid Endurance Performance Index of 2025 Easter weekend. 2 big races across the weekend. We'll start at Spa-Francorchamps, where the Creventic Series touched down this past weekend for their 12-hour race, split across the weekend. I think it was 8 on Saturday and 4 on Sunday. The Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing Porsche on screen there. The winners of the 12-hour, Jonathan Fouy, Chris Froggatt and Loic Hartog, the winners for that team on Sunday afternoon. Picture courtesy of Racing Pixel. So congratulations to them. Big weekend for Porsche. More on that in a second, because they were also winners in the WEC, but not in hypercar at Imola, with Ferrari picking up their second win of the season after winning at Qatar with the 50 car. It was the 51's car's turn to win this weekend on home soil. The first standard length WEC race, so 6 hours, to be won by the Ferrari team of AF Corse. Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi, the home heroes, along with James Collado aboard that 51 car, getting the win. And I spoke of Porsche. They were the winners in GT3 with the Manfei First Form racing team, finishing 19th overall. Ryan Hardwick, Ricard Leitz and Ricardo Pera, the winners, beating just that car behind them, looming in the background, one Valentino Rossi, getting on the podium in second place with his BMW team on home soil. As we were talking in Women in Motorsport earlier on, just to mention, because the angst is up in this part of the world, the Iron Dames came 8th out of 18 cars, beating all the cars behind them that had all male drivers in. Celia Martin, Rahal Freya, Michelle Gatting. Photos from the WEC race there, courtesy of DPPI. Let's have a look at the updated standings, and there has been a change, not at the top, where Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy, as explained last week, have the highest EPI score of all time so far through 4 years of it, us running it at 26.2. Charles Vitz in third. James Collado sliding in there to 7th, part of that winning trio for Ferrari at the weekend. He slides into 7th position. Lawrence Van Poel, who was the early leader, slipping down to 5th. Wasn't a great weekend for Porsche in the WEC at Imola. As Kobe rolls into the top 50 slide, I can tell you that this weekend it is very, very busy. British GT at Silverstone with the Silverstone 500. Their second race of the season. The GT World Challenge USA is back in action at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. And in Germany, it is very busy. The first round of the DTM, 2 races across the weekend at Oschersleben, and the second round of the Nürburgring Landstrecke Series at the Nordschleife. That's what's coming up this weekend, which will be week 5 of the Grid Endurance Performance Index. We'll give you an update on all those winners and how the races went on the show next week, and any changes to the standings, which will again see Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy at the top of it. They will continue to be the leaders until the IMSA series touches down at Laguna Seca in a couple of weeks' time. That's a busy weekend coming up, that one. IMSA at Laguna and WEC at Spa on the same weekend, so that will really shuffle the deck for the Grid Endurance Performance Index top runners and riders. We haven't heard from him for almost an hour. Back to Kobe now, who's got more of this week's headlines.
Thanks, Matt. Time for some more motorsports news from around the world. According to Dirtfish, the World Rally Drivers Alliance, or WRDA, have come to an agreement with the FIA on better ways to police language used by the drivers. On the side of WRDA, 8-time World Rally champion co-driver Julian Gracia led negotiations, and Amelia Abel, the governing body's road sport director, represented the FIA. And after the meeting, both sides were able to compromise on certain environments during a World Rally Championship race weekend that won't be subjected to the same level of scrutiny from rules related to competitor language. There will be 2 different zones now in this agreement. A control zone will be media zones and post-event FIA press conferences where drivers will be expected to behave, while uncontrolled zones will be based around areas that provide a heat of the moment emotion, such as stage ends and onboard cars during the stages or on road sections. Link to this Dirtfish article in the video description below, and right here on the screen, a quote from Julian and Gracia says a common objective has been reached to follow the regulations laid out in Appendix B as closely as possible, while leaving enough room for the emotions and authenticity that rally fans expect. So I think everyone is really happy with how this has gone on right ahead of this weekend's World Rally Championship race in Spain. And now moving on to our next big story. Longtime championship winning ARCA Menard Series team Venturini Motorsports will exit the series at the end of the 2025 season. This was announced last Friday at a press conference at Rockingham Speedway when we learned that Nitro Motorsports bought the team. Nick Tucker, the founder and owner of Nitro, will take over full ownership of Venturini Motorsports effective immediately on October 15, 2025, later this year. Nitro will also pick up Venturini's current partnership with Toyota, and current team owner Billy Venturini will be the general manager at Nitro Motorsports for 1 year in 2026 during the year of transition. The Venturini team has been one of the gold standards in ARCA since the early 1980s, as they've been the longest tenured and most successful team in the series with 107 race victories up to this point. Billy Venturini said, spending the last 20 years running his family-owned team has been very rewarding, but also demanding, so he believed it was time to start prioritizing other things in his life. Before racing, when deciding that it was time to sell the team, he wanted to sell it to someone who had the same level of passion and intensity as him, and he believed he found that in Nick Tucker. He feels like Tucker is the perfect fit to continue the Venturini family legacy under the Nitro Motorsports banner with Toyota and remain devoted to developing young drivers. Photo courtesy of Venturini Motorsports. And on June 12th, Amazon Prime Video will premiere a brand new documentary called American Thunder, NASCAR to Le Mans. This documentary will focus on NASCAR's Garage 56 entry in the 2023 24 Hours of Le Mans that saw a modified version of the next-gen Cup car race at Circuit de la Sarthe. The car was built and developed by one of NASCAR's most successful teams, Hendrick Motorsports. 7-time Cup Series champion Jimmy Johnson, Formula One world champion Jensen Button, and sports car racing standout Mike Rockenfeller shared this car and achieved the goal of taking NASCAR back to Le Mans. The documentary will highlight the 18-month journey that it took Hendrick to build a stock car designed to race on ovals and turn it into an endurance car that could withstand the grueling demands that come with racing at Le Mans. Graphic courtesy of Prime Video. The FIA approved GM Performance Power Units as an engine supplier beginning with the 2029 Formula One season. This will be the Cadillac F1 team's engine supplier. And right here you see on the screen, it says that GM Performance Power Units, a company formed by TWG Motorsports and General Motors to build powertrains for the Cadillac Formula One team, has officially been approved by the FIA as a power unit supplier for the FIA Formula One World Championship starting in 2029. The Cadillac Formula One team will join the grid in 2026 and utilize Ferrari power units until the GM engines are homologated for racing use. Development and testing of the team's Formula One prototype engine technology is ongoing, while plans are underway to open a dedicated facility for performance power units near GM Charlotte Technical Center in 2026. And earlier this year, industry veteran Russell Blins was named CEO of the new venture. And he said in a statement, with this approval from the FIA, we will continue to accelerate our efforts to bring an American-built F1 power unit to the grid. So really good news right there if you're a fan of the Cadillac F1 team project, because now they'll be able to get an engine right here at home in America from General Motors. In graphic courtesy there of the FIA, NASCAR announced the format for next month's All-Star race at North Wilkesboro Speedway, and it's going to be an action-packed weekend on All-Star weekend at North Wilkesboro, because you're gonna see quite a bit of racing there. I know the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour is going to be there. You're going to see the Cars Tour, both of their divisions, also the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, and then of course the Cup Series on Sunday night, May 18th for an exciting 4-day show there with the mods joining as well. And then for eligibility, you're gonna have drivers who won points races in 2024 and 2025, past All-Star race winners who compete full-time, and also NASCAR Cup Series champion who compete full-time as well. And right there on the left side of your screen, you can read through the All-Star / Open qualifying format, and then the Pit Crew Challenge is back as well. And then looking on the right side of your screen for Saturday, we're gonna have our 2 All-Star heat races. And they're going to be 2 heats, 60 laps apiece. All laps are going to count. Overtime rules in effect, but you only get 1 attempt there. And then the results of Heat 1 are going to establish the inside row for the All-Star race. And then the results of Heat 2 are going to establish the outside row. And then the All-Star Open on Sunday, May 18th, earlier in the night. That's going to be 100 laps long. All laps to count. You still get 1 attempt at overtime. And then around lap 40 of that 100-lap All-Star Open, you're going to get a competition break, competition caution there, and then the top 2 finishers from the All-Star Open is going to transfer into the All-Star race itself. And then, as tradition, we're going to see 1 driver win the fan vote as well to get into the All-Star race. And then something that's new compared to last year, we're going to have a little bit more racing at North Wilkesboro, with the event becoming a 250-lap event. All laps are count, and then overtime rules in effect. There's going to be a competition break at or around lap 100. And then something new that they're adding this year is an optional promoter's caution, which must be executed prior to lap 220. And if the promoter's caution has not been executed, a natural caution will occur after lap 200. The optional caution will no longer be in play after that. And then one last thing that they're adding to All-Star Race Weekend is the NASCAR Manufacturer Showdown, giving Chevrolet, Ford, and Toyota something else to race for, as all the manufacturers will be equally represented. And the rules are as follows. The members per team will be determined by the least represented manufacturer, and an equal number of drivers from the other two manufacturers will be selected based on their final All-Star grid starting positions. Teams will be scored against each other and not by their overall All-Star finish. The lowest combined total of finishing positions will be the winning manufacturer, and in the event of a tie, the single best overall finishing position will determine the winner of this NASCAR Manufacturer Showdown between Chevrolet, Ford, and Toyota. Discrete graphics courtesy of NASCAR. And with that said, I'm going to turn over to Matt for this week's Pick a Winner.
Thank you, Kobe. Another busy week of Pick a Winner coming your way. No graphics on screen, but I have got them on my phone. I can tell you that Matt B is still the leader, but I've chipped away. He's now got 1 point over the rest of the field, and there is 6 points separating the top 6, which is Matt B, myself, Tanner, Kobe in 4th place, Josh T 5th, and Adam Lemmer's in 6th position. So plenty of closeness going on in Pick a Winner. 4 points up for grabs this weekend. We're going to perhaps try and pick 2 winners right now on the show, because the WRC is back this weekend after its little break post Kenya, and they have got a brand new event for the World Rally Championship. It's not a new event all round, but it is for the WRC. They're on the island of Canaries this weekend for the new Spanish round. There's been a round of the European Championship for the last few years, so a completely brand new event for everybody. I am going to go with the man that has not been off the podium on a tarmac event for over a year, which is the man that's got the hot hand in the championship as well. And he goes in with the hot hand on tarmac for the first proper tarmac event of the year after Monte Carlo at the start of the year. And that's Elvin Evans. He's my pick for this weekend.
That's certainly a good pick, Matt, but I'm going to go with one of the part-timers who drops in, and most of the time he ends up winning these things. Sometimes he doesn't, but I feel really good about picking Sebastian Ogier to get it done this weekend on the Canary Islands. Who you have, Ben?
I don't really know who I have. This is of the 7 series we cover in the rear ranking, the one that I'm the least familiar with by far, but I will defer to Matt White. He sounds very confident. He has convinced me to go with Elvin Evans, so maybe he can carry me up the leaderboard a little bit. I've been slacking on Pick a Winner this year. I haven't played very much, but I might as well throw some names out there since I'm on the show tonight. I'll go with Elvin Evans. What the heck?
And if he retires on stage 1, then point your fingers at Ben and myself. MotoGP back as well, and it's the first European race of the season this weekend. The traditional European race kickoff, really. The Spanish Grand Prix, the proper Spanish Grand Prix at Jerez. There can only be one pick, as it is most of the time it seems with MotoGP this season, and that is a certain M. Marquez for me. Kobe, who are you going with?
Yeah, I think that's the safest pick that we can go with at this current point of the season. Seems like Marc Marquez is almost guaranteed to win every single race unless he has a mistake, or crashes off his bike. So I feel confident picking Marc Marquez again, to continue to stack those Pick a Winner points.
Well, again, full disclosure, MotoGP is probably the second series that I'm least familiar with after WRC that we covered here on this show. But I do know that Marc Marquez has enjoyed a tremendous resurgence recently in MotoGP, and it's kind of like the Max Verstappen of a couple of years ago. I think Joe even has Kiska picking Marc Marquez by default in our Pick a Winner game for this year. So I will certainly echo what 2 previous to me have said here and go with Marc Marquez as well.
Yeah, do you remember when it was a couple of years ago and it was you always pick like Denny Hamlin or Kyle Larson? In MotoGP, it's the default. You pick Marc Marquez to get it every single time. Because bar a mistake from him or bar a weather conditions, he's always going to win. So yeah, I'm going Marc Marquez.
Francesco Bagnaia has won the last 3 Grand Prix at Jerez, so that might be a pick for Sunday. We'll see how it goes. 2 points available from MotoGP, of course, over the weekend to pick a winner with the sprint, which we just talked about, and the full race on Sunday. WRC, Canary Islands, and NASCAR at Talladega on Sunday evening for myself and Josh, afternoon for Ben and Kobe. Adam is going with me, and he's going with Kobe as well, with Evans and Marquez. Get your picks in for those available races and rally this weekend across all social media at Grip Network TV, and throw in the hashtag pick a winner. Get yourself on the board there. Still over 150 points up for grabs between now and the end of the season in our season-long competition of predictions game. You can get yourself involved. Use that hashtag pick a winner. Ben's staying with us for the whole show tonight, which means he's with us for Hots and Knots. The floor is yours, gentlemen, because I don't really have many hots this weekend. It was fairly quiet, wasn't it, really? But so I'll come off the back end of you guys.
Hots. Great racing at the Rock. I think let's start off strong, shall we? Truck race was fantastic. Xfinity race was an all-time classic. I'm going to say it. It showed everybody why we should be racing there in the Cup Series, and we should never have left. It was enthralling. There was no dull parts. It was strategy. It was close racing. It was beautiful. So I really enjoyed the Xfinity race, and best race of the year so far. A hot, all this action we've been having today in the open test. Yeah, right, we were delayed. That's not. I know Ben's going to get onto that. But the actual on-track action's been superb. A lot of running's been done. And Scott Dixon actually has gone top, 225.182 mile an hour. So it's sort of unpredictable after day one of who's going to be on top. And I like that, because we were saying earlier on how predictable and uncertain we all were about the 500. But looking at the test days today, we've got Chip Ganassi up there, Rahal Lennon Lanigan Racing up there, Penske's up there, Andretti's up there, Maya Shank. Day one's sort of going, okay, it could be something coming up for a good month of May. So I'm positive about that. Formula One, that's more of a not really. So I think that's my hot sort of done. Yeah, hot sort of done there.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the Rock. Certainly a successful weekend and worthy of being mentioned in the hot segment. Like Matt, I don't have too many hots I can think of off the top of my head. I will say a hot for me. I've got the push notification right before we came on the air. Dale Earnhardt Jr., I feel like Snoop Dogg, right? This fill in the blank, don't miss. His podcast simply does not miss. I did not think we were going to get Rick Allen to open up about what exactly went down at NBC last year for at least a couple of more years here. But it's only been a few months, and he's evidently come on to the Dale Jr. download to share his side of the story. And I'm going to say, as soon as I get off of this show here, I know exactly what I'm listening to tonight. I cannot wait to hear what he has to say about that. So kudos to Dale Earnhardt Jr. for getting that interview. And I will say, again, full disclosure, I haven't listened to it yet, but as much as I was not a fan of Rick in the booth as a play-by-play man, I do think he has a fantastic voice, just absolutely booming voice that I think fits what he did the first couple of weekends this year, public address. I think there's absolutely a place for him in this sport, in some sort of broadcasting area here. And if he's out of a job entirely, I think that is a shame. Again, as much as I preferred Lee Diffie coming in to do the last handful of races last season, I think NBC made a good call there for their Cup Series booth. But I do think it would be unfortunate if Rick is completely on the sidelines for an extended period of time here. So again, very, very intrigued and excited to see what was said in that interview. Looking forward to that later tonight.
I was supposed to go to bed after this. I've literally just got it ready now to download.
That's certainly hot, but it's also a not for me because I've already got 300 podcasts in my episodes queue on Spotify. So that's going to add to that, and it's going to put me back even further. So that'll be listened to tomorrow.
Sorry, do you want a heart?
Yeah, go.
Anthony Hamilton. Did I mention on the show last week that I shook his hand and everything? He is going to be there this weekend, and I've been given the nod and the wink that someone else might be there of a certain world champion 7 times over might be there. So I'm on the hunt, and I will stick a microphone where the sun doesn't shine and try and get an interview and see what his thoughts are. A, on Ferrari, B, on Formula 1 at the moment, and C, what he thinks of his fantastic brother racing again. So I'm going to try my best this weekend.
Say, but apart from that, I guess a preemptive hot is that Touring Cars is back this weekend. And for you American fans, you'll be able to watch it for free on the new Racer Network, which was MAV TV. That was announced this week.
It's so good.
Free everywhere else around the globe on YouTube, but it's going to be on the Racer Network in the States. Adam also saying returning to Rockingham hot, absolutely loved it. I think my only Saudi-related hot was Isaac Hadjar getting another point in the racing ball.
was a good race actually from Isaac. He had a cool car and race, didn't he, as well? And I think
he did.
He's vastly,
in a much.
yeah.
Oh, and Piastri's pass on Leclerc, wasn't it? Wow, goodness me, that was brave. That's the pass of the year so far for me. They're the only hots from a terrible Grand Prix. I guess we should start with that. And it was all over by the end of the first corner. And if it had been the other way around, we would just... No one's talking about Max's terrible getaway because he then cocked up again in the first corner. And all of the stuff that's been said, and the photo, Christian with his piece of paper and his picture, going, look, he's in front. Doesn't matter. He wasn't making the corner. Piastri did make the corner, even though Verstappen said on the radio he was never going to, but he never actually ran off the racetrack. And all of that basically dominoed effect back. And Pierre Gasly shunted no fault of his own and caused his first crash damage for over a year, which is also a huge knot. I was hoping he was going to run that out for a very long time, but
I forgot about that.
Getting torpedoed by Yuki. Yeah, first time he's had a crash damage for, well, all of last season it didn't happen, and so far this year it hasn't happened. So Max getting Verstappen in the first corner by someone else was just funny.
Chef's kiss, really, wasn't it? And then
was a bit.
Everybody said in the commentary, and he was never. He did, I said it as soon as the last one out. He did what he did in 21. It was carbon copy repeat of 2021, and he expected to get away with it. And
Crocky mentioned that, I think, during the race too.
Didn't get away with it then. He didn't get away with it now. Not. What on earth was Sky Sports F1's commentary last weekend? I obviously don't hear it because I did my own, but I listened back a couple of times. One, Karoon and Crofty having a row mid FP2 commentary with Karoon saying about
I've read
Jesus
the transcript
Christ.
of that.
Yeah, and on an Easter weekend, we've just gone yellow here because there's, I think Rahal just got loose at exit 3. And yeah, we've gone yellow. I'm yet to see why, if there's an accident on the circuit, or it's just, I'll keep you updated on that, but yellow's just come out. Contact with the wall, car 17. So, no, 15. Yeah, I was right. Rahal's touched the wall. Graham Rahal has touched the wall, exit of turn 3 and 4, and he's just brushed it and came down low. So they just want to do a quick track inspection with 12 minutes to go. Sorry about that. That's live on air. I'm having to relay several of the things that's going on. Yeah, what was that? Yeah, so Crofty's commentary. Oh, he's coming out of turn 2, boys, and he just touches the wall and then coming down low as well. So, yeah, not great there from him. Right. So, yeah, Kroon's swearing live on air and blaspheming, which wasn't great. And then I was listening yesterday when my dad was recording the session to Martin Brundle, saying that he would have brake tested Jack Doohan on the back stretch if I was Alonso to get him some stretch. I was like, what? What are you on about? You can't do that. And it's like, Sky's commentary and Sky's broadcast team feel very tired. And
yeah,
yeah,
I read Lee Mackenzie's blog that she wrote on the plane Sunday night coming back from Jeddah, which was a plane full of F1 people, and she basically said, no one's talking. We're all absolutely shattered from this beginning of the season. It's taken a toll on everybody.
Yeah, because it's so long. It's Australia to China to Japan, Bahrain and Saudi. It's an unusually long season opener, and then we've got to cram in Miami and then straight into Europe. It's like you don't get a chance to breathe. And this geo-log in the calendar isn't working because it's killing the crew. And I know exactly what they mean, what Lee means there, because after I do a touring car, or even if anyone's at the track for a weekend, quite often, if I go down on the train or travel down, I've got headphones on, I'm listening to music. I come back after the day, I'm in silence, headphones off, and I'm zoned out, because your brain's on overload, and you just want to relax and just zone out for a while. So for the drivers, it's fine. The drivers, I think, are the least tired people in motorsport, because they just hop in, do the sessions, out they go. It's the mechanics, the journalists, the fans. They're the ones who gets tired, because they do everything. They're there beforehand, they're there afterwards. It's especially hard, I would say, are the mechanics. they are the ones who are going through it all. And this calendar needs to change. It's too long and it's too cluttered with races we don't need. If you want to, start rotating them. Don't care. I would happily not go to Imola one year if it means that we can have a week off. I would happily rotate Hungary with Netherlands or something like that. As long as we keep Silverstone, Spa, Monaco, and Monza, and Brazil. I like Brazil. You can do what you like. Maybe Japan as well, because that's the one. Those 6. That's what 18 other races you can do what you like with. Just rotate and get us a good calendar that isn't going to kill people. I don't think they're going to restart the day, by the way, just to let you know, on the test, because the track inspection is going to take too long. We've only got 9 minutes left. So that might be... Oh, no, we've gone green. I stand corrected. Thank you very much, Fox's graphics, for telling us that we're not going to restart today and then immediately restart today. So green light's back on. So, yeah, that was a not for me. I empathise with you.
Yeah, well, and that reminded me of another not. They're saying Imola, they might not have room for 2 races in the same country.
I know.
I don't know. And I'm an American, by the way. I'm. If anybody should be biased in saying, "Oh yeah, if any country can host 3 races, it would be." I'm telling you, like we don't need Miami. We don't need Las Vegas. I'd be perfectly content with just 1 race at Circuit of the Americas.
That's great, though. Yeah, because that means that we can get rid of Qatar and Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia because that and Bahrain are all in the Gulf Air state.
Well, they're all in the yeah. It's not one country necessarily, but same region of the world. Yeah,
same region, yeah. So
yeah.
that's
I mean, I understand the sport is booming here. I understand that it's a big country with many different markets and many different time zones, but yeah, it does sound pretty tone deaf when you talk about a country with much more rich history in the sport in Italy saying they can't host 2 races, but the United States can host 3. I guess we races money. Being brought back there then.
It's gone away that catchphrase, hasn't it? I haven't heard that much for a while.
Yeah, Josh, I'll defer to you if you've got more, but I have more knots, so I'll let you go. If you want.
Very quickly, because I'm trying to fill out the 7 minutes we can go there. I would say get rid of Saudi and get rid of a couple of the other non-starters and replace it with Germany and France. And
the only reason Imola's on the calendar, of course, is because Stefano Domenicali hails from Imola.
Yeah, and now he wants to get rid of it. To be honest with you, the 3 races I would add to the calendar, 4 actually, I'd add 4. I'd get rid of the boring ones, and I'd add 4 races to the calendar. German Grand Prix at rotation between Hockenheim and Nürburgring.
The Nürburgring.
I'd add the French Grand Prix, but I wouldn't put it in Paul Ricard. I'd put it back at Manicourt, because I think Manicourt could be quite interesting with the 26 regulations coming up. That would be quite an interesting track to do.
We'd have to knock the pit lane. I know, with a fantasy lane.
Yeah.
But we'd have to knock the pit lane down. But they should have a street race in Marseille.
A street race in Marseille would be nice, actually, as well. That would probably be acceptable. But I can't really think of any other track in France that could do it. Paul Ricard was a bit up and down, wasn't it? Maybe try a different version of Paul Ricard. That was all right. I would also... South Africa. I know that's white, but South Africa at Kyalami makes sense because it's a world championship. Let's actually do the world. And to add to that, let's add New Zealand. Let's add a New Zealand race. Oh. Let's start the season in Australia and end it in New Zealand. Then we've really gone around the world. And I like that. To end it in New Zealand would be quite interesting. And also, I'd alternate Japan between Fuji and Suzuka. Because I really like Fuji. And I thought it gave us some cracking races. Whereas Suzuka didn't. So, come on. Rotate with a track you can actually overtake at. And don't put that little chicane in. Just give it a flat out backstretch. And we'll have a race. So, yeah, that's my... Just put me in charge. Come on, I'll be new president. I'll run. You got $1 million, anyone? I can't be bad than the current guy, can I?
Yeah, be hard to be worse than some of the ones that we've got currently, I suppose. But yeah, anywhere in Africa. I don't know. I know Formula E's done Morocco recently, if I recall correctly. But and yeah, anywhere like you have a world championship. Let's race on all six viable continents. I don't think we need an Antarctic Grand Prix necessarily, but yeah, that would be epic. Bring Kyalami back. Shall I go on then?
Yes, go on.
Yeah, go, Ben.
We've got 4 minutes, and I've perfectly saved this for you to rant in the JBM part of the broadcast. Go on.
Okay. I don't. Oh, we're live on JBM now?
We've been live on JBM the whole time.
Oh,
that's why I'm in 2 headsets. The whole show has been
all right.
Simulcast.
Yeah, I'll just go for it then. Yeah, I mean, if anybody's watched this show long enough, you might remember a little series called SRX with was that Danica that coined that term, the fun flag?
Right, now he's mentioned Danica. Can I be negative?
Was that Danica, Patrick?
She's up there. I can't reach.
I mean, it's just you can't make this stuff up. Like, I mean, they at least they're saying the quiet part out loud. At least they're being honest, and at least we're not going to have an all-star race 2022 situation where Ryan Blaney wins the race twice. I hope. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see when they can prove me wrong here. But yeah, I go back to what Carl Edwards said brilliantly in that presser in Daytona, whenever that was, 2011, 2012, I think. Bruton Smith was throwing out the idea of mandatory cautions, and he said the only reason that another flag should come out after the green one before the checkered one, like a yellow one or a red one, is if there is a safety condition on the racetrack that prevents green flag racing. If you start, and I know it's an exhibition race with segments, so at least they're not doing this, for Cup Series points paying races, but it becomes multiple races when you have a guy in a tower literally at his or her discretion, I guess, saying, okay, they're getting too strung out.
Yeah.
We're going to throw a caution. I don't know, man. I mean, I'd love to hear what Pete Pistone has to say about this, because he was going off years ago about how stage cautions aren't manufactured drama. I don't know. If this isn't manufactured, I don't know what is. So
don't worry. Yeah, I'm sure he'll have his thoughts on it tomorrow.
I'm sure he will. I'll have Matthew get back to me on that, because I just get frustrated when I listen to the morning drive anymore. Respect Mike Bagley and Pete Pistone, but sometimes I think their opinions are just so diametrically opposed to mine that sometimes it's a little bit hard for me to find common ground with them. But yeah, just I don't know. I mean, the All-Star race, I feel like, should be an opportunity for us to try some different things for sure. But why not try a different rules package? Try to improve the short track racing. Why are we throwing artificial cautions potentially at the promoter's discretion? Again, at least they're being honest about it. I guess I'll give them points for that. But that's my first big nod of the day. Second big nod of the day. Do we even know what the issue was? Why was I seeing tweets from IndyCar media 90 minutes into the session saying, hey, you and me, we all are tied for the fastest lap today so far in the open test, because nobody set a lap yet. I mean, this freaking series, man. I have never, what are we, 32 days out from the Indianapolis 500? I cannot recall a time in my life where I have been so apathetic. I mean, I'm not even, I feel like Josh Nichols, like, right, from Drake and Josh, like, I'm not mad at you, I'm done with you. Like, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I have not watched a single IndyCar race live this year. That's why I was asking how the Fox coverage has been, just because I haven't, it conflicts with NASCAR too much. I haven't, like, gone out of my way to watch it this year. And I don't even know if the Indianapolis 500 was tomorrow. Maybe I'll feel differently a month from now. I don't know. But if it was tomorrow, I would not be super excited. There would be no hype. I'm just speaking for myself here, but when you have a series that has put team owners into a box with this charter system now, Ganassi having to go down from 5 cars to 3, and we know how well the charter system has worked in NASCAR, right? There's certainly no lawsuit or controversy going on over there. You have constant hybrid issues with this new engine package that they've introduced. Two today, yeah. It had to delay it last year because Alexander Rossi was saying if we brought it to St. Pete, only 4 cars would finish. You still had issues when you brought it in mid-season. Now you're bringing it into the Indianapolis 500. There's no guarantee, but it's going to run smoothly here. You've got a chassis that I know they rebranded as the IR18 or whatever. They went through different aero kits. It is still basically the DW12 from 13, 14 years ago now. You haven't brought us a new car. Your TV ratings have been absolutely abysmal, and I can't even say I'm surprised. I was bracing for under $500,000 for Long Beach, supposedly your second biggest race of the year, and I had a friend telling me, well, I think Long Beach will get a bump because of that. I don't know, 307,000, I think it was, on Long Beach last year on USA. Granted, it was cable, but your second biggest race of the year is only in terms of the people that are in the series that know the prestige of that race. Of course, the biggest race by not even a mile, 1,000 miles, is the Indianapolis 500. I don't think Long Beach gets that kind of boost. And you saw it up against NASCAR and Fox and up against the Masters this week. Just abysmal TV ratings, despite being on Fox, with Fox pushing it during the Super Bowl. I know Gronk is going to be there. The Snake Pit this year, I think that's not surprising to anybody. We'll see if that brings any sort of boost for the 500 ratings. But your ratings for every other race are absolutely dreadful. You had the technical issues today, like you mentioned, Josh, not only with the cars, with the hybrids, but obviously whatever was going on at the Speedway that delayed the session into just wrapping up now. And then I haven't even brought up Save the Freedom 100. Where's the Freedom 100? I understand not having the Freedom 100 in 2020, but why have we not brought that back yet? How are Indy Next drivers being prepared for the Indianapolis 500 when you're not having that race anymore? You keep saying we need to add more. Just a minute, Matt, because I've got more. I'm not done. There's still more. You keep promising more ovals. You Roger Penske, how many times have we heard him say we need more ovals? We need to get. I know they brought Milwaukee and Nashville back, but when you also remove Texas, I don't understand how we can continue to have this conversation year after year and actually expect more ovals to eventually be implemented. You keep teasing a third engine supplier. I don't know. It sounds to me like we've been getting these rumors about Honda. You might just have to hang on to your second engine supplier before you talk about adding a third. And you have an absolutely terrible schedule. 3 weeks between races to start the year consecutively for your first 4 races of a season. One of those races is in the month of May itself. Why are we having an open test and then going all the way down to, I don't even know, is it Barber on May?
Yeah. 10 days.
So that's brilliant scheduling right there. You can still have your Grand Prix. I guess that's a new tradition, but I miss the days where the entire month of May was focused on this one race. And I think to ask these teams to go all the way down to Barber in the month of May itself, only 3 weeks before the greatest spectacle in racing, and then have to get the Grand Prix out of the way and then only have 2 weeks of build up for the 500 makes that less special. I don't know. Stop me whenever you like. There was a video game that was supposed to come out. Do you guys remember that? Motorsport Games getting business with them. That didn't happen. That's not going to happen. It's still been 22 years since we got an INDYCAR licensed video game. How do you, you want to market your series to the young generation? You want to compete with Formula One? Again, I don't even think I've hit everything here, but I'm so, at such a point with this series that I don't have the energy to get mad anymore. I'm just exhausted and I don't care. I don't care.
That was about 6 minutes, maybe longer, because the checkered flag has come out and Fox have gone off the air on our international feed.
Well, some of that was about the fun flag coming to the All-Star race.
That's fair.
I was just going to interject because you mentioned Indy Next. It's May next week. We've had one race in Indy Next. It was in February.
Yeah. And don't forget...
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that. I covered this. I'm supposed to be covering the series for Encore this year. I didn't even think of that. You want to talk about a bad schedule? Holy mackerel.
It's so bad. It's very, very bad, isn't it? The whole lot of it as well. And today, also casually just dropping an extra hour into the test day to capitalize and say, yeah, by the way, don't look back. Somebody earlier on in my YouTube chat, and a person called Nathan Towney, and I've gone back in the to have a look, as we've now actually lost all graphics for our timing tower, so I haven't got long left on my show, said, miss NBC's coverage of these open test days and their streaming. Fox is stuck in 2003. And I can't agree more. I mean, it wasn't great on NBC, but you had Peacock.
Yeah, well, it was behind a paywall. You had to pay. Yeah.
But the only good thing is that we've had the Open Days test. Free, yeah. But I must admit, the graphics look like they are from 2003. They are too big. They're out positioned. And the presentation style feels like we are being talked down to. And I don't like it. And also, I don't know if you found it, Matt, the international feed, very hard to follow. Barely any graphics, barely any information. And if it wasn't for the timing screens, I'd be lost in the commentary. I really would. And let's not also forget that their systems went down for about 20 laps in the middle of a Grand Prix at Thermal. and that was ridiculous in itself. So I said earlier on in our group chat, IndyCar feels like it's dying a very slow, painful death unless something is done quick. Yeah, unless something's done like ASAP, and I don't think it is going to be done ASAP. I don't think it is. What have you got, Matt?
Broadcast went out of thermal. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a whole lot.
I've not watched Long Beach yet, so I can't
bother.
comment on Long Beach. Yeah, you're right. The graphics were rubbish for St. Pete, and we saw nothing, of course, at thermal because everything went down. So
I'm generally worried about the coverage of May. I really am. Today is sort of lifting my spirits a bit, but do you want to know something? This is IndyCar's open test. Fox haven't produced it, but it's been Fox's graphics because it's all produced by IMS Productions, isn't it? Not once on the international feed today did we have a timing tower to show us the list of who's fastest and not. Not once. It's just been that usual big block at the top with the clock counting down. Not once has it dropped down to show us all the list of the names of the drivers and who's going fastest. Nothing. I've had that on my timing tower, and I reckon that's why my watch-long stream's done so well today, because we've got timings. They didn't. How bad do you have to be not to provide timings? If you don't give people this information, they will switch off. It's daft. It really is. Have you got anything else to add, both of you, before we sign off? JT's right. Don't bother with Long Beach. It was Snoofest. He was commentating on that one.
He was.
I would go for an Antarctic Grand Prix. It'd be warm with the current state of the world.
Yeah, it'd be more entertaining than whatever we've gotten at Saudi Arabia, I would say. Aside from 21 for obvious reasons, but yeah, the championship battle playing a role there.
Manufacturer showdown. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, again, Matthew, it's like the in-season tournament. I know you're upset about that too, but I'm just like at this point, I don't even care. Like they can calculate everything they want to behind the scenes to make the executives in the suits happy. My straw that broke the camel's back happened a long time ago. I'd rather the in-season tournament than the playoffs and stage racing, which actually factor in how we crown a champion. You can have your goofy little $1 million bonus in the middle of the summer. I don't care at this point. It's just so far gone.
Ben, Matt, you done?
Yeah.
Cool. Just want to wrap that up before we go into a whole new hole of broadcasts. So, taking a look at our upcoming schedule here on Grid Network. Thursday night, Grid Live pre-race show. That's previewing the NASCAR weekend. Sunday, Grid Live wrap-up is 90 minutes after the NASCAR Cup Series race at Talladega. Monday, Grid Encore is at 7 p.m. Eastern, recapping the ARCA and Xfinity races at Talladega as well. Please do continue to subscribe to our YouTube channel here on the Grid Network. Thank you for helping us reach 1,600 subscribers. Now we're inching closer to our next milestone of 2,000 subscribers. You can hit the bell icon to get notifications so you'll always know when we go on the air, and follow all of our social media platforms and visit gridnetworktv.com. You can take 5 minutes to invest in the Grid Network through Patreon. You can join Colin, Mark, Michelle, Robin, David and Matthew, who invest each month in the Grid Network, and we encourage you to join these fine folks to keep us on the air. And once we hit $500 per month, we can afford to send our team to the track more often and continue growing our media outlet. The link to all of that is in the video description below. And if you want to make a one-time donation, you can click on the Buy Me a Coffee link, get your name on the board and invest as much as you want, and consider buying a specific on-air personality a cup of coffee and they'll thank you on the air. Now, we've been simulcasting this show alongside the Indy 500 open test coverage on my channel on JBM, so thank you very much for the boys for letting me do that and save JT's voice. But from Omi and JT on JB Motorsports, and here on Grid Network for Kobe Lambeth, Matt White from Grid Endurance Performance Index, and Ben Schneider as well from lastcar.info and Grid Encore, I'm Joshua Birch from JB Motorsports. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow on JB Motorsports for the Open Test Day 2, and we'll see you next week here for the Grid Network show as well. Thanks, boys. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you again soon. Take care. Bye-bye.